Chapter 5202. He has been able to devour the power of mind to refining the source of absorption into a complete two. What kind of concept is this? As long as he kills the 5 ultimate ways of dying, he will be able to come up with a complete ultimate way. Of course, the premise is that the 5 ultimate Diyin immortals he killed are all the same Dao. This is too rare. The key point is that he still has no ability to kill those half-step emperors who master the ultimate path. My Ji Dao is changing, and I finally know what Ji Dao is. Jin Wushuang felt the expansion of Ji Dao, and now he understands what Ji Dao is. The extreme path is all-encompassing and contains all the avenues. Whether it is the ultimate way or the ordinary 5th-rank avenue, it can be integrated, and it has just swallowed the 3 roads, namely the earth, thunder and lightning, and water and fire. Although these 3 roads only swallowed 2 cost sources, they made Jin Wushuang have a deep understanding of the earth, thunder and lightning, water and fire, and the origin of the extreme roads was also more intense. While Jin Wushuang was still comprehending his origin, Kuei Shan was stunned on the spot, and Ren Yinjia's words just made his face sink. Dead. Chimeng's expression changed. Ren Yinjia planned these people with him, and eventually he died first. But if he died, he swallowed the record of these people alone, and could already hit the first 1,000. Give it to me. Red Meng roared, and a dazzling light shone on the earth, directly obliterating all the other Dian immortals except the burly man, as well as the original divine body. No. Jin Wushuang's eyes widened, and so many Dian immortals were all dead. Although these people were of average strength, Ji Dao was not picky. Kuei Shan was standing aside and was rushed thousands of miles away by that mighty air wave before he could barely stabilize his figure. Go! The current scene is very unfavorable for him. The crowd is okay, but now there are only a few of them, and Jin Wushuang has exploded with great strength. Although he has pleased Chimeng all the way, he does not think this person is reliable. It's okay to team up together, but now everyone is dead, there is no need to stay. Chi-Man's eyes rolled, a moonlight flashed across, and he said coldly, I want to go. This time Jin Wushuang didn't give him another chance. Just as the moonlight broke out, he was stopped by a starlight sword aura. Heart Sword World. Today's Heart Sword World has included all the sword moves of the first 5 levels of the Ultimate Way. Once the world projection is deployed, countless sword intents will condense, and each sword shadow can threaten the peak of the Great Emperor. The current Jin Wushuang didn't need to use all his strength to deal with the ordinary pinnacle Dian immortal. Moreover, Chimeng's strength was average, not as strong as Luo Hao's outbreak, and he didn't even need a heart sword test to kill him. His figure flashed again, and he had already reached Kuei Shan's eyes. How could he be so strong? Kuei Shan was also taken aback by the scene in front of him. Chimeng suddenly broke out and killed everyone, and then tried to kill him again. If it weren't for Jin Wushuang, he would have just fallen. Now that Jin Wushuang took the initiative to save him, he thought he would be saved this time. Whoever wanted to take Xia Jin Wushuang and turned his head would be a sharp sword aura. A huge head through an arc, and hot blood sprayed on Jin Wushuang's armor. The Tao of Origin, which had not been broken in the future, was swallowed by thought power in an instant. The way of the mountain. Jin Wushuang was overjoyed. The power of the earth can improve his control over the power, and the way of the mountain can improve his divine body. It is a pity that only 20% can be swallowed, and Quishan's mountain path is only a small origin, a 3rd-rank origin. His improvement is limited. After the swallowing and fusion, he can feel that the divine body has only slightly increased. Although it is very small, the cost is accumulated. This is a genuine increase, not an increase in the eye of the beast god. The divine body has always been a threshold for Jin Wushuang. It is too difficult to break through, and there are few pitiful methods for divine body breakthrough in the universe. The methods that can improve the divine body are all anti-heaven methods that are derived from the structure of a special life, and only those few peak forces have such methods. This kind of pinnacle knowledge requires countless treasures to get started, and it is extremely difficult to practice. However, the divine body is too important for practitioners. Once the source is mastered, it will be dead. The body is only the second improvement of the source. The path, How many people step through the entire universe to search for the precious exotic fruit that increased the divine body and ultimately increased by 100-fold? But if cultivation increases the original divine body, as long as the cultivation is completed, there will be 1,000 times the increase of the divine body, and then practicing a method to increase the divine body will approach the special beings in terms of the power of the divine body. Now Jian Wushuang only has the eye of the beast god. If you want to cultivate to increase the divine body, you have to enter the peak power. Although he is the ultimate swordsman, he is not a big deal to the peak power. Only the fourth order emperors are talented, will pay attention to it, but if you want to cultivate to increase the faculty of the divine body, you also need a great contribution to be able to practice. As for the Dian immortal under the emperor, how much you can contribute, it is impossible for you to achieve it in your life. The starting point is to succeed in harmony, become the ultimate emperor, and become the most peak existence. At that time, the entire peak force will please you and cultivate the genius. Naturally, it is not difficult. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. He really became an emperor. He still cared about this. The path of alien fruit is even more impassable. Although Dian Immortal can travel in the primitive universe, there are too many dangerous places in the universe. A turbulent flow of time and space enters some dangerous places or the universe of some special lives. In the secret realm, he is in danger of falling, not to mention going in to find a different fruit. It is difficult to get out even if he wants to go out. Swallowing one is now a shortcut for him, and he can increase his divine body without the need for faculty and strange fruits. Jian Wushuang's eyes were red, and he looked at Chimeng. One way of the month, so. Only the burly man and the red man are alive now. www. Novel. The route of the burly man is so ordinary. I can't see the avenue he is walking on. It should be a side door avenue. The current Jian Wushuang just wants to hurry up to feather the continent and hunt down those who master the path of the mountain, or comprehend the law of the wood path to condense the path. These two avenues are the avenues that mainly increase the divine body, and it would be better if there are special lives. Now his strength, there is hope to deal with some weak special lives. Among the special lives, there are some weird lives, such as vegetation and other special lives, which are great tonic for the divine body. This type of special life is generally born and taken away by the big forces. Every part of their body there are treasures everywhere. This type of special life, even if it becomes an emperor, is a great tonic for practitioners. Every time this special life is born, it will be a gluttonous feast. This kind of feast, tens of thousands of chaos era can hardly appear once. Jian Wushuang has also heard of it, let alone seen it before. Chapter 5203. Chimeng, who felt Jian Wushuang's rich murderous intent, was surprised. He conspired with Reninju this time, aiming at this burly man. So when recruiting players, he chose only a few ordinary Dian Immortals, but he didn't expect the team. A pinnacle powerhouse actually mixed in. This fellow Taoist, this person and us can be divided equally. I don't know what the friendship is like. There was no change on Chimeng's face, quietly looking at Jian Wushuang, waiting for a reply. If you can avoid a battle, it's better to avoid it. This is the border of the feathering continent. He doesn't want to work hard here. Even if he surrenders this burly man to Jian Wushuang, he has already made millions this time. The record. This time I've earned enough. I don't need to fight Jian Wushuang anymore. And it can be seen from the surface that Jian Wushuang's strength is not weaker than him, and the world projection is not weaker than the strength of the domain. Suppressing his strength and fighting Jian Wushuang here, he is not sure at all, but it shouldn't be difficult to save his life. Reninju said a word. I agree very much. Come out and do it, and always have to pay it back. If I am not so strong, this time I will die in your hands. Jian Wushuang replied lightly. He has no reason to share a burly man with the other party. He glanced at the dying burly man, and then at Jian Wushuang. A threat came quietly. Chimeng's eyes were full of fear, and he just wanted to quickly leave this ghost place and avoid Jian Wushuang's gaze. But he didn't wait for him to move. A powerful thought and heart force suppressed him at the same time. Fortunately, he has the strength of the peak of the great immortal, and his body can move. It will not move like other people, and can only wait for death. But now he is no different from waiting to die. He found that he could not even bear the gravity of the primordial star, and it was very difficult to move, like a snail. The brain has also become very dull, and his thoughts, speed, and strength have been weakened. This, maybe, how could it happen? The Chimeng, who was a little uncomfortable, watched Jian Wushuang approaching in a daze, but there was nothing he could do about it. Eclosion Continent, Northwest Junction. A 1,000-member Dian Immortal team went straight to the outside of Feathering Continent. This team of thousands of people is led by a top-level Dian Immortal, and the rest of the strength is similar. They were originally a battle formation composed of consummation Dian Immortals. They had been besieging the peak Dian Immortal in the Western Continent, or fighting each other with other battle formations. They would not stop until the Great Formation collapsed, and both sides had worn out more than half. The people who go down are to form a new battle formation together, and their leader needs to fight one-on-one with the opponent's leader, because a battlefield can only be controlled by one person, and only one person can lead the battlefield. The manipulator of this large formation is very remarkable. He has killed several large array manipulators, and has been leading the battle formation in an attempt to destroy all the battle formations. Unfortunately, they met the demon monk in the Western Continent, and the entire battle formation was destroyed by one stick. The 1,000-man battle formation had a combat power comparable to the limit Dian Immortal, and it was broken with just one stick. On a merging continent, those who can break the battle formation with one blow, except for a few Dao monarchs, are those who can rank in the top 20, and each of these people is extremely terrifying. They were also unlucky. They encountered the demon monks who had just risen in recent years. If they encountered other half-step monks, they could deal with each other. But the demon monks were terrifyingly powerful, and they were the top existence among half-step monks. Fortunately, this demon monk didn't kill, but only received their identity tokens. However, losing their identity tokens also meant that they were out. On the entire Yuhua continent, he was like a moving stone, and no one paid any attention. Everyone, after leaving the Feathering Continent, let's separate. The leading top-level Dian Immortal looked at the people behind him, feeling very sorry, seeing those who followed him in the battle again and again. Now that they have no identity tokens, they are completely out of the Temple of Qishan, and all these years of fighting have all been busy. In the end, only a fate was left. Since entering the Temple of Qishan, they realized that Dian Immortal can be strong like this. Each of them is the pride of the heavens in their respective worlds. After becoming the 9th revolution consummation, they are even the elders of some sects, or the elders of the heavenly court. The younger ones are also the Daozi, the emperor, or the chief of a certain sect. The future is bright. Now for the opportunity of the Temple of the Forbidden God. How many people fell into the Temple of the Forbidden City in a daze? These people are still lucky, and they can survive when they meet the demon monk. If they meet other strong people, I am afraid they have already fallen. The speed of a group of people is not fast. Without the identity token, they are not as good as a stone, and even if they meet a few strong people, they will not panic at all. You can feel the lifeless atmosphere of this group of people far away. Recently, this group of people has appeared in the Western continent so much, and many people have become accustomed to it. Everyone on the border of the Western mainland, looking back at the place where they once fought, can't help but sigh. Farewell, everyone. Take care. These people come from different big worlds, so it's hard to see each other again. They may not meet each other for the rest of their lives if they are not emperors. Do not. Jian Wushuang, who had already seen a long and curved mainland coastline, also saw the group of Dian Immortals, and quickly approached with a move in his heart. Jian Wushuang, who had just cleaned up Qi Meng and the others, had a fierce aura. Although Crazy Yang had received a lot of news about the emergence of the continent, he just arrived. He really didn't know what was going on in the West. This group of Dian Immortals also felt Jian Wushuang's fierce aura. Now, most of the people who go from the outside to the Western continent are extreme Dian Immortals, but they have no identity tokens, so naturally, not afraid. With a flash, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of everyone. Looking at their scared expressions, Jian Wushuang was stunned. According to what he understood, these people should be those who are in the battlefield, but why they didn't group when they saw him. Array. And one by one doesn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Is it that the current battlefield is so crazy? He has the confidence to kill them all in one sweep. Waiting to see me, why not be afraid? Jian Wushuang stared at everyone coldly. The leading immortal Dian clasped his fists slightly and said respectfully, Senior has just arrived. Maybe I don't know that now there has been an existence no less than Taoist in the Western continent who specializes in sweeping away these battle formations like me. The tokens have been taken away, and they are about to leave the Eclosion continent. Although there is no identity token and no fear of the strong coming, but at any time, we must treat a strong with the utmost respect and offend the strong. Whether it is in the primitive star or the primitive universe, it will cause catastrophe. Chapter 5204. Especially in primordial stars, no one will avenge them even after they have fallen. Jian Wushuang stood in the air and nodded slightly, so it's like this. With a movement of thought, the identity token in his mind appeared, and the ranking above changed for a while. The ranking of the top 5 Taoists hasn't changed much, but the first 20 fights are extremely fierce. The 5 great lords will still be constrained, but these halfway gentlemen are not afraid of the Taoist monarchs, and they are not affected by anyone. They just keep killing. The top 20 rankings depend entirely on who kills fast enough and who has enough means. Ruthless. The 6th place now is Ji Chaoyang. This peerless figure who cultivates the unity of 10,000 ways is an emperor from the Apocalypse God dynasty. He has only practiced for tens of thousands of years. He is a peerless, arrogant talent that has not been born for hundreds of millions of years. Consummation should have the strength of a Taoist monarch. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. This Ji Chaoyang should be the strongest person with the biggest background on this original star. The Apocalyptic dynasty is one of the 3 dynasties of the Ion Tower, and the royal family of the Apocalyptic dynasty is the Ji family. This Ji Chaoyang is still a prince. He is valued by the 4th Order Emperor of the Ji family, and the treasures on his body are no less than Malong. The number is not as large as Ji Chaoyang. This Ji Tianjiao has been following in the footsteps of Wu Daojun, and his ranking has always been 6th. The 7th place is the newly promoted demon monk, who has made the top 10 in just 3 years. Jian Wushuang looked at his ranking again. He had reached the 22nd. He originally thought he would be in the top 20. It seemed that the ecumenization continent was getting more and more crazy. 10 years have not passed. These people are crazy like this. Seeing these unscrupulous people, Jian Wushuang's eyes rolled. The origin of thousands of people, there is no reason to let it go. Although there is no record, killing is equal to killing in vain, but Jian Wushuang can swallow their avenue. And many of this group of people are Dian immortals who perceive the origin of wood, which is a great tonic. There was an evil aura in his eyes, and the powerful thought power instantly eroded these Dian immortals, let alone thousands of Dian immortals. Even if they formed a large formation, he could instantly make these people lose their combat power. This is the horror of mental strength. For weak opponents, it is almost horizontal, and is absolutely not afraid of any crowded tactics. Mind control, plus mind swallowing. The effort of a cup of tea leaves only a dilapidated corpse, and Jian Wushuang has long since disappeared. The origin avenue of thousands of people, although it only absorbs 20%, it can't hold up the crowd. Thinking of viewing one's own origin avenue, especially Jidao, the entire origin is as wide as a small lake, and the lake is full of lotus flowers. Each lotus flower represents an avenue. Among them, the highest growth is the earth, wood, mountains, water, and fire are very common origin avenues. The current Jian Wushuang can be said to be omnipotent. Every avenue has a level of more than 7 floors, and some have even reached the 9th floor, and they can join the road. But if he is in harmony, I am afraid that he has to abandon all the avenues, even the ultimate kendo. Jian Wushuang secretly guessed in his heart that he would not have to cultivate all the Dao to perfection when he joined the Dao in the future. Let him succeed in the Dao one by one. If so, he couldn't imagine how difficult it was. This is billions of times more difficult than the ultimate way. 10,000 ways in one. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Isn't this also the oneness of 10,000 ways? Although the name is a bit exaggerated, The genre of unity of 10,000 Tao is also practiced through the integration of several avenues in order to go to unity. In other words, the unity of all avenues is the prototype of the utmost Tao. If tens of thousands of avenues are really merged together, it may really be able to reach the level of the utmost Tao. However, this road, the more the weaker the gap may not be obvious, but in the later stage Jian Wushuang can predict the terrifying aspects of Ji Dao. That is never ending. And there is also the improvement of thought power and the devouring. Maybe there will be a qualitative leap to the 7th floor. Jian Wushuang randomly found a small hillside, sank directly to the bottom of Wanzhan, and began to retreat again. This time swallowing so many Dian immortals, he had different views on many avenues, and he could have a foreboding that he would break through all the time. Rank 9 Dian Immortal is at your fingertips, as short as 3 to 5 months, and as long as 3 years, he has the hope of breaking the mirror. Although there will be less and less doubling after the breakthrough, but now his demand for record is really not very big. Even if he becomes the 9th rank and only doubles 10 times, he is confident to rush into the top 3 and even win the championship. Moreover, after breaking through rank 9, his strength will undergo a qualitative change. At that time, he will have at least the strength of a half-step Dao Monarch. Maybe he can leap into a Dao Monarch, and he will be no less than a half-step Emperor with his own combat power. The eye of the beast augments the divine body, and the origin of the cosmic augmentation of one mind. The combined combat power of the two soars more than 10 times. After sinking deep underground, Jian Wushuang simply arranged an enchantment, opened up a secret room that was several battles long and wide at will, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to understand the origin. Even though he is only rank 6 now, he can feel the luck that the emperor said. As soon as Qian said, he didn't know much, but those emperors who succeeded in harmony with the Tao, what they learned when they were in harmony with themselves is Qi luck, and now Jian Wushuang can also feel the feelings of those emperors who succeed in harmony. Harmony is difficult, and if you want to succeed, isn't it related to luck? But he didn't know that this so-called Qi luck contained too many things, one of which was merit Qi luck. Now he runs counter to the merits, and his murderous aura is heavy, especially the evil aura on his body. If he is in the primitive universe, as long as he reveals this evil aura, he will definitely be rejected by the primitive universe. Because this evil aura is so similar to the aura on the body of Taboo Demon Lord. It's almost exactly the same. Fortunately, this is the Temple of Fortune. The origin of the primitive universe cannot detect anything. Although the primordial universe does not know, the true spirit in the origin sea of the Qishan Temple can be seen clearly. Zhenling stared, watching everything Jian Wushuang had done, jumping with anger. Damn it, True Spirit frowned, dirty road. He doesn't deserve to appear in the Temple of Qishan. Come here, go to Jiaju Primitive Star quickly and start a new heritage. In the Sea of Origin, a red hall appeared, and a young woman wearing a fiery red armor walked out slowly. Master True Spirit, this is not in line with the rules. The woman bowed slightly to show respect, then raised her head to look at True Spirit, and said heavily, according to the Master's account back then, the trial of Primordial Star cannot be changed at will. Turn on the inheritance is 3 years later, and it will be opened before the time is up, I'm afraid. Before the woman finished speaking, Zhenling coldly snorted, Zhu Yi, don't forget, the old master refined you to cooperate with me. Now that the old master is not here, you all have to listen to me, understand? Chapter 5205. Zhu Yi blinked and wanted to refute, but didn't know how to speak. She is indeed just a refined puppet, but she has the exquisite heart bestowed by the gods, and the body is also injected with the power of origin. Except for the structure of the body is different from that of people, she uses everything else that she should have, especially he can also practice and improve his origin. What Qishan gave her back then was the origin of the 6th Order Emperor, and coupled with the exquisite heart of the 7 orifices, she was no weaker than any emperor and strong. Yes, Zhu Yi is not an ordinary puppet. She knows that this temple of the gods is already a true spirit. She can't help but obey her orders. Modifying the scheduled time is not a big change, and they can still accept it. She had to go back later, and work with the other 3 hall masters to have the authority to open the hidden inheritance of the primordial star. The highest trial is not simply fighting each other. Nowadays, the performance alone cannot fully stimulate the potential of these dying immortals. More intuitive treasures and inheritance are needed to enable these dying immortals to fully stimulate their potential. After Zhui retreated, the Sea of Origin fell into calm again. Seeing Jian Wushuang continue to grow, the true spirit couldn't stop him, so he could only watch. Now that the inheritance was opened in advance, although he could not stop Jian Wushuang, he was able to use the Tao monarchs on the primordial star to deal with Jian Wushuang. Turning his gaze, he looked at the sky curtain where Hui Qing was, and he let out a cry of regret. Little guy, I gave you this opportunity alone, and it can be considered to make up for your loss. Zhenling raised his hand and gently pointed. A stream of light entered the sky and fell on Hui Qing's head. Looking in the sky, it was inconspicuous, but from the primordial star, it was a magnificent beam of light, falling from the sky, and the powerhouses of the entire emerging continent raised their eyes one after another. In the huge light curtain, it is Hui Qing who shines. The thick eyebrows trembled slightly, Hui Qing's eyes were deep, and the throbbing that had been pressing in her heart broke out instantly. Snapped. Hui Qing was paralyzed on the ground, sitting cross-legs with difficulty, forcibly enduring the various memories and mixed origins that emerged in her mind. The thing that had been under his heart began to eat away at his body. Hui Qing closed her eyes tremblingly and roared. Ah! The pain in his mind made him roar uncontrollably, and an ancient breath began to invade the breath that originally belonged to him. A beam of light falling from the sky. This kind of abnormality soon attracted countless strong people to come, and the entire western continent was chaotically turned into a pot of porridge, and they rushed in Hui Qing's direction. Extreme Dying Immortal, Half-Walking Monarch, and even Wudao Monarch took one step at this moment, breaking through the sky. The few strong men who arrived first looked at the figure in the beam of light and said, "It turned out to be him. Monk." Sure enough, it is enchanting enough to make primordial star change. An extreme Dying Immortal looked at Hui Qing in the beam of light, with jealousy and envy, turned his head and glanced at the other former. Now the Lord of the 5 Great Paths has not come yet. If this beam of light is a chance, then this is his only chance. Once the other strong come, he has no chance to speak of. Fight! The strong man gritted his teeth and directly tore the beam of light into the beam of light. Other powerhouses were also taken aback, and they could still be like this. Go in? The great venerable Fan actually went in. When everyone was amazed, another strong man was also trying to enter, but this Dying Immortal's strength had not reached the limit, and he could not tear the beam of light. Look at it, great venerable Fan actually. Everyone turned their heads to look at Fan again, and found that his origin began to fail, his breath continued to decline, and the whole person was softened. Obviously the divine body was also drained, and the whole person finally turned into a mass of blood and evaporated. In the beam of light, everyone who saw it trembled. This is the limit Dying Immortal. The great venerable Fan, an extreme powerhouse who had been famous for a long time in the great world, just fell. With the lessons learned, everyone dare not act rashly anymore. Time is like water, drop by drop. More and more powerful people outside the beam of light have also gathered, and finally the Wanqing Daojun who has been sitting in the western hunting ground all year round has arrived. Wanqing, as the name suggests, a white robe engraved with starlight, a face of national character with mighty domineering, with deep star eyes, a domineering dominance above 10,000 swept the audience. Daojun, the 10,000 star god emperor. Wanqing. Many strong players on the scene greeted one after another. Although they are usually hostile, the original star has changed. This is an unprecedented thing. The ranking of the record has now entered a state of anxiety. It is not bad for a while. Some half-walkers met with the Wanqing Taoist. Although they were afraid, they still shouted Wanqing. This person is Hui Qing, the monk head of the world of Tongtian Buddhism. Wanqing crossed the crowd, hovering outside the beam of light, staring at Hui Qing himself inside. Exactly. A pinnacle Dayan immortal with quick eyes and quick hands hurriedly approached the Wanqing Daojun. He came earlier and said everything he knew, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Many people frowned and scolded the flatterer secretly. Wanqing Daojun frowned when he heard Fan's entry and turned into a cloud of blood, but he nodded. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at the strong man next to him who explained the ins and outs of him, and finally just said a little. In the West, you can live. A simple sentence made everyone present tremble. This is to warn them that this person is protected and no one can kill him. This is the deterrent power of Daojun in the Eclosion continent. One sentence allows a person to survive. If anyone resists this Eclosion continent, he has no place to stand. The other peak Dayan immortals are all annoyed www.unravel, especially those who are the first to come. Daojun's promise, this value is too great. The key is that they don't have to pay much. With good luck and the sharp-eyed peak Dayan immortal, he hurriedly bowed and thanked him, and after doing all this, he stepped aside wittily and didn't bother Wanqing Daojun. This episode passed quickly with the wind. The most important thing now is to figure out why the beam of light shines on Huiqing. It seems that Huiqing is cultivating inside, which makes everyone on the outside very anxious. If it is the first-ranked Daojun blood moon with this treatment, they will not say anything. After all, it is currently the number 1, but Huiqing, who is now ranked 7th, does not have the strength of Daokuan and is not ranked 1st, even before. 3 of them didn't make it. Why would they be specially taken care of, causing the primordial star to descend the beam of light? Through the enchantment in the primordial star sky, they could see other primordial stars. The other primordial stars are now the same as before, without any changes. Only their primordial star has this situation. They didn't know that the true spirit in the Sea of Origin was spying on this scene across the sky. Chapter 5206. This little guy was quite strong in his previous life, and it seems that I have to help you again. Zenling's eyes turned steadily, and the fleshy beards at the corners of his mouth fluttered. Forget it. I will prepare it for you sooner or later. I will give you this magic circle. The true spirit dropped it casually, and a golden ring was thrown into the sky. This made Zhu Yi, who was stationed in the primordial realm, raised his brows and cursed in his heart. This old guy is getting more and more shameless, and he has thrown the eternal treasure at will to a little guy who is just Dayan immortal. Although the true spirit is the master of the temple of Forbidden God, she is also refined by the old master, and she is also the person in charge of the peak trial. May the 5 domains of the world correspond to the 5 domains of the original universe. These Dayan immortals are responsible for their Vermilion Bird Palace. Now that the true spirit is so tossed about, all her plans have been messed up. The peak trial emphasizes fairness. Now that Huiqing has opened the back door, she also has to distribute inheritance to other primordial stars in advance. Zhu Yi, does the old man Jinling attach too much importance to Dayan immortal? A mighty warrior with cyan armor walked into the ancient hall, his tone obviously unhappy. Although she also disagrees with true spirit's approach, primordial realm is her chassis. These selected Dayan immortals will become her subordinates if they succeed in coordinating. Only the strongest people will inherit the differences. God's inheritance, and the rest after thousands of selections, can be regarded as Tianjiao. Since the Temple of Qixin has smashed so many resources, it will naturally not be wasted, and it will definitely be paid to its subordinates. In other words, these Dayan immortals are her people. Long Yi, the bloodthirsty continent, is staring at those emperors. Why are you here with me? Zhu Yi said with a cold face and a low voice. Also, these Dayan immortals are my people. You come to comment. Hurry up and go back to your bloodthirsty continent. Haha, I like your violent temper. Long Yi was not angry, but instead sat on the throne on the side, jokingly said, Of course I have something important to come here. I heard that Zhu Qi will go to other places. The universe plundered Dayan immortal, who controlled the ultimate way, and was beaten to death by a 6th-order emperor. I didn't care about her. Let's take a look. The Dayan immortal of the primitive universe, indeed, could not saturate the strongest trial of the Qixin temple. According to the true spirit's instructions, The Vermilion Bird Temple sent the remaining 6 Vermilion Bird envoys to other universes to plunder, but it was a coincidence that there was one. A Tier 6 existence was born in the universe, severely wounding Zhu Qi, but fortunately, the puppet that was refined and was pregnant with a treasure barely escaped. The horror of the Sixth Order Emperor, she herself knows, because she also has the Sixth Order combat power, but now the first stage of the original star trial has been accelerated. She has to plunder enough before the first stage of the trial is over. Yanxian starts the second phase of the trial. This time, we have plundered almost tens of thousands of Dian Immortals from other universes, and there are hundreds of Dian Immortals who are half-step emperors who control the ultimate way. The others are either the second-rank top source or the unity of 10,000 ways. The pride of heaven in every universe. It's fine if the other universe doesn't have a sixth order, and now I can only say that they are unlucky. If it weren't for her to sit in the primitive world, she would have gone to find the Sixth Order Emperor to avenge her subordinates. An aboriginal Sixth Order Emperor, a Sixth Order Emperor who did not even comprehend the secrets of the universe, she still doesn't care about it. But now she doesn't have time to take revenge. Zhu Qi's injury has been repaired. I thank you on her behalf. You can go. Zhui said impatiently. Longy curled his lips and said again, I have one more thing to discuss with you this time. The situation in the bloodthirsty continent has changed. Every one of these emperors is honest. My bloodthirsty continent is not a primordial star. The hundreds of millions of people who are still living are all direct descendants that I have cultivated with all my heart. Now these emperors have almost given them to Hua Hua. They can no longer be allowed to stay in the bloodthirsty continent. If they stay, the mainland will have to collapse. The bloodthirsty continent is the base camp of the Azure Dragon Palace. The entire continent is 1/10 the size of the universe. There are hundreds of millions of people living on it, and many powerful people have been born. These people have joined the Azure Dragon Palace and are regarded as the direct line of Dragon One. But since the emperors of the primitive universe were allowed to enter the bloodthirsty continent, the whole continent was disturbed. After these emperors entered, they didn't ask about inheritance. Instead, they started fighting each other for the chassis, fighting hard, and the Shunlu who was fighting almost collapsed. In the end, he personally came forward to stop everyone. The trial of the emperor is not trivial. Every emperor's temple is ready to recruit his subordinates, but now that the emperors of the primitive universe have not yet gathered, the emperors of other universes are also rushing here. According to the regulations of the gods of the year, the Third Order emperors recruited 10,000 people are considered to be saturated, and the emperors below the Third Order need as much as they need. Only those First Order and Second Order emperors will sell their lives to them. The Third Order emperors are different. Most of their paths have not yet been completed. They are all staring at the positions of the Fourth Order, Fifth Order, and even Sixth Order emperors. Even some outstanding ones, such as Zhenliang and Tongtian Buddha, are not only aiming at Sixth Order emperors. It's that simple. Even if there is no Qishan temple, they all hope to enter the Fifth Order emperor. Their goal is to reach the top of the universe. For this kind of emperor, a simple treasure or a little increase in strength can't satisfy their appetite at all. Only some core inheritance can satisfy these powerful emperors. There are too many inheritances contained in the original sea of the Qishan temple, but these inheritances are counted, and they are for cultivating those who evolve immortals and great immortals. The secrets of the universe that can make the emperor's eyes greedy www.unravel. The Qishan temple will not be easily taken out. These emperors are the darlings of the universe. Each of them is the protagonist between the heaven and the earth, not the fairy and the great. Yanxian can be compared. Even the temple of Forbidden God can't manipulate them at will. The two sides can only exchange each other's needs. Now that Longy came here to ask for help, it was obvious that he couldn't restrain the group of emperors. I heard that there is an ultimate emperor. Zhui asked curiously. The ultimate emperor was extremely precious in ancient times, and there can be an ultimate emperor in the primitive universe, which is much more precious than those Sixth Order emperors. There is indeed an ultimate emperor, but the true spirit has already promised to deal with the party and will talk about it alone. Longy smiled slightly. Although the other party is only a Fifth Order emperor, it can be the ultimate existence. Looking at the long river of time and space, there are not many. The emperor is too precious for the temple of Qishan. It's a pity that it was not cultivated by the temple of the gods, and will not work for the temple of the gods in the future. This kind of existence can only be good, and while he has not grown up, he will give him some benefits, and he will have great achievements in the future, and it will also be able to help them. Temple of Qi. Chapter 5207. After Zhui heard the conversation with Shenling in person, his face changed slightly, and his expression was puzzled, and he was surprised. Talk in person? What the is this old man? But the master has stipulated that the emperor must not lightly tell him. Is he going to open the back door again? Thanks, Tusk. It seems that you don't know much, Long Yi said with a dry laugh, and then lowered his voice. The ultimate emperor has created the prototype of the universe secret law. Although his strength is tier 5, he has already entered the origin of the universe. The threshold is up. Do you know what this means? The origin of the universe? Zhu Yi's eyes shrank suddenly, surviving countless reincarnations and traveling a long time in space. From ancient times to the present, she has seen too many powerful men. The overlord of the starry sky, such as the god of Qi, or the right arm of the god of God in the beginning, are all existences at the master level of the universe. However, since the fall of the Qishan, the temple of the Qishan has drifted all the way, and there have been many long rivers of time and space. But if you want to see the Lord of the universe who was incomparably powerful in the ancient times, there are few and few, some weak time and space rivers, even one there is no master of the universe. Now the ultimate existence in the primitive universe has created the prototype of the universe secret method, and has stepped into the threshold of the origin of the universe, and is still a 5th order emperor. When he enters the 6th order, how strong will his strength be? By mastering the secret method and mastering the origin of the universe, you will become the master of the universe, and also the master of the universe with the ultimate way. This is even less in the long river of time and space. The true spirit mentioned to me that the future achievements of this ultimate existence are not trivial. He is also qualified to know the secrets in the temple of Qishan, and the true spirit will pass on to him a copy of the inheritance that the master once received from another existence. Even the master attaches great importance to the inheritance. It was originally intended to be given to a few masters, but unfortunately it was ruined before it was sent. Long Yi sighed at this point. The gods of ancient times were very powerful, powerful enough to reverse the rivers of time and space, make the universe annihilate, and let time stand still, but in the end they were still defeated by fate. Although the two are just puppets, their moods are no different from ordinary people after they have the 7 orifices exquisite heart, and there are also some people's emotions and sorrows. Zhu Yi took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and said calmly, this kind of powerhouse, even if the master is still alive, will be taken seriously, let alone now. You still talk about it. What is going on? I am still waiting for the group of Dian immortals to select inheritance, but I don't have time to talk about those emperors with you. Haha, it's really far and I have forgotten business. Long gave a big laugh, and then said, I think your side is strange and clean. These little guys are all trialing on Primordial Star, and the emperor on my side is nothing. It's better to leave you here for a while, and when everyone is there, I will make another plan. The emperors who stayed in the primitive universe were only able to fancy a few of them. After the rest of the peak trial was over, he sent them into the Sea of Origins, and gave them some benefits. The ones that he fancy are hanging in the Temple of Qishan. Personal name, given some treasures and inheritance, and in the future, the Temple of Qishan will go to other time and space rivers. These people will follow if they want to follow, and they don't want to follow them and don't force it. This thing is nothing to the Qishan temple, not even a dime. As for those monarchs below tier 3, even if they are unwilling to follow, they will force them with them. In their opinion, these weak emperors are still good to control, at least obedient. Throwing a bit of trash can satisfy them. Why bother to train those 3rd order and 4th order emperors, who have a strong appetite for general strength? The Temple of Qishan, the opening of the peak trial, is to seek the heir of the Qishan. The emperor is no longer suitable to be an inheritor. Zhu Yi frowned. Now her side was messy enough. Put these emperors in. She still had to stare at these emperors, and she had to prepare for the inheritance, and her messengers were plundering Dayan immortals everywhere. The 4 halls have been born since the start of the highest trial. Xuanwu Temple is responsible for the trial of evolving immortals. Suzaka Palace is in charge of Dayan Immortal. The Qinglong Temple is in charge of the Emperor. The White Tiger Palace is a bit special. They need to stay in the Kishin's inner hall for a long time. They will never interfere in the trial. However, the strong ones selected in the future will be sent to the White Tiger Palace. Although there is no inheritor in the White Tiger Palace, it can be used to prepare for the inheritance. They are not idle either. Now in the 4 main halls, there is nothing to do with the Qinglong Hall, just watching a group of emperors, and for this, she has to push it to her. Absolutely impossible. There are no extra people on my side to stare at these emperors. Zhui refused. You should go to the Xuanwu Hall to check it out. The selection of Yinxian is not faster than Dianxian. Xiao, maybe it's almost over, just to send these emperors over to raise their horizons. Oh, don't mention it. I just came over from the turtle snake. The wild beasts caught on the primordial star are not enough for the immortals to kill. I went to the turtle snake just now to find me for a sharpening stone, or if it weren't for me, run fast, he will take my children to feed those immortals. Longyi looked sad. The controller of the 4 main halls, Baihu, controls the secret realm of the inner hall, but the lowest key. The controller of Qinglong Temple, Long Yi, sits in the bloodthirsty continent. There is the richest piece of land world in the Qishan Temple. He is in that world and is cultivated below. Countless ethnic groups, claiming to be the main god. He is the most protective of shortcomings. Zhu Yi's temperament is rather cold, and in one sentence he gave all the wild beasts in the primitive realm to the Xuanwu Temple and destroyed countless planets to create 180 primitive stars. In this way, I will let the 4th child look at these people, and by the way, let the 6th and the 7th go to other universes to help you plunder Dayan immortals, the shoaling slaves. These people are clumsy and inefficient. Longyi said cheerfully. Zhu Yi was a little moved. Her side was too short of people. The original source of plundering Dayan immortal was those of the spirit slaves, but their efficiency was too low. She had to let her envoys go to other universes to plunder Dayan immortal together. Now Longyi agreed to help. She just vacated a place for the emperors to stay here for a few years, and this business could be done. Okay, it's a deal. Zhui thought for a while, and directly agreed. Haha, I just like you as a happy person, not like a tortoise and snake. Long Dashi, I will let them in. People are outside. Longyi continued. By the way, let them enter the Vermilion Bird Palace, or go to other places. Zhui waved his hand. The entire primordial realm, in addition to the place of trial, there are some planets that contain treasure houses and inheritance places. Now there are very few places left, which can accommodate thousands of emperors, but cannot let them go around. There is only one place left. Let them go to Mayin Mountain. Just where there is a ray of the origin of the universe, it can stabilize them temporarily. Zhui rubbed his brows. The internal world of the Qishan Temple is huge, comparable to a universe, but the treasures and inheritances are also very large, which is so suffocating. The 4 main halls control only a small part. The true core heritage and treasures of are in the Sea of Origin, and they are all controlled by the true spirit. Yes. Longyi took out a token and said in a low voice, send them to the Mayin Mountain of Primitive World. Remember to be polite to them and don't neglect. After these people join the Temple of Qishan in the future, most of them will be his subordinates. Now that they are driven out, they can't do too much. Okay, you can go if there is nothing to do. I am very busy here. Zhui rubbed his brows and began to calculate how to distribute the inheritance. After all, 180 primordial stars started the trial inheritance at the same time. The strong on the stars calculate the type of inheritance. Primitive star. There are 3 half-step emperors, 17 Dao lords, and half-step lords on the top. There are hundreds of half-step princes. There are also the most Dayan immortals on this primitive star. There are tens of millions of Dayan immortals, which is better than other primitive stars. To be doubled. For this kind of primordial star with many strong players, he will arrange a better inheritance trial, otherwise it will not play a fair role. With the exquisite heart of 7 orifices, even if there are hundreds of millions of trialists, she can clearly remember every Dian immortal, especially those Dian immortals that she secretly favors. Zhenling can be optimistic about Huiqing and hate Jian Wushuang, and she also has an optimistic view of Dian immortal. Jiajiu primitive star, she is more optimistic about the Wanqing Daojun. As for Huiqing and Jian Wushuang, she only pays a little attention to these two little guys who are very broken in their cultivation time. She has never paid attention to it, it is true. Ling has been obsessed with these two people. For these two people, the inheritance trial was started in advance. According to the original plan, after 10 years of the primordial star combat, when the trialists were all deposited, she would start the trial again, which would arouse the fighting spirit of those Dian immortals. https://1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5208. Bloodthirsty Continent. Hundreds of thousands of ethnic groups lived on the vast ancient continent of Fuyuan, and naturally many emperors were born. Because of Long Yi, these emperors were not weak in strength, and even had a 5th-tier emperor. At this time, the indigenous emperors of the bloodthirsty continent were fighting against the foreign emperors of the primitive universe. There are tens of thousands of emperors in the 5 major domains of the original universe. Even if the opponent is a 5th-order emperor, facing so many powerful men, they are still terrified. After all, they have never come out of a bloodthirsty continent. Although they live on the ancient continent, there may not necessarily be as many emperors as the outside world. You outsiders, if it weren't for the Lord God, I would have killed you. Murderous intent was revealed in the eyes of the native 5th-order emperor. This group of foreign emperors was too much, and it was only a few years before the bloodthirsty continent was divided into bloodthirsty continents. Several forces have disrupted the order for countless years. In the primitive universe, it is not the ultimate emperor who takes the lead, but the 5 pinnacle forces of the Ion take the lead and confront the native emperor. It's been almost 10 years since I came in, and it's no good at all. It's teleporting us to this ancient continent. This temple of Qishan treats us as beggars. I think it's better to go to war and destroy this ancient continent directly. I don't believe that any dragon hasn't come forward yet. No, the opponent's strength is too strong. The strength of that Azure Dragon envoy is too strong. Then what do? We are here. We can't wait here all the time. Out and can't get out. The 5 pinnacle forces and the phantoms of all 4th-order emperors float in the Ion, discussing together. After they entered the Temple of Qishan, they were sent to the bloodthirsty continent. The envoy of the Azure Dragon Temple only left a sentence and waited and ignored them. In the outside world, there are emperors and strong men who can stand this, and it has been 10 years now. They are like ants on a hot pot, and they are not even in the mood for meditation. The messenger never appeared again except for seeing them when they first came in, and threw them over the bloodthirsty continent. It was good at first. After all, it was an ancient continent. They also explored around and found that the ruins on the continent had been unearthed a long time ago, and there were no valuable treasures and heritage at all. This makes them a headache. They also know that there are many worlds in the Temple of the Gods, and even the Temple of the Gods itself is a universe. They don't care about a continent, but they never show up to tell them that they can't wait any longer. Start tossing on the bloodthirsty continent. Inside the Ion Tower, the strongest monarchs in the entire universe are now gathered, and now only a word, they will explode, sinking the entire Shenlu into the dark void. Everyone, make a decision. The wind and rain demon lord who sits in the central area said majestically at the highest point of the Ion Tower. Either force that messenger out now, or just keep waiting. If you wait like this, the powerhouses of other universes will come, and their competitiveness will be even greater. Wind and rain, are you sure you won't let Senior Shang come forward in this matter? An emperor who was also the leader of the pinnacle force asked a little uneasy. Although there are many emperors in the primitive universe, there is only one 5th-order emperor left behind, and that is the ultimate emperor Shang. There are too many legends about him. It is the ultimate existence that makes countless powerful men bow their heads, and the ultimate emperor Shang, who has great reputation in the long river of time and space. Although his current strength is only Tier 5, his potential and origin are the strongest existence in the entire universe, and even Tier 6 monarchs in other universes cannot match it. Under normal circumstances, the second-rank Yuanyuan Dao can reach the 5th Order Emperor after the completion, and the 6th Order Emperor has higher requirements. In the long time and space of Hanoi, there are several 6th Order Emperors. All of them are the 6th Order Emperors after they walk to the end of the second-tier road. There is also the Emperor of Ultimate Existence and 10,000 Descent, the Emperor who has entered the 6th Order by virtue of his own origin. This kind of character is the real strong. Ordinary 6th Order Emperors have most spied on the universe and created the secrets of the universe, but the Ultimate Existence is different. They can elevate their origin to the level of the origin of the universe, create their own secrets of the universe from their origin, and become the universe's secrets in the future, mainly pave the way. This is also the reason why Jinling attaches so much importance to business. Although many emperors of the primordial universe did not know the reasons for this, they could still understand the ultimate way. How could an ultimate 5th Order Emperor be comparable to them? Senior Shang and I weren't the same person. Relying on him to wait for me. Did you get kicked by the donkey? Qi Shu's face was gloomy, and he mocked publicly. As Qi Shui, who gained the Tao in the same era as Shang, he did not deal with Shang in the ancient times. When the two were at the same level, Qi Shui, as the most peak special being, could also challenge Shang, but as the ultimate path reached the later stage, it became more and more important. Powerful, but the special life is in the later stage. The understanding is not enough. It is easy to get stuck at one point, can't compare with the ultimate way at all. However, Qi Shui at that time was also very arrogant. Even if his strength was not as good as Shang, he did not want to bow his head, and the two fought a lot because of a secret realm. At that time Shang had just stepped into Tier 4, Qi Shui was still the pinnacle of Tier 3, had been stuck, and had fallen behind Shang, but because he was not convinced, he insisted on fighting with Shang. In the end, he stopped because his body was on the verge of defeat. After this war, Qi Shui was honest, knowing that he was not an opponent, so he had been repairing the divine body in a cosmic secret territory. After tens of thousands of chaotic eras, the divine body was completely restored, and he entered the 4th Order Emperor, and Shang traveled through the long river of time and space. After returning, he broke through the 5th Order Emperor in one fell swoop. Since then, Qi Shui is truly giving up. This secret is not known to many people, and only the leaders of the peak forces know it, but no one will say it at this time. Don't look at the red level when it is shameless, but Shang has always been his negative scale. The Emperor also knew that he had said the wrong thing. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Qi Shu's ridicule, he also knew that this was not the time for internal fighting. Feng Yumajuan and the others were standing behind the 5th Order Emperor, who originally didn't want Shang to get ahead. Qi Shui naturally had no objection. In that case, proceed according to the plan and take down this continent first. Feng Yumajuan glanced at everyone before speaking directly. These days, they have secretly discussed countermeasures. Since the Temple of the Gods is opened and the tens of thousands of emperors have been moved in, it must be of great use. Even if they take this continent, the messenger dare not do much with them. Wind and rain, let's do it. I saw the native monarchs displease their eyes a long time ago. They took so many treasures, and the strength was so bad, it was a violent thing. https:// 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5209. Hemph, a 5th Order Emperor who relies on the eternal treasure. We all can suppress him together. There is nothing to be afraid of. The reason why these people agreed to the whole plan was mostly because the treasures in the hands of the native emperors were so many that they were greedy. Although they are native emperors and have never been out of this continent, they have the most complete ancient heritage, as well as the eternal treasure that makes the 5th Order Emperor crazy. And there is more than one. Such a big treasure house. How can it not make the tens of thousands of emperors in the primitive universe look enthusiastic? As long as they rob these indigenous emperors, they will not run in vain. Do it. The power of the Ion erupts, and a violent aura sweeps the entire continent. Kill. Several peak emperors jumped up, their stature skyrocketing to thousands of miles. Thousands of emperors formed a majestic formation, sitting under the Ion Tower, sending a steady stream of power to the Ion Tower. If the treasure corresponds to the Dian Immortal, then the innate treasure corresponds to the Emperor. The eternal treasure corresponds to the peak existence of Hanoi in time and space. The universe will collapse, time will cycle, but the eternal treasure will never die. In the eyes of the Emperor, its power is unlimited. The power of thousands of emperors was jointly instilled in the Ion, causing the Ion to burst into unprecedented light. The native emperor's side was obviously frightened by this scene. Although they have ancient heritage, the number of them differs greatly. Although they have a fifth-tier emperor in their top combat power, they can have the upper hand, but in the current situation, the fifth-tier emperor may not be able to compete with the towering pagoda in front of him. This power is too powerful. In addition to the main god, they felt that suffocating power for the second time. 10,000 battles of rainbow light, like Tianqing, the treasure of eternity, when suppressing all Xiao Xiao. Fengyu Demon Lord danced with the wind in a black robe, with a superb posture like a god. Her voice just fell, the powerful power of the Ion, approaching the indigenous emperor. This is to directly suppress the Fifth Order Emperor with the eternal treasure. If you don't rely on the treasure, it would be unrealistic for them, the Fourth Order Peak Emperors, to besiege the Fifth Order Emperor who possesses the eternal treasure. After all, Tier 4 and Tier 5 are too far apart, and the crowded tactics alone will not work at all. If you want to suppress or even kill the Fifth Order Emperor, only by relying on the powerful treasures, formations, tactics, and many methods that can integrate their tens of thousands of Emperor's strengths can they contend with the Fifth Order Emperor. A huge suction hit instantly, and the Fifth Order Emperor turned out to be a little hard to resist. Let alone the rest of the native emperors, they turned into streamers and were swallowed into the Ion. This move made the Fifth Order Emperor a headache. These emperors are not his subordinates. These people are all the disciples and grandchildren of the Lord God. Now they are all suppressed, and it is too late for him to save. These inheritors were too much and completely angered him. You are provoking the gods. The Fifth Order Emperor forcibly stood firm and slowly raised one hand, making waves in the void with a fist. Stop it for me. Boom. A fist shadow that shocked the world appeared, directly smashing the Ion Tower out of millions of miles. The several powerful emperors sitting in the Ion Tower were shocked in their chests, and a mouthful of Scarlet Academy spewed out. As the controller of the Ion Tower, Wind and Rain Demon Lord, her backlash was even more serious, and that punch severely injured her through the Ion Tower. Is this the power of the Fifth Order Emperor? Or to say, the Fifth Order Emperor who possesses the eternal treasure is too strong, and one person shakes 10,000 immortals. Wind and Rain, what to do? This person is too strong, beyond our expectation. He definitely has the eternal treasure of blessings. Fengyu Demon snorted coldly, glanced at the crowd, and said coldly, "Why? I'm scared just now." Carry on. Now that they are all in the Ion Tower, there is no way to stop them. These people secretly cursed the madman Fengyu Demon Lord. A group of timid goods just want to get a big chance. Fengyu mocked in his heart. After only a little bit of injury, they began to retreat, one by one in the primitive universe for a long time, and became so afraid of death. A Fifth Order Emperor can't be achieved in a lifetime, let alone the pinnacle of the universe. The current Wind and Rain can also be seen through. No wonder the Temple of God looked down on them. Dian Immortal and Yinxian are both testing, and only these emperors were thrown on the bloodthirsty continent. This shows that the Temple of Qixin didn't regard them as trials at the beginning, saying that it was waiting for other emperors, and even if they were all gathered, they would be sent away with a little profit. To count on this group of people to reach the pinnacle of the universe, it is better to retrain Xianxian and Dianxian, one for them to be suitable for control, and secondly for those who have cultivated themselves. The Temple of Qixin is at least well known. These emperors are different, one by one noble for a long time, and then let them suffer, but it is not so easy. It is said that these emperors can't wait for a few years now, and they are starting to make noise one by one. Wow! Above the bloodthirsty continent, a large hole ruptured in a void www. A burly man with a blue armor stepped out of it. Having just returned to the base camp, Long Yi saw the many emperors below and shook his head helplessly. Huh, brother Long Yi made you laugh? The man who came is the existence of the first power in the primitive universe, Shang, who masters the ultimate way. Shang's appearance is very ordinary, but the aura of destruction exuding from his gestures makes people palpitate. It's okay. This is also because my Long Yi didn't entertain him well. Long Yi said very politely. He knew that true spirit values quotient, so he was naturally very polite. Someone who has the hope to master the origin of the universe. Once you have mastered the origin of the universe, you are the Lord of the universe. In the Temple of the Gods, the Lord of the universe can be ranked as the Lord of God and exists on the same level as the true spirit. Now that Shang has received the benefits of the Qixin Temple, even if he doesn't settle in the Qixin Temple, he will put up a vacant position in the future. It is already considered an internal escort. Long Yi is naturally polite. After all, he will not only be his own, but also his boss in the future. The state of mind is too bad, so anxious, even if it is passed on to them, it is a waste. Shang looked at the battle below, especially seeing Chishui's red-faced scene, which made him a little disappointed. Powerful contemporaries, he left these people too far. He is also unique among the Fifth Order Emperors. The other Fifth Order Emperors in the universe have all gone to the long river of time and space, and even many have gone out and never come back. These emperors all know the secrets of the primitive universe, and the future primitive universe will only be out of the universe. The Lord will be swallowed by the taboo demon Lord. They don't even have the courage to resist, they just know how to escape. Shang didn't understand this very much. He even gave up his hometown. There is nowhere to come in life. Only the way back is incomplete. Completeness is needed to achieve the emperor, and completeness is needed to win the universe. https:// 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 52:10. It was only when Shang realized this that he returned to the primitive universe from the long river of time and space, and has been retreating to comprehend the origin of the primitive universe, creating his own cosmic secret. Brother Long Yi, these people are all emperors accumulated in countless epochs in my primitive universe anyway, and I hope his men will show mercy. Although he is not optimistic about these people, Shang still misses his old feelings, and now he is fighting on other people's territories. Even if Long Yi kills a group, he has nothing to say. When Long heard this, he immediately smiled. Don't worry, I won't embarrass them, but I have to change places for them to make trouble. These inheritors, Qixin Temple has no right to kill them privately, especially Yinxian and Dianxian. Even true spirit cannot erase them without permission. Shang nodded and didn't say much. There are many internal worlds in the Temple of Qixin, which Shang has already realized. By the way, the inheritance bestowed by Master True Spirit requires going to the great world of reincarnation. It is quite dangerous there. If you are not in a hurry, I will put these emperors first. Brother Long Yi, do business first, am not in a hurry. Shang Wei smiled slightly. Long Yi grinned, and secretly sighed that the ultimate emperor was different. Looking at the rabble crowd below, what is the use of this group of emperors? It is not as good as the emperor born in the Temple of Qixin. There are many emperors born in the Qixin Temple. There are hundreds of his bloodthirsty continents alone, and there are many other big worlds. It is just that the Qixin set the rules and inheritors to choose from the outside world. But he really didn't see the good thing about the outside emperor. Could it be for the ultimate emperor? The odds are too small. Long Yi shook his head, no longer thinking about it. His figure sank and fell into the vortex of fighting. Set. Dragon 1 lightly said a certain word, and the turbulent battlefield directly stopped. Even the Fifth Order Emperor couldn't move. The Eternal Tower of Infinite might also quietly stopped in the void. The aura was suppressed to the extreme. What's going on? The strong inside the Ion Tower was at a loss, unable to move his body. Look, it's the messenger from the Temple of Qixin. The sharp-eyed Qishui Walker shouted. Everyone looked around. The goal was achieved, and the messenger was forced out, but the strength of this messenger was a bit unbelievable. They can still bear the methods of the Fifth Order Emperor strong, but now this my envoy has suppressed them and the Fifth Order Emperor as soon as he took action, and even suppressed the positive film void, making them unable to move. Master God. The Fifth Order native emperor bowed his head respectfully. In the bloodthirsty continent, Long Yi is a god, and no one can defy him. Long Yi's face was cold at this time, and his attitude toward Shang was different from the previous one. He didn't even move his hands. Just a move in his heart released the numerous indigenous emperors suppressed in the Ion Tower. This is the power of the Sixth Order top emperor. Even the eternal treasure cannot defy his ideas. You all go back first. Long glanced at the crowd and said coldly. Many aboriginal emperors didn't dare to say anything. They still wanted to complain in front of the Lord. Yes. Everyone retreated, including the Fifth Order Emperor. A dispute ended in this way, and Long Yi personally mediated from it. Long Yi didn't bother to talk nonsense with these emperors of the primitive universe, and directly moved them to the primordial realm. If these emperors were recruited by the Divine Hall in the future, they would also enter his command. Now is not the time to clean them up. There is an opportunity hidden here, enough for you to comprehend here. The dragon paused for a while, and then said, by the way, this is the trial world of your primordial universe, Dian Immortal. It's not like a bloodthirsty continent. Don't be presumptuous here, or you will fall. Everyone had just fallen into shape. They were all taken aback when they heard Long Yi's words, and then felt the weight of the last sentence. This was not a threat to them, but a piece of advice. As for the trial of Dian Immortal, although they were a little curious, they didn't care too much. Since there is a heritage here, and it can benefit everyone, that's enough. Thank you, messenger. Qishui Xingzhe looked respectful and bowed slightly. The rest of the people reacted and bowed together to thank you. After all, they have just seen the strength of this messenger. Those Fourth Order Peak Emperors are very clear that the strength of this messenger is definitely more than the existence of the Fifth Order Emperor, and the Peak Powerhouse is much stronger than all the powerhouses in the original universe combined. This kind of character, even in the long river of time and space, is extremely rare, and now they can see it, and they dare to run wild on his chassis. If he died 100 times in the outside world, fortunately, this is the temple of the gods. Okay, let's practice here. The specific arrangements are waiting for me to inform. Long waved his hand, and then threw a token. The top of it shows the rank of Dian Immortals on all primitive stars. This is a primitive the overall ranking of Jediancian. The ranking above is divided into two colors. One is green and the other is gray. Green means being alive, and gray means having fallen. At first, everyone didn't pay attention to even if you explored in the secret realm of the primitive universe, there is still the risk of falling, and there will be battles within the big world. For example, in the ancient era of Desiyu, the Big Death, the corpse of Yinxian can form a continent. At first, everyone didn't care too much. After the ranking on the token was completely unfolded, they were stunned. The gray names in the entire ranking are 10 times the previous green names. This representative, the Dian Immortal who entered the Qishan Temple, has fallen 90%, and now only 10% is left. My envoy, are you sure that the gray names are all the fallen Dian Immortals? Someone asked incredulously. Long Yi nodded slightly, and said in a cold voice, yes, it has fallen. So you have to cherish the moment. The battle of Dian Immortal is much more cruel than you. He was right. Dian Immortal has been fighting for less than 10 years now, but the Temple of Forbidding God hasn't given anything in these 10 years, which has reduced these Dian Immortals by 90%. These emperors did nothing, stirred up the situation in the bloodthirsty continent and acted arbitrarily, and they got a heritage of great opportunity in the long river of time and space. You are here to practice well. Just after Long Yi's words fell, the figure disappeared into the void, leaving everyone behind. However, just after he disappeared, the void outside was a meal. 2 Fifth Order Emperors appeared above, glanced at the people below, and gradually disappeared in the void. These two are the messengers of the Azure Dragon Palace, responsible for guarding these emperors, which is what Long Yi promised. Long Yi returned to the bloodthirsty continent at this time and walked towards the merchant who was waiting for him. Business opportunities are even greater, but these have nothing to do with others. Well, why is the ranking so low? A fourth-order emperor looked at the ranking list in confusion. https:// 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 52:11. He is the father of God Emperor Molong, the top emperor of Tier 4, and his strength is very powerful. Now that he saw his son at the bottom, he felt very uncomfortable, especially now that all the emperors were present. The many emperors who hadn't cared about this ranking in the first place quickly began to compare them. Brother Imo, I heard that many of your treasures were given to your precious son. Why didn't I find him on this list? Haha, my disciple ranks pretty well. His original star ranks in the top 3, and the total rank is also in the top 100. Let's get busy. Some people are happy, others are sad. The father of God Emperor Molong and the Tao ancestor of the Great Dream Realm both had dark faces. One is that his son is at the bottom of the ranking, and the other is that his disciples and grandchildren are almost destroyed. Everyone only paid a little attention to the ranking, and soon fell into the foot of this majestic mountain. Main Mountain, as the name suggests, a magic sound surrounds the mountain. This magic sound can make the emperors resist a little bit and eat their willpower all the time. This is the so-called chance? Look up. Everyone looked up, and a magnificent original avenue was erected on the top of the magic mountain, exuding a powerful atmosphere. The power of this origin is too strong. It can be comparable to the origin of our primitive universe, and such a powerful origin has been abandoned on this mountain. A top emperor couldn't help feeling. The origin of the primitive universe has been swallowed by the taboo demon lord. Now the remaining origin is incomplete, and the origin avenue on the demon mountain is incomplete, but even if it is incomplete, it is a universe origin avenue, and it is in such a small place. We must know that the origin of the original universe is so large that it covers the entire universe. Unconsciously, everyone started to move into the magic mountain. At the moment they stepped into the demon mountain, an existence whose hands and feet were bound by iron chains suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of scarlet eyes exuded evil aura. If Jian Wushuang saw it, he would be absolutely shocked. That aura is very similar to the evil aura on Jian Wushuang's body, but the aura exuded by this existence is not complete. Just like that incomplete source, it's all incomplete. Jia. It's a delicious cultivator. His eyes turned, and the evil aura on his body boiled the moment he smelled it. The puppet of the Vermilion Bird Palace actually sent the practitioners to the Magic Mountain? He is a little puzzled. Having been suppressed in Demon Mountain, we don't know how many reincarnations are. The body collapsed back then, and the last swallowed essence fell into the Temple of Qishan, and the consciousness he had just formed was suppressed in Demon Mountain. He hadn't smelled the cultivator's breath since the ancient times. In the entire Temple of Qishan, apart from the old bacon who guarded the spirit, there were only a group of puppets and indigenous practitioners. Although he has been suppressed, he also knows that the native practitioners of the Temple of Qishan rarely cross boundaries, let alone come to the Magic Mountain. Could it be? The eyes of this existence shrank, and deep in his memory, there was a fragment of memory that came from the body of the year. He also knows 1 or 2 secrets of the Qishan Temple, just to screen the inheritors, but after so many reincarnation epochs, he has never seen the inheritors appear. Could it be that the cultivator breath he just smelled is the Qishan Temple the inheritor? However, the number of smells is very large. At least there are tens of thousands of powerful gods. Such a group of gods suddenly appeared in the Demon Mountain, and they must have attempted. Although he was tied to the top of the mountain, the evil aura of his body could condense an avatar, but his avatar could reach the mountainside at most, and then it would collapse. Delicious cultivators, I hope you can enter the mountainside. The evil existence closed its eyes, but there were hundreds of hideous clones appearing outside the body. These clones all have the battle power of the 5th Order Emperor on the top of the mountain, but the farther they leave the body, the weaker their strength, and their combat power is entirely based on the swallowing origin of the body. Although they are the 5th Order combat power, but there is still a gap between the 5th Order Emperor, and it can only be regarded as the threshold of the 5th Order Emperor. The origin alone is comparable to the fifth-order emperor, but the fifth-order emperor is not only powerful in the origin. Their divine bodies, treasures, secrets, and unique skills can all stack up combat power. Some ordinary fifth-order emperors have a top eternal arcana. Combat power can be doubled and directly become the pinnacle fifth-order emperor. However, there is only one eternal treasure under the tens of thousands of emperors under the mountain, and he is also a fourth-order emperor. When these clones reach the mountainside, they can only maintain the strength of the Tier 4 peak, but they are almost enough to deal with these emperors. It is a pity that the strength of these emperors disappointed this evil existence, and there are probably not many who can reach the mountainside. At the foot of the magic mountain, the Ion has been put away, and the Wind and Rain Demon Lord and several other peak emperors revealed their true bodies, walking the creeping path at the foot of the Demon Mountain. The ones who walked in the forefront were naturally those peak powers, followed by the fourth-order tops such as Jin Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha. It's amazing every step I take. I feel that I have practiced for hundreds of millions of years. The immeasurable Buddha in the middle of the team endured the joy in his heart. Since they stepped into the magic mountain, the people in front have stopped talking and walked quietly on the small road. Although the third-order emperor in the middle walked very hard, he still clenched his teeth and persisted. The swallowing power invaded their origin, but also in his powerful will. Every time they took a step, their origin would be compressed by 1 point. This compression made them very painful and could return to them. This kind of clear and bright perception has increased their perception of Tao more than 10,000 times. One after another aura flashed through their minds, making them feel more deeply about their own way. Lu Crow, who followed closely at the end of the fourth-order emperor, had an extremely broad heart at this time. Since being suppressed by the Ion, he secretly made a deal with Fengyu Demon Lord and followed Jin Wuyang's footsteps to the Ion. After entering the Temple of Qixin, he was naturally released. Since he really stepped inside, he understood how stupid it was to practice in that outer temple. The outer hall where they are located is mixed with countless broken origins. The strongest is probably the sixth-order emperor, but it is even more difficult for the broken Tao to become a sixth-order emperor than to become the Lord of the universe. The real overflow of that main hall is to cultivate more emperors and Dayan immortals who want to become the pinnacle powerhouses in the universe, or these treasures in the inner hall. For example, the magic mountain in front of you. Other emperors may not be able to feel it, but he has practiced the devouring Tao, and he can see that the origin of the Tao at the top of the mountain is the devouring origin. It's just that this source is much stronger than that of the sub-temple. This Mayan mountain is simply a dojo for practicing the way of swallowing. Chapter 52:12. It's a pity that he has abandoned the way of devouring and converted to the way of desolation. Moreover, he also controlled the Tao of the great wilderness. Now he can't change the origin at all. He can only walk to the dark one by one. However, he believes that since there is a holy land in the Temple of Qixin that is specially suitable for cultivating the way of swallowing, then there must be a way of practicing desolation holy land. If his thoughts let the true spirit know, he might vomit blood. The magic mountain is tens of thousands of miles high, but this road up the mountain can be seen at a glance, and the distance is only 10,000 battles long. Shrinking the ground into an inch, this kind of supernatural power is very common in the Temple of Qixin, but in their eyes it is a great supernatural power. The distance between the foot of the mountain and the top of the mountain is 10,000 battles, and the distance of the mountainside is 5,000 battles. But now, there are already thousands of Tier 1 emperors who have stopped their bodies. They only walked a distance of about 100 zhang before they could not walk anymore. They could only stay cross-legged and stay in the distance to practice. Although it is only 100 battles away, it is much stronger in cultivation than the outside world, and there is also the origin of the mountain top to be understood. This kind of holy land, the primitive universe does not have it. Even if there is such a place in Hanoi in the long time and space, it will not be possible. These first-tier emperors are practicing here. Although their way has come to an end, but with the blessings of this place, it is not impossible to break and then stand. Taking another step on the original path is a new realm, elevating the 5-rank Tao to the 4th rank level. Although the process is as difficult as He Tao, No one has ever improved in the primitive universe outside, but here not necessarily. Although the Second Order Emperor has gone a lot farther than them, it is still very difficult to improve. The distance of the first 500 battles blocked thousands of emperors. Among the emperors of the primitive universe, half were First Order and Second Order emperors, and half were emperors from Third to Fourth Order. As for the Fifth Order emperors, there have been hundreds of them since ancient times. However, most of them are roaming in the long time and space of Hanoi outside the territory, and there are many Fifth Order emperors who were only Fourth Order emperors when they went out, and they have never returned to break through to become Fifth Order emperors. There are still 10 Fifth Order emperors in the original universe, and they have either established their own power or left a certain inheritance. Will return from time to time. The other Fifth Order emperors never go back, never come back. This time the Temple of Chishan was born. I am afraid that they will all return. The Emperor and the strong can observe their hometown world through their origins. Every monarch and powerful person in the original universe has a great connection with the original source, and they can clearly feel the major events in the original universe. This time the Temple of Chishan was born. Even if no one notified them, they could still feel the great opportunity of the primitive universe. But it would take millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years to come back. The daylilies will be cold by then. The emperors who have stepped into the Mayan mountain are desperately improving their strength, so they are still in the mood to take care of those Fifth Order emperors. Snapped. The immeasurable Buddha took one step and stayed for a long time, carefully comprehending. Every step made a steady increase in strength. Although every time I stepped out, my feelings became clearer, but after my own strength increased a little, it became more difficult to want to rise again. Already 1,000 feet. Wuliang Buddha raised his head and looked ahead. The Fourth Order emperors who were faster than him were the fastest walking powerhouse among the Third Order emperors. The current Third Order emperor has all gone through 500 battles. He is the first powerhouse among the Third Order emperors to take 1,000 battles. The hundreds of powerhouses in front of him are all Fourth Order emperors. Now on this road, the fastest walkers are Fingius several peak Fourth Order emperors. They have already walked a distance of 3,000 battles, and then they step back. Every time they were extremely slow. Those who had more than 2,000 battles were Zhen Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha, as well as the father of God Emperor Molong, and the Taoist ancestor of the Great Dream Realm. They counted people walking at about the same speed, and they had reached a distance of 2,500 battles. On the contrary, Chishui Traveler, as a special being, as the darling of the origin of the universe, walks extremely slowly, having just reached a distance of 2,000 battles, side by side with most Tier 4 top emperors. Boundless Buddha's eyes were squinted, the corners of his mouth were smiling. He turned his head and looked down the mountain, then turned around and sat down cross-legged and began to practice. This scene made the other Tier 3 emperors stunned. Originally, they were surprised that the immeasurable Buddha was so strong and could follow the Tier 4 emperors, but now they have stopped, and it seems that they have reached their limit. They didn't know that immeasurable Buddha had reached the limit. Instead, they deliberately stopped and watched the people down the mountain, instead of enlightening, but stabilizing their minds. Immeasurable Buddha has already seen the beauty of Mayan Mountain. The biggest benefit here is not as simple as cultivation. Stabilizing the mind and tempering the will are second. Their greatest opportunity is to personally experience this magic mountain. Every step they take, they feel a strong pressure, and this pressure naturally comes from the magic mountain. The magic mountain gave them pressure, not to suppress their pace, but to penetrate their origins. He had a hunch that if he set foot on the top of the mountain, he would carry the entire magic mountain on his back. This is great freedom, great opportunity. Carrying up a mountain can be hundreds of millions of times more difficult than climbing a mountain. After the immeasurable Buddha has penetrated this point, he is not at all anxious. According to his calculations, the Third Order Emperor will be able to walk a distance of 3,000 battles when he is ascended to the extreme. Now, according to his state of mind and origin, he can do it, but for him, this is not enough. He wants to carry this magic sound mountain on his back. If this idea is to let the true spirit know, maybe you have to open another back door to bring this talent into the Temple of Chishan in advance. Call. Old bald donkey, why are you following me all the time? Jin Wuyang let out a foul breath, looked back at Tongtian Buddha, annoyed in his heart. This guy has slipped behind him since he got on the Mayin mountain, has a step slower, and has kept the distance of a battle from him, never surpassing or falling. Good. True martial artist, you and I are adjacent to each other, so naturally we should get closer. Tongtian Buddha's skin smiled and squinted his eyes, his voice soft, which made him feel sick. But Jin Wuyang had seen his methods, and obviously didn't take it. This old bald donkey is a master who eats people and does not spit out bones. If you really want to believe his words, you won't know how to die in the end. Looking back at the 6 crows, this is the end of the cooperation with Tongtian Buddha. If he hadn't said a few good things in the wind and rain, the current 6 crows are really suppressed under the Ion. Lu Crow and Dao Gong, who had the upper hand in the Great Wilderness, only survive now. Don't forget, you and I are in different forces. Are you not afraid that Qi Shui will trouble you? Jin Wuyang sneered. Tongtian Buddha didn't care. He followed Jin Wuyang's footsteps, took another step, and said calmly, I don't know the leader of Qi Shui very well. You and I have been neighbors for hundreds of millions of years. Chapter 52:13. Qi Shui Walker, who has been at the bottom of the 4th Order Emperor, always feels that there is a thorn in his heart, which makes him very uncomfortable. Now even the ordinary 4th Order Emperors have surpassed him a lot, which made him even more anxious. Obviously he is the darling of the origin of the universe, but now he has fallen so much. Although the Emperor who succeeded in other special life harmony is not as strong as him, he is not too slow to walk. This made him very irritable. The opportunity was right in front of me, and as a result I couldn't live up to it. Damn it, this source of origin actually repels me. Qi Shui cursed secretly after clearing the cause. Not that he didn't work hard, but that the source of origin repelled him from the very beginning. What exactly is going on? Qi Shui wondered why he only rejected him. If he rejected the special beings, then the other special beings couldn't go so fast. The special life among the 3rd Order Emperors is now second only to the immeasurable Buddha and has gone through 900 battles. If converted into strength, it is also a few ranks among the 4th Order Emperors, why he fell at the end of the 4th Order Emperors. He is a 4th Order Emperor of 10,000 times divine body. Even if he rejects this origin, he shouldn't go so slow. Qi Shui, who didn't know the reason, let out a long sigh and could only stop, and it would be too reluctant to go further, so just accept it when you see it right. Although he could still walk a few more steps while gritting his teeth, the more he went back, the harder he was. While resisting the repulsive force, the training effect was not as good as here. Except for Qi Shui Walker and some weak emperors, the entire team was constantly walking forward. Even some 2nd Order Emperors practiced for a while, stood up, and had to break the distance of 500 battles, which made Qi Shui even more uncomfortable. You can only close your eyes and comprehend that road. The deeper the enlightenment, the farther they will go, and the way they walk now is only a temporary one. They didn't know that hundreds of phantoms of Tier 4 emperors had gathered on the mountainside, and they were looking forward to these delicious foods eagerly. At the same time, Dayan Immortal in the primitive world has entered a bottleneck period. The weak and small Dayan Immortals hid in the mountains one after another, and they, who had accepted their fate, would no longer waste their lives to fight for the top 10,000 spots. Today, only tens of thousands of Dayan Immortals are left in the fight. Although the primordial star is not too large, it takes a year to make a circle in diameter. Of course, this is only the speed of the ordinary 9th revolution. If it is the peak power of the 9th revolution, it only takes 1 month to make a circle, and even in desperate circumstances, it can run a circle around the original star in 1 day. But normal patrol hunting, no one would do that. Especially at this time, many strong people on the primordial stars are beginning to retreat, because it is difficult to see Dayan Immortal on the mountains or on the mainland, and the ranking has been completely solidified. When the Qishan Temple assigns personnel, there is still light calculation, and all the 9th turn consummated strong will not be assigned to a primitive star. If they are assigned together, the screening quality of other primitive stars will be reduced. Under Zhu Yi's control, there were only 2 half-step emperors on the strongest primordial star. This was to put a little pressure on the other half-step emperor and let them compete for the first place. On the weak primordial star, there is not even half-step emperor. For example, the primordial star where Jian Wushuang is, there is only Wu Dao King, and there is no half-step emperor. According to the ranking of the Cosmic Gods and Demons list, the top 200 Dayan Immortals of the Earth list are half-step emperors, and the 800 Dayan Immortals of the first 1,000 to 200 are all Taoist powerful. This screening is not only for the first 1,000, but also the need for those originally weak Dayan Immortals to gradually break through in this purgatory. Even if they don't have the strength of the Taoist monarch, they will eventually be selected by the Qixin Temple. This is why the Temple of Qixin will set up special rewards for fighting over tiers. What the Qixin Temple wants is not the strongest, but the great master with potential and willpower. Only those who can achieve the combination of these two are regarded as cosmic arrogances. The so-called strongest is nothing more than a half-step emperor, but if you can half-step the emperor, take another step to be comparable to the emperor, then you will also be favored by Qixin Temple and become one of the candidates. However, this threshold is too difficult. Among the 180 primordial stars, few have this potential. Among the 36 primordial stars in the Eastern Territory, the one that was established as the number 1 seed was only capable of suppressing a half-step emperor and could not match the emperor. The Dayan Immortal who can rival the emperor is truly invincible and can fight against the first-order emperor, and there is no enemy under the emperor. This number 1 seed was only temporarily set up by Zhu Yi. This is the first round of trials. Many potential Dayan Immortals have not yet grown up. Just like the Huiqing, true spirit of the original star of Jiaju, was optimistic about him, believing that the Dayan Immortal would have great achievements in the future and even hesitate to change the rules and give a pass to him. This transmission of inheritance caused another turmoil in the original star of Jiaju, which was still active in an instant. A 9 primordial star feathered the continent. All the powerhouses on the entire continent have gathered outside the barrier where Huiqing is. The 5 avenues are here, is followed by the first arrogant of the Ji family, Ji Chaoyang, and he is also the only one who can rival the Prince of Dao. His strength is extremely strong and his background is also very strong. He travels the entire Eclosion continent by himself, hunting everywhere. The 7th-ranked demon monk, Huiqing, is now in the barrier, and the rest of the top 10 powerhouses are all watching outside, waiting quietly. The many powerhouses ranked behind Huiqing are still convinced, but the 6 people ranked in front of Huiqing, but every one of them, they hate their teeth, and they can't wait to enter the enchantment again and cut Huiqing and accept it by themselves. Inherited. Unfortunately, I can't do it. I can only watch Huiqing's breath rise step by step. At this time, the emerging continent, unprecedented unity, were waiting outside the barrier. No one did it, and no one dared to do it. The 5 great masters were all waiting here, and they didn't dare to make any trouble. Huiqing's situation in the enchantment at this time is not as good as those outsiders imagined. On the contrary, his current situation is very bad, and even one mistake will kill Huangquan. This inheritance was bestowed by the true spirit himself, and the preciousness is very precious, but the degree of danger to accept this inheritance is also terrifying. Observing others at this moment, not only the Dayan Immortals from the outside world, but also Zhu Yi and Jinling are watching this inheritance grafting at the same time. The order Zhu Yi accepted was that as long as Huiqing finished accepting the inheritance, the first stage of the primordial star trial would be opened and the inheritance hall would be opened. But now it seems that it is very difficult for Huiqing to accept this complete inheritance, and there is even a crisis of fall. From the appearance alone, she couldn't recognize where this inheritance came from, but looking at the aura contained in it, she could be sure that this was a very powerful Kinoism in ancient times, and she really couldn't tell which aspect it was. Chapter 52:14. The true spirit was watching in the sea of origin, pinching the fleshy beard at the corner of his mouth with one hand, and squinting his small eyes. His face was full of joy. Since he had an independent will, he has had a bad habit, that is, earning money. There are many fixed treasures in the Temple of Qixin, such as the special area like Demon Mountain. There were a lot of scattered treasures on the Demon Mountain back then, but not only was it suppressed a ray of origin, but the treasures above were all put into its own treasure house by the real spirit. In the Temple of Chishan, there are countless worlds and countless treasure houses. Although most of them are fixed, there are still many scattered treasures and inheritances, all hidden in their own treasure houses by the true spirit. He kneaded his beard, raised the corner of his eye, and a token appeared in his hand. How about it? How many ultimate Dayan immortals have been stunned this time? True Spirit asked without leaving the sky with his eyes fixed on the sky. On the token, an illusory image appeared, and it was one of the spirit guards. My lord, the ultimate Dayan immortal in the 16 nearby universes has already been stunned, barely enough to make up 1,000 people. The spirit guard replied with a bow. Yes, Jinling said lightly, but when he thought of something, and then said, yes, isn't that stuff also here? Why didn't I see him? The words of the true spirit made the watcher a little confused. If he didn't understand what the true spirit said, he couldn't ask questions, so he could only stare. Just the little thing that survived by fluke. What is it called? He was removed a few days ago, and I almost forgot him. Jinling rubbed his temples, feeling exhausted. Is your highness Wuzhua? The guardian asked with some uncertainty. Yes, it's this little thing. Didn't I say that? Let him also enter the Temple of Chishan and follow the group of emperors to get some benefits, so as not to say that I have forgotten my roots, and the old master's bones are not cold. He will remove the only surviving disciple. Jinling said so, but in his heart he really didn't regard the other person as a person. Opening his mouth is just a small thing. The guardian probably understood what he meant, and quickly said, Master True Spirit, I think Wuzhua is extremely disrespectful to the adults. If he didn't beheaded, he was giving the old master's face. How could he let such a villain again enter the Temple of Qi? When Jinling saw what he said about the spitting star flying up, his face changed suddenly, and he said slightly angrily, no matter what, he is the master's disciple. Even if he is delisted, he can't be treated differently. You'd better let him come in quickly. I think the development of the 4 secret realms has not been very smooth recently. These ancient relics dared to rebel, and it happened that Wuzhua went there to open up Wasteland. The trial of the primitive world did not take long, and the trial of the 4 secret realms in the primitive world ended. The construction must be completed before, at least to open up the cultivation area of Dayan Immortal. Jinling glanced at the bottom of the Sea of Origin. There was the inside of the Temple of Chishan, and it was also the largest world outside of the origin of the sea. This is the world of the gods built by the gods himself. After so many reincarnation epics, a lot of indigenous powerhouses have appeared in the 4 great secret realms. The White Tiger Palace is now somewhat unguarded, and it has become extremely difficult to open up Wasteland. But the strength of His Royal Highness Wuzhua. The Spirit Watcher was interrupted by the True Spirit before he finished speaking. The 3rd child. You have to remember that even if Wuzhua was expelled, he was once a named disciple of the Great of Misgivings. Don't take it lightly. Let him enter the 4 secret realms. Open up Wasteland. Go now. This is an order. Do you understand?
Yes.
The keeper did not dare to say any more, and quickly nodded. He could see that this true spirit had to kill this Wuzhua. Back then, Wuzhua just fiddled with the old man's beard. Now he has regained power, not only in addition to Wuzhuo's name, but also for him. To death. Where are the 4 secret realms? There is the core of the Temple of Chishan. Although the Chishan Temple has been operating internally from ancient times to the present, there are puppets from the 4 main halls suppressing various realms. The Suzaku Palace sits in the primordial realm, and the primordial stars that test Dayan Immortal are just a small place. The real primordial realm is very huge, much larger than the bloodthirsty continent, and it is dedicated to suppressing some innate gods left over from ancient times. Demon and some evil avenues turned into ideologies. The Xuanwu Hall has the most puppets and can independently develop puppet techniques. It sits in 108 outer worlds, and all the sub-temples are under the management of Xuanwu Hall. The Chishan temple that entered the Dasiyu area was the Xuanwu temple left there, and those who entered were also allowed by the Xuanwu temple. Even the opening of the Chishan temple had a huge connection with the Xuanwu temple, and the power of the deadly resurrection awakened the sleeping true spirit. The entire temple of Qishan was also like a true spirit, awakened from ancient times, directly opening the highest trial. It is a pity that too many years have passed, and the control of the four halls has been weakened a lot. It also controls the metabolism of Xuanwu Temple and controls several big worlds. Like the Qinglong Temple, it can only shrink in the bloodthirsty continent. The top combat power is too small. It can control many big worlds, but those worlds will also give birth to the puppets of the powerful four halls. The strongest is only the Palace Master with Tier 6 combat power, and the remaining 6 are Tier 5 combat power. Just a few people simply can't control too much of the world. The Xuanwu Temple is different from the White Tiger Temple. The former creates a large number of puppets to manage the big world for them. Those puppets are very powerful, and even they can create puppets with Fourth-Order Emperor fighting power. With these puppets suppressing a large world, the development of Xuanwu Temple is very strong, and it is several times stronger than Qinglong Vermilion Bird Temple. However, the Vermilion Bird Palace has guarded the primitive world since ancient times, and has never been out. If it were not for this highest trial, their manpower would be enough. On the contrary, the Qinglong Temple is the most unlucky. He has always advocated the integration of all the worlds in the Qishan Temple. In the end, he was beaten and hid in the bloodthirsty continent and did not dare to come out. If it weren't for the indigenous emperors of other great worlds who couldn't cross the chaotic air currents between the worlds, the entire Qishan Temple would have long been messed up. Although the White Tiger Palace of the latter is very powerful, it has collected many indigenous powerhouses, but they are guarding the four secret realms, the four worlds at the core of the Qishan Temple: heaven, earth, man, and God. These four secret realms are the four major worlds covered by the Qishan origin. Each secret realm is very broad. Although not as big as the bloodthirsty continent, there are many powerful people that can be born, especially in the secret realm of the heavenly chaotic secret realm. Even the Sixth Order emperors have been born. Fortunately, the master of the White Tiger Palace is ruthless. The strong conquer their own use, and the weak will directly kill them. This can stabilize the situation. But that's it. The four secret realms often riot. The secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods is a world where the gods sit and turn, where there are 13 guardians of them, and no one dares to guard the Tomb of the Gods. Moreover, most of the special lives born in the secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods are very rare. Chapter 52:15. However, there is no chaotic air current between the four great secret realms. The four big worlds are connected. In recent years, there have been many strong people who entered the Tomb of the Gods from the other three secret realms. Fortunately, their 13 spirit guards have the top strength of the Sixth Order. Those people can be suppressed at any time. In order to start the trial, the true spirit immediately called out 8 guardians, and immediately reduced the defensive power of the secret realm of the tomb to the lowest. They were born to guard the tomb of the deity, but the master once explained that everything must obey the true spirit. This makes them dare not defy. Okay, let's go. Don't worry about the tomb of the gods, everything is with me. The fleshy beard at the corner of Zenling's mouth fluttered, and the whole body was bathed in the sea of origin, very comfortable. The spirit watcher did not dare to defy on the surface, but his face was dark, and he sighed secretly. The master's bones are not cold, and the true spirit is the only one in the family, regardless of the master's body, only knowing that one person is floating in the sea of origin to enjoy. A ray of the origin of the universe can make thousands of emperors overflow. Here is the sea of origin. Even if a pig sleeps here as a whole, it can sleep as a Dian fairy. Just picking out a strand of origin can make the pig become the sea of origin of the emperor. Every time this old man comes, he hurriedly drove them away, and he couldn't wait any longer. The guardian is suffocated, and he has to say something nice. Yes, the adults are overworked and tired, so the subordinates won't bother. The figure of the spirit guard gradually disappeared in the token. Jinling squinted his eyes and kept observing Hui Qing in the sky, with a smile on his lips. It's a little too close. You have to work hard, little guy. There are no more than 10 practitioners in the entire primitive universe, which is such a privilege. If Jin Wushuang knew that the old man was the one who disliked him the most in the primitive universe, he would probably have to stand up. In the sky, Huiqing sweated, sliding down the smooth forehead. He doesn't know how long it has passed. The golden breath has been surrounding him, but no matter how he does it, he can't subdue it. He was in control of this unique inheritance, but he just couldn't control that breath. Reincarnation. Huiqing murmured, this inheritance is reincarnation. He doesn't even know how many reincarnations he has, but he just couldn't succeed. What is the real reincarnation? Now his divine body has been transformed into a reincarnation divine body according to the inheritance of the jerk. The original 100-fold divine body has now increased to 10,000 times the level, but still can't bear that breath. 10,000 times divine body. The peak of special life is only 10,000 times divine body. Today, only Chishui Walker is the existence of 10,000 times divine body among the emperors. There are also several special lives of 10,000 times divine body that have grown up and die an immortal. A Dayan immortal who is comparable to the ultimate way, has the strength of a half-step emperor. Huiqing was originally the ultimate way, and now because of the inheritance of reincarnation, the divine body has reached the 10,000-fold level. The two are combined, and he will grow up in the future, which will definitely exceed the special life of those 10,000-fold divine body, and far exceed the ultimate of the same level. Taoist practitioners will truly rival the emperor. This kind of strength and potential is also the reason that Jinling is optimistic. If you really pass this on to other people, they may not be able to bear it, and Huiqing alone can accept it. Because he is reincarnation, the inheritance of reincarnation is none other than him. There are many inheritances in the Temple of Qixin, but there are few suitable for these practitioners. It is not that the inheritance is not good, but the practitioners are not. Even if it is given to them, they can't accept it by hand-in-hand teaching. The inheritance that Huiqing has accepted now fits his origin incomparably, and it is extremely difficult, let alone other people. A ripple in the origin made Huiqing tremble all over. Haha, little guy, you can't stop me. You were born from a trace of my origin. Now you should welcome your body. With a move in Huiqing's heart, the memories that were suppressed deep in her heart finally merged together and turned into a red-robed man who touched Huiqing's appearance. There is a red mark on his eyebrows, a red robe is floating, and even his eyes are red. Huiqing's eyes suddenly opened. Since he couldn't suppress it and let that memory turn into an independent consciousness, it should have been liquidated, but now it is ahead of schedule. Then completely eliminate the whole scourge. At this time, Huiqing's inner world showed two selves. One is the red robe Huiqing whose memory turns into independent consciousness, and the other is the ontology of Huiqing's own consciousness. The two look at each other far away. Good. Huiqing sighed with a low eyebrow. Hongpao Huiqing snorted coldly. I am the secret of heaven, and the opportunities are unlimited. Huiqing knew that group of memories, and he also understood all of his previous lives, but he didn't think about it, and he didn't want to think about it. Give birth to this life, then completely cut off from the previous life. You are not a secret. Huiqing shook her head. A pair of clear eyes recalled the past, making his complexion greatly changed, and then angrily shouted, the secret of heaven is dead. He is dead? The celestial body has turned into hundreds of millions and dispersed with the celestial realm back then. You are just an evil thought and dare to claim a secret. Huiqing changed her long sigh and became extremely domineering. You. Hongpao Huiqing was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to know the secret. Before the great wilderness recovered, the memory in Huiqing's heart was him, and it was also because of him that Huiqing stepped into the Tao and reheld the Tao of Zen. In his opinion, Huiqing's consciousness and soul realm should have been a little guy who is not even Yinxian. How can he suddenly become so decisive now? And the more he sees Huiqing, the more he feels that the other party is the main body, which makes him very shocked. Huiqing is right. He is indeed not the subject of the secrets of heaven, and he is just a strand of consciousness transformed into the origin. It's just that his luck is not as good as Huiqing's. He was able to reincarnate successfully, and he awakened after reincarnation for all ages. Although there is a great opportunity in this, And his promotion, this is the luck that the emperor said. There are so many opportunities without luck. Little guy, it seems that you know a lot, but don't forget, you have the current strength because of me, so you will be swallowed up obediently. The red robe's voice was cold, and I didn't know how many rebirths. He recovered again. He will not give up, especially when Hui Qing was suppressed before. He knew that as Hui Qing's strength became stronger and stronger, the suppressing power would be greater, and it would be difficult for him to stand up again. But now Hui Qing accepts the inheritance. Is not suppressing him? Then this time will be his last chance. I said, I am not a secret. The secret is dead. Since you presumptuously claim the secret, then go to die too. Hui Qing's eyes were cold, and as soon as her voice fell, the two of them fought like heavens and humans. But their unmoving consciousness turned into swords and spears, and the fierce fighting was no weaker than the outside world. Chapter 52:16. You are me, I am you. The secret of heaven will also be the secret of heaven. Reincarnation cannot be changed for many lifetimes. Hongpao Hui Qing roared, although crazy, his will was gradually swallowed and has fallen into a disadvantage. Hui Qing didn't talk nonsense, sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, and the law bodies of this life suddenly appeared behind him. Hongpao Hui Qing claimed to be a heavenly secret. His Dharma body was the same as before. A Taoist priest with a high crown and bright eyes, carrying a mahogany sword on his back, has a majestic face with Chinese characters, and his facial features are sharp. Hui Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, not looking or willing to look. But at this time he had to face the past life when he was fighting. Destroy it to me. I am the ontology. Red Robe Hui Qing, Commander Tianji Taoist, drew out the mahogany sword and slashed towards Hui Qing. The figure behind Hui Qing's body, carrying the brown long stick, jumped up. The two laws of heaven and earth fought together in an instant, and the world of the heart was trembling. Hongpao Hui Qing gritted his teeth, desperately blessing the image of the heavenly Taoist. Tianji, you can remember the promises you once made. Hui Qing's face shouted loudly. This angry shout made the heavenly Jas Faxiang stunned for a while, but made the red robe Hui Qing, who had been issued, to stand up anxiously and hurriedly shouted, I am the main body. I am the main body. Go and devour him. Calm. Hongpao Hui Qing didn't listen to the facial features summoned by Hui Qing, which made him completely dumbfounded. His previous life's harmony of heaven's opportunity failed and fell, but at that time he was not sure about his harmony, and it was precisely that his death was suicide. Now that he has been reincarnated successfully, and the memories of his previous life have recovered, why not swallow Hui Qing and return to the top to join the Tao again? Hongpao Hui Qing was very puzzled. Why? What is it for? Hongpao Hui Qing roared. At this time, the heavenly Ji Faxiang above looked back at Hongpao Hui Qing. What was revealed in his eyes was no longer the harshness, but rather gentle. Promise. What surprised Hongpao Hui Qing even more was that Faxiang was able to speak. Hui Qing smiled faintly. Yes, the previous promise, the promise to the matchmaker. Do you still remember? Tianji Faxiang turned his head back and looked at Hui Qing's Faxiang again. His eyes became sharp again. I never forgot. Tianji replied heavily. Hui Qing nodded and finally sighed. When that memory turned into consciousness, he completely faced his past and present life, and the memory of heaven's mystery was completely integrated with him in this life. 30 million years of practice has made people understand the original mind. Even if the past lives are mixed with this life, he still distinguishes them clearly. The Tianji Taoist in the previous life was very powerful. He was a powerful man who rivaled the emperor with the body of a mortal, and was the strongest Dayan immortal in the Eastern Yin realm and even the countless worlds around him. At that time, he was amazing, talented, and passionate, and even defeated the First Order Emperor with his own hands. Dayan defeated the Emperor. This is like a legend in the primitive universe. The realm of Dayan and Emperor is like the division of heaven and earth. But such a shocking Dayan. But in the end, he was unsure and suddenly joined the Tao, which is tantamount to suicide. All this is a mystery. When he fell, the whole person didn't care even more. The origin collapsed directly, and he didn't want to survive. All this is because of his Taoist companion, Matchmaker. Huiqing also understood why she was reluctant to accept the memory and face the past life. It turns out that he has never changed anything, and he has never forgotten what he tried to forget. He has always been him. Matchmaker is the pain of Tianji's life. Both Huiqing and Tianji's facial features were red at this moment. Back in time and space, the heavens before countless epochs. Somewhere in the endless continent, there is a mundane dynasty, Yu Kingdom. Among the mountains in the territory of Vietnam, there is a very famous valley called the Valley of Huangsheng. There is still such a legend in the local area that as long as you worship the Buddha devoutly in the Valley of Death, you will recall memories of previous lives. Because of this legend, the temples in the valley keep burning incense for many years. In addition to believers who want to know the memories of previous lives, there are also many believers who keep their peace, pray for children, ask for money, eliminate disasters, and relieve difficulties. These people don't know that there is a Taoist temple on the mountain behind the temple, where the Taoist priests are the real gods, but because of that legend, no one pays attention to the dilapidated Taoist temple, only the temple in the valley. One autumn, there was a flood outside the mountain, which swallowed up the rush-harvested wheat fields and some small villages. More people came to the temple to worship Buddha, more than usual. The young Taoist priests in the Taoist temple on the top of the mountain do not understand that these people are almost out of food. So why should they spend money to worship Buddha? The old Taoist priest of the Taoist temple shook his head and said, "The secret of heaven must not be revealed." The little Taoist priest did not understand, and planned to go down the mountain to see the temple that made people dream of. So he lied to the mountain and asked for some rice. The old Taoist saw at a glance that the little Taoist was lying. But he didn't stop him. He just looked at the back of the little Taoist and shook his head repeatedly and sighed, "I still can't keep it. Commit evil." The little Taoist went all the way down the mountain. He was an orphan. He lived with the old Taoists on the mountain since he was a child. He was familiar with everything on the mountain, but he didn't know anything about the temple. Today, he wants to see what mystery is inside www. Novel. Calm will make so many worship. He descended the mountain along the intestinal path. His steps were light, and he was able to take a long battle at every step. His figure was very stable. If he was seen by others, he would be shocked. This is simply a light feat in martial arts. However, he and his master have walked this path so far. Outside the temple at this time, there were busy traffic. There were sedan chairs of the landlord's house, and the wooden horse and ox cart of ordinary tenants. They were all frowning before entering the temple, but after entering the temple they were happy and smiling, especially after going in and worshipping the Buddha. The way he walked out swept away the decadence of the past and replaced it with a face full of scenery. Appearance. After seeing this scene, the little Taoist became even more curious. However, he appeared at the entrance of the temple in the form of a Taoist priest, which caused many people to give pointers, and even whispered loudly that even Taoists would worship Buddha. The little Tao was impatient and wanted to argue, but when he thought of the purpose of coming this time, he ignored him and left the main entrance of the temple in a detour. He didn't want to be pointed by those people, so he planned to climb the wall and enter the temple to find out. Go and see this temple. What's so good about it? After bypassing the busy main entrance, he came to a remote wall and looked around. At this time, he was also frustrated, afraid of being seen. If the master saw him over the wall and enter the temple, he was afraid of the master. Was off. The courtyard wall at the front entrance is tall and stylish, but the side wall that no one can see is very dilapidated. It is just a wall surrounded by green bricks and green tiles. It is very dilapidated and not as good as a Taoist wall. The pilgrims think this is the compassion of the monks, leaving the best to the respected Buddha, but they themselves live in a dilapidated courtyard. Chapter 52:17. The little Taoist stepped back a few steps, then his steps were clean. His body was as light as a swallow. He jumped up. He was 7 or 8 feet tall, and he was ready to climb over the wall with a single touch. If the tiles above were not stable, his hand slipped, almost fell. Fortunately, he was good enough with his body style. and only one touch of the palm of his hand resolved the crisis, and he fell into the temple steadily. He fixed his eyes and scanned the surroundings, only to find that this was a vegetable garden, with a row of cucumbers planted in front of him. The cucumber vines were all framed by bamboo poles, standing high just to block his figure. The little Taoist breathed a sigh of relief. When he calmed down, he swallowed when he saw the fresh cucumbers slipping on the bamboo poles. He has not eaten any serious vegetables from the snacks of whole grains. There is also a vegetable garden in Taoist temple, but the whole white radish grown in it is also slightly sweet when eaten raw, but every time he eats it, his chest is hot and painful. Those white radishes will eventually be made into pickles and placed in a big pot in the kitchen. The big stick of dried radishes is what he and his master usually eat. It was the first time he saw a large green vegetable garden in front of him. The saliva from the corner of his mouth almost came out, and he unconsciously stretched his hand to a jade cucumber. But before his hand touched the cucumber, a small stone hit the back of his hand accurately. The little Taoist quickly put away the hand he had just stretched out. Regardless of the tingling on the back of his hand, he hurriedly glanced around, trying to find the person who hit him with the stone. "Hey, here I am." A naughty voice came from behind him. Looking up, a little girl in red linen sitting on the dilapidated wall was looking at him with a smile. That smile made the little Taoist stay in place and dare not move. "What do you look at? Look carefully at this girl who dug your double son." The little girl in red put a smile on her face, revealing a vicious look. The little Taoist was really frightened and sat down on the ground. Seeing the little Taoist who was startled by her, the girl in red couldn't hold her face anymore and smiled. She jumped off the wall and walked slowly to the little Taoist priest. When she pinched her waist and smiled, her eyes looked like a crescent moon. "What is your name?" "Li Yushan." One question and one answer make the two of them acquainted. From the young Taoist priest, Li Yushan learned that she was from the temple and that this vegetable garden belonged to her. After seeing him, the girl in red seemed to have something to say. It was originally to inquire about the secrets of the temple, but Li Yushan didn't know what to do. It seemed that he had forgotten his purpose and talked with the girl in red for a long time. This time meeting is like a destiny. Li Yushan didn't think that he should go until it got darker. He just wanted to leave. He always wanted to ask the other person what his name was, but after talking for so long, he still didn't dare to ask. Said it was a chat between the two, but the girl in red was actually talking about it. He nodded or said something about Taoism, but whenever he said about things, the girl in red would stare at her eyes, a pair of crescent-shaped eyes. The eyes turned into stars, very yearning. "Oh, it would be great if I was in your master's Taoist temple. I could go out to play every day. My father never let me leave this vegetable garden and forbid other people to play with me. I'm going to die of boredom." Looking at the sad girl in red, Li Yushan didn't know how to comfort him. After holding back for a long time, he finally said, "Then can I come and play with you in the future?" The red-clothed girl's eyes turned into crescent shapes again, nodded vigorously, and said excitedly, "Of course." Little Taoist Li Yushan lowered his head and blushed a little. When he left, the girl in red picked 2 cucumbers for him. "You and your master each have one. Remember to come and play with me." The girl gave Li Yushan 2 fresh cucumbers carelessly. This is a teenager. At this time, after seeing the cucumber, he swallowed again. The words he just wanted to say were swallowed back. Finally, he nodded and planned to ask again next time, but when he just turned his head and was about to leave, when the girl stopped him, "By the way, Li Yushan." The girl in red stopped the little Taoist and said dejectedly, "I don't have a name, but you can call me a matchmaker in the future." After speaking, he turned and left. Looking at the disappearing back, Li Yushan smiled. After returning to the Taoist temple, the little Taoist priest gave both cucumbers to the master. "Master!" The old Taoist stared at Li Yushan and shook his head. "I'm not hungry, take it out." Li Yushan smiled and took the cucumber and returned to his house. In the following days, he would go to the vegetable garden of the temple every few days to find a matchmaker. The two of them gradually became dissatisfied to chat and catch butterflies. From Li Yushan's mouth, she knew the prosperous town under the mountain, the beautiful scenery of the back mountain valley. She is very yearning for these places, but unfortunately she has never had the opportunity to go. Until one day, Li Yushan came up with a note. The snow was heavy, and the two built a snowman. And then the matchmaker put her coat on the snowman, stepped on the shoulder of the little Taoist, and stepped out of the courtyard wall. The two walked around the mountain road, walked the back mountain path, played all the way, saw the snow scene in the valley, and went down the mountain to the small town. Looking at the crystal-clear candy gourd, both of them swallowed their saliva. Seeing the matchmaker's greedy look, the little Taoist priest secretly vowed that he would make money to buy sugar-candied haws for the matchmaker in the future. After taking the matchmaker to see the new stuff on the market, the two of them were lucky enough to leave. Li Yushan remembered everything that the matchmaker was interested in. When he met the matchmaker, he moved Fan Xin. At this time, they went down the mountain together and became seductive. After sending the matchmaker back, Li Yushan stepped on the thick snow and returned to Taoist temple step by step. He lost his soul all the way, but he didn't notice many footprints in the snow. When he returned to the Taoist temple, he discovered that the originally dilapidated Taoist temple was now even more broken. The wooden door was smashed, the only square table in the yard was turned into two halves, and the only container in the kitchen containing dried radishes was also smashed. Not knowing why, the little Taoist rushed into the house and shouted, "Master!" Yushan. The old Taoist priests, full of bags on their foreheads, sitting cross-legged on the futon, stopped the young Taoist in a hurry. "Master, what's the matter with you?" Li Yushan hurriedly stepped forward to help the old Taoist priest who wanted to get up. "It's okay. You don't need to help me. You just need to tell me now, do you plan to stay here or follow me to leave here?" The old Taoist stared at the little Taoist, and the two were in a stalemate here. Li Yushan's eyes were avoiding, and his figure stepped back and lowered his head. For a while, he didn't know how to answer. He never thought that the master would take him away, nor did he want to leave here and leave the valley of death. Chapter 52:18. Looking at the hesitant Li Yushan, the old Taoist had an answer in his heart and smiled lightly. "It seems that our fate is here, and it's time for me to leave, but you remember, you are my third life disciple. Always will be." As soon as the voice fell, the old Taoist priest turned into a puff of blue smoke, floating out of the house, disappearing without a trace. Li Yushan was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect the master who raised him to grow up turned out to be a god. When the old Taoist left, a piece of jade pendant and a letter were left on the futon. Li Yushan held the letter in one hand and the jade pendant in the other. He stood by the threshold and looked outside the house. He couldn't calm down for a long time, until the sky was completely dim and he couldn't see the outside world. He went back to his room dejectedly. In the following days, he did not go to the matchmaker, because he learned from the mountain that his master was beaten away by the monk of the temple. Although he knew in his heart that his master was a god, he was not beaten away at all. It was just right. He was disappointed. Li Yushan was very sad. After the master was away, he could only cook firewood by himself every day, and sat on the threshold alone in a daze. When he was in a daze, he thought of the matchmaker's body world. The matchmaker's father was a fat monk from the temple, and her mother was a pilgrim. After giving birth to her, she committed suicide by throwing herself into a well. The first time he heard the matchmaker, he was not sad, but very envious of the matchmaker. At least he knew his life experience. Li Yushan has followed his master since he was a child, and is very unfamiliar with his parents. After staying alone on the mountain for a month, Li Yushan was a little uncomfortable, and wanted to go to the temple down the mountain to find a matchmaker. But I didn't expect the matchmaker to come to the mountain to find him this time. Meet the two. Be silent. The matchmaker lost the innocent smile on her face. She became very silent. Her face turned sallow, and there were strangle marks on her neck. When the little Taoist saw it, he was very sad, thinking that it was the matchmaker he was injuring, and hurriedly went to get the herbal medicine prepared by the master. "Li Yushan, I am going to marry," the matchmaker said with a trembling voice with tears in her eyes. The medicine box that was just taken out fell, and the little Taoist priest was a little confused. Just standing blankly like that when the master left, he still didn't know how to stay. After taking a look, The matchmaker wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, sucked her nose, and turned her small face aside, not to see the little Taoist priest. The last time he leaked a smile, he smiled with a mischievous voice. Then I'm leaving, and I remember to go to the mountain for a wedding wine on the 15th of next month. After saying this, the matchmaker turned and left. The little Taoist stood by the threshold again, trying to open his mouth, but his throat was like a stone in his throat, like a stone blocking his mouth. He couldn't open his mouth no matter what. Just standing there, the back of Ji Dao matchmaker disappeared from his field of vision. I don't know how many times I looked back, but I couldn't change the figure of the young man in blue shirt. I had imagined it countless times, but the reality never happened. 28 Fangling, it is the time for girls to bloom. The fat monk in Wangsheng Temple is planning a big deal. What? What do you do for food? The host of the Xiangxing Temple, the matchmaker's father, threw the Buddhist scriptures in his hands on the face of the visitor angrily. Several monks bowed their heads and dared not refute. In the lobby of the temple, a large Buddha is decorated extremely dignified. Although it is a mud figure, the eyes are decorated very kindly. Every pilgrim will feel refreshed when he sees the Buddha statue, as if bathing in the spring breeze. But at this time, the mud statue became extremely coercive, staring at the fat monk and several monk heads below. This statue of Buddha is the sitting position of the infinite Buddha. At that time, the immeasurable Buddha had just enlightened and was competing for the position of chief. In the monasteries of the mortal world, most of the temples of the two are enshrined. It is the immeasurable Buddha who worships in this Wangsheng Temple. In front of the immeasurable Buddha statue, the fat monk leaked an evil face. The money for the incense that Wang Yuanwei promised has been sent here. No matter what happens to the 15th wedding next month, there must be no change, okay? But 2,000 used to big money. How can there be so much? The fat monk frowned and snorted coldly. He couldn't manage that much, so after ordering to go down, he went to the backyard. Second brother, you can count it. You almost exhausted me this month. As soon as the voice fell, in the dark backyard, a person who looked exactly like the fat monk walked out. The fat monk who just came out of the front yard had a cold face. Old third. The two entered the dark backyard together, which formed a sharp contrast with the brightly lit front yard. Inside the Taoist temple on the mountain, it was dim both front and back. Inside the little Taoist's house, a dim yellow kerosene lamp wandered and restlessly, just like the little Taoist's mood now. Since the matchmaker left, the little Taoist priest can no longer hold his own mood. Putting on his coat again, wearing cloth shoes made of 1,000 needles and sharp blades, he came to the Taoist temple in front of the Tianzhongxiang, sat cross-legged on the futon, and recited the meditation mantra. But no matter how many times he meditated the meditation mantra, he couldn't calm his mind. Even in front of Tianzhongxiang, he had imagined that he was a monk so that he could enter Wangsheng Temple and see the matchmaker every day. Somewhat ignorant of him, also fantasizes about being a monk and marrying a wife. Snapped. Unconsciously, the little Taoist shed a tear. Falling on the blue stone slab made a clear sound, causing ripples in his heart. A month passed in a blink of an eye. Spring is coming and autumn is coming. On this day, the snow has melted and everything is born. The little Taoist woke up early, unintentionally ate dinner, sat quietly on the futon, looking outside the house, with his back leaning against the heavenly king. Painting the ground is a prison, but so. He hasn't taken a half step for a month. His heart is outside, but his body is trapped in this broken Taoist temple. Li Yushan didn't know why, and slowly got up and walked to the threshold, staring blankly at the sheep intestine path outside, where it leads directly to the Shengxi temple. 3 rods in the sun, he heard the sound of firecrackers faintly, and Li Yushan, who often went to the small town below the mountain, knew that the matchmaker would leave when the wedding party arrived, and it would be difficult to see each other again in his lifetime. Looking back on the various scenes in the past, Li Yushan's eyes were no longer dull, but tough. At this moment, he has a choice in his heart. As his master said, he has the answer already in his heart. This answer should have been told to the matchmaker a month ago. He regretted it, but fortunately, it is not too late. He is going to the Shengxi temple, looking for a matchmaker, and then telling her the promise in his heart. Li Yushan stepped out of the house and left the Taoist temple. He gradually moved faster down the road. He was afraid and regretted it. I was afraid I would never see the matchmaker again, regretting the indecision at that time. Li Yushan, who was running wildly, tore off his Taoist robe, just like the falling snow between the heavens and the earth, revealing the original appearance. In Wangsheng Temple, today is the day of rejoicing outside the king. Married to an orphan, and the host of Wangsheng Temple personally matched it. Chapter 52:19. Host Elder. It's hard work. Wang Yuanwei is a middle-aged man over half 100 years old. Because he has never done physical work, his body is graceful, and his skin is whiter than many girls. The two exchanged greetings and went to the backyard together, ready to pick up the bride. There was no one else beside him. Wang Yuanwei and the fat monk had leaked their original appearance. The presiding elder, "Can this little girl really break my natural disaster?" Wang Yuan asked in a low voice, shaking his huge body. "The king, please rest assured, as long as this woman marries into your royal family and becomes your concubine, you will definitely be relieved of your stubborn illness," said the fat monk righteously. "Well, I'm relieved with your words. I have already sent the incense money to the side room, and we have settled the two." When the fat monk heard this, his expression leaked out of joy, and he quickly said, "Good." Sending the king to the door of the backyard, the fat monk quickly walked to the side room of the front yard. The welcoming ceremony went smoothly. After the Wang Yuan settled the bride on the sedan chair, he went to a carriage in front of him. Li Yushan, who rushed to the outside of the temple, saw the welcoming team that had just started. This time he did not hesitate anymore and stood directly in front of the road, blocking the team going down the mountain. "Why don't you leave?" Wang Yuanwei opened the curtain beside him and looked at the servant next to him. "In return to the master, someone in front of you blocked the way. On the big day, there will be people who will block the way and ask for money. This is very familiar to the king outsiders. He has married a few concubines in the first half of his life, and he will meet every time. If he had thrown a lot of money before, he didn't care, but this time he spent a lot of money to marry a yellow-haired girl. Knock him away." The king looked warm and angry, but when he lowered the curtain, he realized that this was outside the temple door. He waved his hand helplessly and sighed, "Forget it. Reward him with a large amount of money, and let him get rid of me quickly." The domestic slave bent over, repeatedly saying yes. "Today is my grandfather's day of rejoicing now. Take this money and get out." The slave directly threw the money on the ground and said impatiently. Li Yushan shook his head tenaciously. "I don't want money." "No money?" The slave looked at him up and down and said with disdain, "Why? Don't need money. Want someone?" The other domestic slaves laughed loudly when they heard this, rolling their sleeves and wrists one by one, ready to insert the little guy in front of them at any time. "Yes, I want someone," Li Yushan replied lightly. When the servant heard this, the smile on his face slowly disappeared, and his face became cold. The other domestic slaves also gathered around. Li Yushan's words cannot be solved by a severe beating. 3 or 5 evil slaves, do it directly. Fortunately, Li Yushan is not a vegetarian, although he has never had a fight with anyone, but with the help of some moves the master gave him, 3 punches and 2 kicks knocked these people down. After lightly patted the footprints on his body, Li Yushan walked towards the sedan chair riding the bride. His eyes changed from tough to gentle, as if returning to that summer, the first time he saw the matchmaker in the vegetable garden. "Matchmaker," Li Yushan said silently. Several domestic servants who carried the sedan chair put down the sedan chair and backed one after another. Just now, all of them could see Li Yushan's skill clearly. Li Yushan walked slowly to the sedan chair, bent over and opened the curtain. When he saw the bride sitting in the sedan chair, his heart beat quickly. When everything was on his lips, he didn't know where to start. "Follow me." Li Yushan finally said the answer in his heart. The bride sitting in the sedan chair was taken aback and said with some doubts, "Is it here so soon?" After hearing these words, the little Taoist was stunned. This is not the voice of a matchmaker. He didn't quite believe it. He tore off the bride's red hijab, but saw a strange face. Ah! The bride screamed in surprise. Li Yushan grabbed the red hijab and backed away quickly. At this moment, his heart was surprised and happy. The member of the king who was struggling to get out of the carriage stared fiercely and shouted, "Boy, you dare to intercept me. Do you know who I am?" Li Yushan dropped his red hijab and waved his hand to apologize, but rushed into the temple with joy on his face. The confused member of the king was a little confused, and several servants walked up to him, bowing their heads, not daring to speak. Humph! Wang Yuanwei snorted coldly, "Go back first, and I will clean him up after today." Yes, yes. The welcoming team got up again and headed down the mountain, but Li Yushan went straight to the backyard of the temple, found the vegetable garden, and rushed to the place where the matchmaker lived. Matchmaker! Li Yushan shouted loudly. But I looked around and couldn't see the matchmaker. At this time, he thought about it. The matchmaker said that his father was a monk in the temple, and he didn't wait for him to go to those monks to inquire. Several monks had already blocked his way with sticks. Who was the father of the matchmaker? Li Yushan asked cautiously. He knew that the Taoist temple was smashed last time because he took the matchmaker down the mountain, and the matchmaker's father wanted them to meet. I am. The monk gave way, and a fat monk leaked his figure staring at Li Yushan with a grim expression. Where is the matchmaker? Married. Impossible. I saw that she is not a matchmaker. Li Yushan shook his head and said. The fat monk yelled firmly, she is the matchmaker. Kick him out of me. Several monks walked towards Li Yushan carrying long sticks with unkind eyes. These monk heads are not patriarchs, or they are not monk heads. The fat monks are not real monks at all. The fat monk who just wanted to turn around and leave didn't expect this little Taoist priest to be able to solve several monk heads in an instant. But looking at the scars on his body, the fat monk understood it and replaced it with an injury. Boy, before I get angry, you finally get out. Where is the matchmaker? Li Yushan had a premonition that was bad, and at this time he just wanted to see the matchmaker. She's dead. The fat monk said with a smile, are you satisfied with this answer? Li Yushan's pupils contracted, and he said in a panic, impossible. You don't believe it? The fat monk was also interested, looking at the infatuated little Taoist in front of him, and then said, I tell you the truth, she died a month ago, in the well behind you. This is impossible. Li Yushan hurriedly turned around and ran towards the well. At this time, the fat monk made a sudden move. Although he was fat, his movements were very agile and not weaker than Li Yushan. Li Yushan, who had just walked to the well, was kicked out of Su Yuan, but he didn't care about the pain. So he got up with difficulty until he saw that the well was as clear as before, and he didn't feel relieved. Boy, go and accompany her. The fat monk grabbed his neck and pressed towards the well. Chapter 52:20. At this moment, the little Taoist felt another breath. He fought hard to resist, broke free of the fat monk's arm, jumped up and hit the fat monk with a punch. He smashed the fat monk to the ground and rode back on top of the fat monk, carrying the fat monk's collar, and angrily asked, Where did you hide the matchmaker? Without waiting for the fat monk to answer, he only felt a dizziness in the back of his head and fell directly on the fat monk's chest. A cold voice came from behind. Hurry up, we have to leave overnight. Second brother, what do you do with this kid? The fat monk who got up from the ground leaked a smile. If others are shocked when they see Absolute, there are two people who look exactly the same in the world. The two fat monks look exactly the same, but their personalities are different. The second child is indifferent, while the third is like a smiling tiger, with a smile on his face. Tie it first and throw it in the side room. Hole, I can finally leave this ruined temple. I don't know when Li Yushan regained his consciousness, but vaguely he heard the conversation between the two fat monks. It turns out that these two Jiangyang thieves who were once from other places fled to this Wangxing temple to avoid being wanted by the government, killed the original presiding elder, and became a counterfeit monk. Now he has gotten a lot of money from Wang Yuanwei, and he is ready to run away with the money. Second brother, your trick is really ruthless. Huh, This king is not a good thing at first. If it wasn't for his elder brother to hold us, he wouldn't have to hide here for more than 10 years. Now his elder brother is dead and has lost his backing. He will have to finish playing sooner or later. And he was caught by my poisonous heart goo, and he won't live for a few days. Second brother, you misunderstood what I meant. I mean, it was a cruel trick for you to let that girl marry a member of the king. The fat monk smiled wickedly. If he knew the girl he promised him at the beginning, it was his wife who was born. My daughter, I guess she will go crazy. It's a pity. That girl has a weird temperament. After hanging up several times and being stopped, she said she went to see this kid and agreed at a glance, but she jumped into the well when she came back. The second child's eyes were cold. He recalled that 10 years ago, an infertile woman came to the temple to ask for a child, but was eventually ruined by their brothers. It turned out that she was actually pregnant, and the two couldn't bear to kill them when they saw it. But when the child was born, they realized that it was not the two of them. The two brothers strangled the woman in anger. This woman is the mother of the matchmaker and the original wife of the Wang Yuanwei. After the matchmaker was born, the two of them saw that they were girls, so they thought about raising them and selling them to the brothel, who wanted the Wang members to travel to the temple a few months ago and confessed his life experience. As soon as the two brothers combined, they decided on this poisonous trick. What a pity. That little girl jumped into the well and died. They had to get a woman from the brothel overnight from the field for money. This is also the reason why the two ran away in a hurry. It's all to blame for this stinky boy. He broke his plan, so just kill him. No, just leave him here. After a while, when the king outsider finds something wrong, he will come here to ask for trouble. Just leave this kid here to deal with the king outsider. He didn't even go to shoot and welcome his relatives today. The team? Then complete him. The indifferent monk said lightly, with such a vicious method, he didn't even squat his brow when he said it. Li Yushan trembled his lips, unable to move his body, but tears were left behind his eyes. Snapped. A drop of tears fell on the ground, and blood was dripping in his heart. This night, a fire broke out in the temple. On the second day, Wang Yuanwei went to Shengxi Temple to find trouble. After seeing the charcoal-burning temple and two unrecognizable corpses, he had no choice but to leave. And Li Yushan watched all this from a distance. His whole body was muddy, and there were several hideous scars on his face and body. Although the fire was extinguished, the monks in the temple were all dead, and no one was thinking about rebuilding the temple anymore. Even the sitting position of the immeasurable Buddha collapsed to the ground, and no one cared about it. Li Yushan turned and left, and went to the valley that the matchmaker liked very much. In this green valley, there is an extra tomb head with the word matchmaker crookedly engraved on the tombstone. That night, Li Yushan killed two fat monks who had lost all conscience, dug up the body of the matchmaker from the vegetable garden, and took her out of the temple where she had been imprisoned for her entire life. Sitting in front of the grave, the little Taoist looked confused, looking at the gloomy sky. His tears had already drained, and he didn't know how to face the future. Wow, Chun Yu said it would go down, as if to shed tears for Li Yushan. Hate in his heart. Hate the indecision once, and hurt the matchmaker. It would be great if he stepped out the threshold at that time and stopped the matchmaker who was leaving. The two stayed and flew. It was not that he hadn't thought about it, but at that moment he forgot to stand in front of the threshold and just couldn't take that step. Now there are two worlds inside and outside the door. Li Yushan remained motionless despite the rain hitting his cheeks. The rain washed away the mud and blood on his body, but it could not wash away the scars in his heart. When he left the valley and returned to Taoist temple, he suddenly remembered that his master is a god. In his eyes, gods are omnipotent, and he has also heard the legend of reviving from the dead. Thinking of this, he rushed into the room and turned out the letter left by the master and the jade pendant. He held the jade pendant in both hands and came to Tianjungxiang, banging his head 3 times. After punching in the letter, look at the line of words on the letter. Like Fanchen, take the jade pendant to the east, and I will see you again. At this moment, Li Yushan rekindled his confidence again. He carefully put the jade around his neck, and the moment the jade pendant was hung on his chest, the letter turned into dust and disappeared in his hand. A large group of information also poured into his mind. A brand new world appeared in front of him. He packed his bags and went to the matchmaker's grave to sit still for an hour. When he finally left, he leaked a smile and said with a smile, "I won't let you wait too long." After speaking, he resolutely left, walked out of the valley of death, and embarked on a path that belonged to him. It is a pity that he never fulfilled his promise in his life, and he still made her wait for too long, until the world collapsed and the universe evolved. According to what the master said, he walked east all the way, condensing chi, and became a cultivator along the way. I don't know how many years he has gone east, but he has never forgotten the way back. Finally, when he became immortal through the robbery, his master appeared. Sanzho Zhenren, who was once a great celestial immortal in the heavens, traveled frequently in the world, and has been able to find out his deeds to this day. He took Li Yushan, who became the queen of the immortals, to the heavens, became his personal disciple, and became the first Taoist of the Tianqing Palace. 100 years later, Li Yushan mastered the way of heaven and was titled Heavenly Secret. Chapter 52:21. Thousands of years have entered the Dian Immortal, and then follow the master Sanzho Zhenren to fight the ancient ruins, break out a great reputation, become the emperor, and hope to be the emperor in the future. The immeasurable Buddha who had been enlightened at that time noticed him, because the two had a subtle cause and effect. Heavenly Ji Daojun also visited the immeasurable Buddha and asked about the cycle of life and death through cause and effect. I learned from the immeasurable Buddha that only by becoming an emperor can we find mortal origin fragments from the origin of the heavens. Although mortals are weak, they still have their own origin fragments. Although they can only be regarded as natal fragments, they cannot reach the origin at all degree. But when there are enough mortals, they are still part of the origin of the world. After the heavenly mystery Dao Jun knew this, he became even crazier. In order to become the strongest emperor in He Dao, he insisted on elevating the Dao to the extreme and finally mastered the ultimate way. Afterwards, under the recommendation of the three-show real man, he worshipped Emperor Dongyan and became a direct disciple of Emperor Dongyan. He devoted himself to training only for the success of harmony. The ultimate emperor. Since ancient times, only one person has succeeded, but no matter how many secrets are, let alone only one person succeeds, even if no one has succeeded, he has to fight. Dong Yin saw the disciples' obsession and knew that it was the immeasurable Buddha who had made the wrong idea, but the scars in the disciple's heart could only be resolved by himself, and no one could help him. There is always hurt in the heart, and the state of mind is not perfect after all, and it is the ultimate way. The difficulty of harmony is already very great, and it is impossible for hundreds of millions of practitioners to succeed. Even if Tianji's genius was amazing for eternity, it ended up with a failure of harmony in the end and fell in front of Emperor Dongyan. Before he joined the road, he had been to the past life valley, where it was still the same. Under his protection, the valley was no different from 10,000 years ago, even the tombstone of the Red Year. He is still wearing a Taoist robe, but there is more wind and frost on his body. Looking at the tombstone, Dong Yin once persuaded him, forget it. But he didn't know how to forget, and he didn't dare to forget. This is the motivation for his desperate cultivation. If he forgets it, it would be better to stay in the Taoist temple and die alone. The day before he joined the road, he made a promise when he left this gorge that year. I won't let you wait for too long. If you can't find me, then I will find you below. His grasp of Hadao was not great, and his death was not unexpected, but when he fell, he had a smile on his face and a trace of tears in the corner of his eyes. He smiled and looked at the sky. You still found it. Recalled. The scenes turn around, and the secret of the inheritance smiles faintly, just like the ancients, willing to die and obliterate everything. Good. Hui Qing clasped her hands together, and everything turned into fly ash in front of her. Hongpao Hui Qing completely disappeared in Hui Qing's heart in the unwilling roar. Now the Tao heart is the only one. The heart is like water. At this moment, he is the only one. There is no secret in the world. Reincarnation, Hui Qing said silently, with a smile leaking from the corner of her mouth. The breath that surrounds the origin, turning again and again, is like looking back thousands of times in the previous life. How about reincarnation again and again? The original source trembles, that breath has nowhere to escape, is suppressed by Huiking's ultimate source, and finally turns into a breath. This backlog of breath has been in Huiking's heart for 30 million years, and now it has completely dissipated. The true spirit in the sea of origin, dancing happily, commented, "This son can become the ultimate emperor in this world. This is my credit, huh? Those idiots dare to question me for breaking the rules. The special rules are broken for the strong, and they just obey the rules. But in the end, they can only fall. The true spirit is right. How strict the rules of the gods were at the beginning. The gods' coercion overwhelmed Gaia's starry sky and became the overlord of one party, and the forces built even occupied several long rivers of time and space. But in the end, it's not just a passing moment. Ultimately, it's just the beginning. The little guy keeps on working hard. Eclosion continent. At this time, Huiqing completely mastered the inheritance of reincarnation. He let out a breath, and this breath exhaled all the filth, and now he is truly detached. With the end of the inheritance, the outer barrier also disappeared. A group of strong people, waiting for the opportunity, are all observing. Now that the enchantment disappeared, the battle was about to start. Wanqing Daijin's aura was extremely overbearing, and directly rushed away the many Dayan immortals around him. Monk, Huiqing. The other Dao monarchs also stepped forward. The scarlet color on the blood moon Dao monarch mountain wandered around, and the strongest people died in his hands. Many Dayan immortals have begun to retreat, and now only the limit can be left. Dayan immortal and some half-trail monarchs. It's really wonderful, so many strong people. Jin Wushuang, who was hiding in the crowd, had just arrived not long. He was still surprised when he left the customs, why his ranking has not changed at all after 1 year. And the rankings of many strong players have not changed. He thought these had become honest and stopped fighting. Who wants to gather all here to watch this kid Huiqing accept the inheritance? It's strange that these people can hold back for a year without doing anything. Even if you do, you have to leave the Eclosion continent. This is the rule set by those Dao monarchs. Now the Yuhua continent is empty. Only here is where there are tens of thousands of Dayan immortal powerhouses, and all the other Dayan immortals have left the Yuhua continent. Nowadays, the protagonist on this continent is Huiqing. He is the first Dayan immortal to accept the inheritance of the Temple of Qi. Under the full view of everyone, he accepted the treasure of inheritance, a long silver stick. The name, reincarnation. Huiqing glanced at the crowd, and was a little surprised when she saw the Taoist monarchs. Now his strength can be said to have undergone a qualitative change. Although he has not reached the 9th round of consummation, his ultimate way has reached the 7th level. This is the peak of the previous life, but not the end of this life. Looking at everyone, he just nodded. 5 Dao monarchs, dozens of half-travel monarchs, the upper limit Dayan immortal, and the 10,000 peak Dayan immortals outside. This battle seems to be indispensable today. You are very strong to be able to let Qishan Temple actively descend the inheritance, but I am not convinced. He was talking about the second-ranked breaking army, and his true strength was also ranked in the top 3, but he was not the emperor in the big power, and the title of Daojun was only in the original star. Huiqing smiled slightly, and the long stick tilted. It goes without saying that he would fight if he wanted to fight. Haha, good. Wanqing Daojun clapped his hands and said, "Monk, we don't make it difficult for you. As long as you defeat me one by one, you can leave." As soon as Wanqing Daojun's words came out, everyone onlookers took a breath. Lord Wu Dao is actually preparing for a wheel fight, and listening to the words of Dao Lord Wanqing. If Huiqing can't defeat them one by one, I am afraid he will walk out of here today. Jin Wushuang also frowned. His original intention of coming here was to save Huiqing. Although Huiqing had a lot of secrets, he was unwilling to join in. But after all, it was a fateful friendship, which could help him on Primordial Star. I still have to help. This is not the outside world. Anyway, there is no emperor. Chapter 52-22. Now that he has advanced rank 9, Under the Emperor, there are really not many that can kill him. At least on this primitive star, he has enough life-saving ability, even Daojun can hardly kill him. Now that Hui Qing is being fought with Wu Daojun, Jian Wushuang will naturally stand up to help. Everyone, 5-1. Is it too bullying? Jian Wushuang was very decisive, stepping forward and standing next to Hui Qing. With his hands on his chest, a powerful breath rose up, and his eyes were full of fierce aura. This move not only surprised the onlookers, but also aroused the gaze of several Taoists. The public dared to touch the mold of a few of them. The person in front of him only looked at his appearance and strength, and he was able to reach the limit. He didn't expect to dare to stand up against them. Brother Wushuang. Hui Qing looked at Jian Wushuang beside him. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang had a lot of chassis, his strength was extremely powerful. But now it is the 5th Daojun and many powerhouses. Once the two are down, I'm afraid these people will swarm them. Seeing Hui Qing's worry, Jian Wushuang shrugged and said plainly, "My secrets are no less than you. You can be stronger several times a year, and I can't be much worse." He is also telling the truth, and he is not weak at all when it comes to secrets. Although Hui Qing has a secret that involves the Emperor, he has dealt with the Emperor since he has become an immortal. Jin Wuyang is strong enough. There are also many causes and effects between him and Jin Wuyang, and there are secrets with many emperors in the Wangu era. In the past, the small bottles on his body were filled with the remnants of the Emperor's soul. Although he disappeared in the great wilderness, no matter what said that he knew no less about the Emperor than Hui Qing. Now he has stepped into the Nineth rank Dayan Immortal. His strength has doubled several times. His own strength is already the limit of the Dayan Immortal. If you count the eyes of the beast and the universe, Dao Sovereign is really not afraid. It was just a few Dao monarchs who surrounded him. Their legs trembled a little. Dao Jun Lungshuang, as the only female Dao Jun, is moody. Seeing Jian Wushuang dared to help at this moment, he leaked a smile and said, "You are more interesting than a demon monk. I will meet you." Jian Wushuang could see at a glance that she was the Lungshuang Daojun among the 5 great Dao masters. "Brother Wushuang, you can help me by the side. Leave it to me." Hui Qing stepped out and faced Taoist Lungshuang. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said with a sad expression, "Lungshuang Daojun, her name is very similar to an old friend of mine. Let me come." Cold frost, cold without frost. There are countless worlds separated by one word. Boom. Jian Wushuang let go of his hands, and a divine sword appeared in his hands. Sword intent is full of the world. This is the Sword Fairy. Since he comprehended the Ju-Xian formation, Jian Wushuang had a new understanding of the word Ju. How to become immortals endlessly. The breath was reversed, and the eye of the beast also exploded with unprecedented power at this moment. Jian Wushuang's divine body instantly soared to more than 6,000 times, and directed towards Lord Lungshuang. Seeing this, Hui Qing could only stop other Taoists. "Don't worry, I'm only interested in you." As soon as Pojin's voice fell, an épée appeared in his hand, and the inscription above was shining with golden light, exploding with endless power, which is obviously the best in the innate treasure. Hui Qing's long stick was used as a spear and pierced directly. The other 3 Dao monarchs retreated one after another, and the Blood Moon Dao monarch looked at the fight with great interest, and he was not in a hurry. They all knew that it was impossible to the inheritance of Hui Qing, but they were not convinced. What to do then? They could only fight one game. They wanted to see what Hui Qing had in the end, so that Qishan Temple could send an inheritance specifically for him. The Emperor Wanqing Tian and Dao Xiaotian were also standing aside. They came from great powers and had a lot of knowledge. This time they came to see Hui Qing's strength, not jealous, but to see how the eyes of the Qishan Temple are. Both of them are Emperor sons. They are the palanquin of a big power, and they don't even bother to be jealous of others' inheritance. The powerful fluctuations made the two of them flutter, but they couldn't shake their figures. Although some Dayan immortals in the periphery were far away, the ones with poor strength were not even a star or a half away, and they were all dissipated by this qi wave. This made the peaks of Dianxian couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath and sighed secretly. Is this the battle of Taoist monarchs? It's too scary. If they get closer, they won't even be able to resist the aftermath. This is the difference in origin. They are all 9 ranks consummation, but some people can compare with the Emperor with Dayan Immortal. Top, Peak, Extreme, Taoist, Half-Step Emperor. This also corresponds to the 5 different origin avenues. Everything was chosen by themselves, and now they can't blame anyone. The battle of such a strong man is terrible. Someone held their breath, staring at the core of the battle. 2 Tao monarchs fight against 2 newly promoted powerhouses. One of them is a demon monk who has the strength of the ultimate Dayan Immortal, but now he has Tao monarch combat power. The other one of them doesn't know who it is, but with their breath, they can tell that they are at least half-walking monarch. Otherwise, it is impossible to fight against Longshuang Taoist. This person is Jian Wushuang. I remember he, a Dafeng Dayan Immortal, struggled to resist the impact of the airwave. Jian Wushuang? Everyone was puzzled. They had never heard of this name. After all, many Dayan Immortals entered the Temple of Qishan before they had time to watch the Cosmos Gods and Demons list. The familiar powerhouse was also the powerhouse that this primitive star ranked first. There is absolutely nothing wrong with him. He is Jian Wushuang, and he and the demon monk are both in the Buddha realm. I have seen him in Chishui Hall. Everyone was shocked. Both of them belong to the world of Tongtian Buddhism. There were 2 Taoist masters in one world, and the name Tongtian Buddhism was not a high world, but just a middle world. There are only 100 higher worlds in the primitive universe, and the entire universe is still mostly in the middle world. Most of the names of the higher worlds are known to them by Dayan Immortals, but it was the first time they heard the name of the Tongtian Buddha realm, and they naturally assumed it was the middle world. Suddenly 2 Taoist masters emerged. This world can never be an inferior world. Boom! The roar kept coming out. Jian Wushuang's ears buzzed. Fortunately, the innate treasure armor on his body can be superimposed and weakened. Otherwise, the battle fluctuations between Huiqing and Pajuan alone could injure him. The strength is still a bit weak, Jian Wushuang secretly said in his heart. Heart sword test. Wow. Slash out with one sword, and the huge sword shadow is full of heart power. This sword is the core sword move of the 6th level of Ultimate Sword. Now Jian Wushuang's heart power and kendo are much stronger. It is not comparable to Moron, especially it is that he has achieved rank 9 now, and his strength has changed qualitatively. In the sky, hundreds of millions of years of cultivation have been completely transformed, and breakthroughs in the future will not be so easy. Chapter 52-23. Remembrance. 1,000 years passed, and he entered the realm of Grand Yin Immortal. Following his master, Elder Sanshou, he ventured into ancient ruins, carving out a great reputation, becoming a prince, with the prospect of ascending to the emperor position in the future. During that time, Wuliang Buddha, who had long attained enlightenment, noticed him. There was a subtle karmic connection between the two. Tao Lord Tianji had also visited Wuliang Buddha, seeking guidance on the cycle of cause and effect, life and death. From Wuliang Buddha, he learned that to become an emperor, one had to search for fragments of human origin source of the heavenly realm. Though humans were weak, they still possessed their own fragments of origin source, albeit only considered as destiny shards, far from reaching the level of true origin source. However, with a sufficient number of humans, they still constituted a part of the world's origin source. With this understanding, Tianji became even more obsessed. To become the strongest emperor, he pushed the great Tao to its extreme, eventually mastering the ultimate Tao. Later, under the recommendation of Elder Sanshou, he became a direct disciple of Emperor Dongyin, dedicating himself to cultivation solely for the sake of achieving the ultimate Tao. The ultimate emperor. Since ancient times, only one person had succeeded in this endeavor. But Tianji paid no heed to such constraints. He was determined to achieve it even if no one else had. Dongyin saw his disciple's determination and understood that Wuliang Buddha had played a trick. However, the scars in his disciple's heart could only be healed by himself. No one else could help him. With lingering wounds in his heart and an incomplete state of mind, mastering the ultimate Tao, especially the Tao merging, was exceptionally difficult. Among the billions of cultivators, only a single person could possibly succeed. Even though Tianji possessed extraordinary talent that amazed the world, in the end, he too failed to achieve Tao unity. He fell before Emperor Dongyan. Before attempting to merge the Tao, he had visited the Valley of Rebirth, which remained unchanged. Under his protection, the valley appeared just as it did 10,000 years ago, with Red Girl's tombstone standing in its place, untouched by time. He still wore his Taoist robe, albeit with a few more traces of wind and frost. Looking at the tombstone, Dongyan had once advised him to forget, but he didn't know how to forget, nor did he dare to. This was the driving force behind his desperate cultivation. If he forgot, he might as well have stayed honestly in the Taoist temple, growing old in solitude. On the day before he merged with the Tao, he made a promise when he left this canyon. I won't let you wait too long. If you can't find me, I will come down to find. His confidence in merging with the Tao was never high. His eventual demise was not unexpected. However, when he fell, there was a smile on his face, and a tear lingered in the corner of his eye as he looked up at the sky. You found me after all. Memories flooded back. Scenes flashed before his eyes, and the Tianji smiled faintly, as if from ancient times, willingly embracing death, erasing everything. Virtuous. Hu Qing clasped his hands together, and everything before him turned into ashes. In the midst of Hu Qing's reluctant roar, the red-robed Hu Qing completely disappeared from his heart. Now, his Tao heart was the only one, calm as still water. At this moment, he was the only one, and there was no more Tianji in the world. Reincarnation, Hu Qing silently recited, a smile appearing on his lips. The aura enveloping the origin source rotated repeatedly, just like the countless glances in his previous life. What did it matter if there were countless cycles? Buzz. The origin source trembled, and that aura had nowhere to escape. It was suppressed by Hu Qing's ultimate origin source and eventually turned into a breath. This breath had been accumulating in Hu Qing's heart for 30 million years, and now it finally dissipated completely. In the sea of origin source, true spirit danced with joy, praising, "This child can truly achieve the ultimate emperor." "This is my achievement," he sneered. "Those fools dared to question me breaking the rules. Damn rules are meant to be shattered by the strong. Clinging to regulations blindly will only lead to downfall." True spirit was right. The rules of the Qishan were once strict, and the god's dominance cast a shadow over the entire galaxy, establishing a reign that dominated numerous streams of time and space. But in the end, it was all ephemeral. Ultimacy is just the beginning. Young one, keep striving. The Feather Continent. At this moment, Hu Qing had fully mastered the reincarnation inheritance. He took a deep breath, expelling all the impurities. Now, he truly transcended. As the inheritance concluded, the outer barrier dissipated. A group of strong beings lay in wait, observing intently. With the disappearance of the barrier, a great battle was imminent. Tao Lord Wanxing exuded an overwhelmingly domineering aura, dispersing the numerous grand yin immortals around him. Monster Monk, Hu Qing? Other Tao Lords also approached. On Tao Lord Shuiyu's mountain, a crimson hue swirled around, signifying the countless strong individuals who had perished at his hands. Many grand yin immortals had begun to retreat. Now, only the top-level grand yin immortals and some half-step Tao Lords remained. It's truly spectacular, so many strong individuals. Jian Wushuang marveled from his hiding spot in the crowd, having just arrived not long ago. When he emerged from seclusion, he was surprised. Why, after a year had passed, had his ranking not changed at all? Many other strong individuals' rankings remained unchanged too. He thought they had all become more docile, avoiding conflicts. Who would have thought they would all gather here to witness Hu Qing, this young man, accepting the inheritance? It was strange that these people could hold back for a whole year without taking action. Even if they did want to act, they had to leave the Feather Transformation continent. Those were the rules set by the Tao Lords. Now the continent was nearly empty. Only here did tens of thousands of Grand Yin Immortals gather. All other Grand Yin Immortals had left the continent. Now, the protagonist on this continent was Hu Qing. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he became the first Grand Yin Immortal to accept the inheritance of the Qishan Temple. In front of everyone, he accepted the treasure of the inheritance. a silver-colored staff, named Samsara. Hu Qing glanced at the crowd and was somewhat surprised when he saw those Tao lords. His strength had undergone a qualitative change. Although he hadn't reached the perfected 9 revolutions, his ultimate Tao had reached the 7th level. This was the peak of his past life, but not the endpoint of this life. Looking at everyone, he just nodded. 5 Tao lords, dozens of half-step Tao lords, top-level Grand Yin immortals, and thousands of peak-level Grand Yin immortals on the periphery. This formation indicated that there would likely be a great battle today. To make the Qishan Temple voluntarily bestow the inheritance, you must be strong. But I'm not convinced, spoke the second-ranked Po Jun. His true strength also ranked in the top 3, but he was not a prince within a major power. His title as a Tao Lord was only in the original planet. Hu Qing smiled faintly, the staff slanted. It was self-evident. If they wanted to fight, then they would fight. Haha, good. Tao Lord Wan Xing applauded. Monk, we won't make it difficult for you. If you can defeat each of us one by one, you can leave. As Tao Lord Wan Xing spoke, the onlookers gasped in shock. The 5 Tao Lords were actually planning a round-robin battle. Moreover, from Tao Lord Wan Xing's tone, if Hu Qing couldn't defeat each of them, he probably wouldn't leave here today. Jian Wushuang furrowed his brows. He had come here with the intention of saving Hu Qing. Although Hu Qing had many secrets, he didn't want to get involved. Nevertheless, it was a matter of life-and-death friendship. If he could help him on the original planet, he would do it. After all, there were no emperors here anyway. Chapter 52:24. This secret method not only increased his divine body to tens of thousands of times, but even his power of growth was transformed into the power of reincarnation due to the practice of reincarnation. This is a breath tens of thousands of times stronger than Yanli. Boom. The silver long stick collided with the sharp broken solid, making a roar, which was even more shocking than the fight between the two. This roar made the frost and snow world unstable, and the ice crystal phoenix screamed from the sky. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to pull away, and a strand of shadow sword appeared in his palm, and suddenly threw it out, approaching the ice crystal phoenix. Dao Jun Lingshuang's brows condensed, and it turned out that although Ice Crystal Phoenix had a Taoist level in combat power, her intelligence was too low. Although she controlled it secretly, she could not fully control it. If you can completely control the Ice Crystal Phoenix, it would be too abnormal. When participating in the melee, 1 Dao Jun suddenly became 2 Dao Jun. This is a double change in quality and quantity. The wisp of the phantom sword made Dao Jun Lingshuang feel uncomfortable, feeling that the aura in it was too terrifying, and quickly recalled the Ice Crystal Phoenix, but it was too late. On Hui Qing's side, the more and more fierce the war, he gradually pressed Pajuan to fight. The original fierce attack on Pajuan had to defend, but the slow defense couldn't stop Hui Qing until he really hit a stick before he suddenly fought back. The stick hit his waist, and a twitching abdomen instantly reached his chest. He sucked in a cold breath and suppressed the blood in his chest, but the divine body had to change his figure to an ordinary size because the stick began to break down. Just a stick broke his defense, causing a lot of loss to the divine body. There was a chill on his back and a cold sweat broke out. How can it be so strong? But without waiting for him to think, the long stick attacked again. Still a fierce attack, and he had to defend. A stick, 2 sticks, 10 sticks, 100 sticks, 1,000 sticks, 10,000 sticks, 1,000,000 sticks. More fierce and stronger than ever. The broken army was about to collapse, and he could no longer fight, so he could only retreat. Jian Wushuang's form has also changed. As soon as the phantom sword came out, it sneaked on the Ice Crystal Phoenix, which not only gave him a chance to breathe, but also gained the upper hand. Although there is no blessing from the universe, the current phantom sword is not what it used to be. With just one sword, the Ice Crystal Phoenix was cut down and wounded. Although Dao Sovereign's combat power, the Ice Crystal Phoenix's defense was very fragile. A sword broke through its ice blade and directly inserted it into its body. Taoist Lingshuang didn't care at first. The Ice Crystal Phoenix was just a summoning object. Even if it was attacked by a sneak attack, it wouldn't hurt to get a little bit injured. But what she didn't expect was that since the ice crystal phoenix received that sword, the essence contained in her body began to shed. This was the first time she encountered this kind of thing, and she didn't know how to deal with it for a while, so she could only attack Jian Wushuang desperately. The Tao contained in the ice crystal phoenix is her Tao, and the two are originally one. Haha, I know it hurts now. Jian Wushuang's figure is like a ghost, and he hasn't paid attention to the Dao Jun who was running away. Feeling that it was not right to deal with the breath, Jian Wushuang's figure instantly changed. Knowing that Dao Jun Lingshuang was going to work hard, that was the source. How many years of hard work was swallowed by him? No one would have to work hard. Jian Wushuang felt that the form was wrong. His breath reversed and exited the entire ice and snow world, not fighting head-on with Dao Jun Lingshuang. Jian Wushuang. Taoist Lingshuang roared unwillingly. In the end, she had to risk being bitten back and forcibly recover the ice crystal phoenix, but her origin was also lost a lot, and the loss was comparable to the complete origin of some peak Dian immortals. After Jian Wushuang succeeded, standing in the distance, Xing Mao remained unchanged. Why, we must continue to fight. Facing Jian Wushuang's sarcasm, Lord Lingshuang's face paled. If fighting head-on, Jian Wushuang would definitely not be her opponent. But the wisp of phantom sword was too weird, and the evil aura contained in it made her a little shocked. But without Ice Crystal Phoenix, one-on-one, she really couldn't do anything with Jian Wushuang. When the audience saw this, they were extremely shocked, and at the same time they secretly recorded Jian Wushuang. Although this person had no positive strength at the level of the Taoist, the threat was even more terrifying than the Taoist. The Lingshuang Daojun that could drive him mad, and even hurt Daojun. This kind of character is no longer something they can provoke. In the future, pay attention to this Jian Wushuang. His true strength should not reach the level of the prince, but this person's methods are too weird, more threatening than the prince. A half-step prince looked jealous. Watching after this battle, he had a new understanding of Dao Jun. If he faced the Lingshuang Dao Jun and the Ice Crystal Phoenix, or was in the Frost Snow world, he would definitely fall, let alone crack it. He would not even be able to resist. That's the power of the two Taoist monarchs. Neither one of them was an opponent, let alone two besieged together. Look, Pajuan can't hold on anymore. Everyone just took a breath from Jian Wushuang's side, and once again looked at Huiqing and Pajuan with trepidation. Jian Wushuang was playing with the phantom sword in his hand in the distance, and was not going to take care of the injured Lingshuang Daojun. Knowing that she was also a wise man, the two of them could do nothing, and it would be boring to fight. Although he can threaten Daojun Lingshuang, he is really going to take the initiative when he is a second hand. If the phantom sword encounters Daojun Lingshuang, she will be more careful. Moreover, there is really no need for the two of them to fight to death, but there are still two Dao monarchs staring at him. The strongest Dao monarch Wanqing and the most ruthless Blood Moon have yet to do anything. If you really want to fight to the death, it's cheaper than others. However, if he really wants to fight to death, Jian Wushuang is also confident. Once the universe is formed, his strength can be doubled. When superimposed with the eye of the beast god, his combat power will soar to the level of Dao Sovereign. Lingshuang Daojun left. Of course, all of this is without interference from outsiders. If Lingshuang Daojun still has a whole card, or other Daojun intervenes, then he is not very sure. Now that he put away the power of the beast god's eye, his breath shrank, and he began to watch Huiqing's fight. Daojun Lingshuang changed her breath and began to restore the strength she had consumed. As for the lost origin, she would really be unable to make up for it for a while, but fortunately, the loss was not too much, and it had little effect on her strength. In this battle, she didn't get any benefits. Instead, Jian Wushuang stepped on her fame and transformed the continent, which made her remember this shame, and sooner or later she would get it back from Jian Wushuang. But thinking of the swallowing power, her eyes shrank. If it weren't in the temple of Qixin, she would definitely ask the emperor, what kind of method was this? It was too weird. On the other side, Huiqing is even more weird than Jian Wushuang. The power of reincarnation was so powerful that Dao Sovereign Wanqing was moved. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Daojun Lingshuang, he hasn't paid attention to it. It's just a few sideways. If he confronts Lingshuang, the Ice Crystal Phoenix will not threaten him at all, and he will even break with a punch the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Chapter 52:25. Huiking's side is different, it's really powerful. It's an absolute Dao sovereign combat power, and it's still the top existence among Dao sovereign. With strong combat power and the suffocating stick technique, Huiking's suppression power against Dao Jun is terrible. The crowd onlookers only saw the magnificent moves of Jian Wushuang and Dao Jun Lingshuang, the world of Heart Sword and the world of Frost, and the Ice Crystal Phoenix of Dao Jun level. Although these methods are magnificent, it is always personal strength that Dao Jun really values. Only strong personal strength can make people convinced. Just like Hui Qing now, one person, one stick, there are no fancy and gorgeous moves, but every stick of his can injure Dao Jun. The stick method is completely self-contained, and every move and try seems ordinary, but there is something in it. Power, but it is extremely magnificent. This is the power of inheritance reincarnation. Hui Qing erased her heart's misfortune, completely cut off her previous life, reached the realm where the heart is like still water, and her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. But these are not as powerful as reincarnation. The true spirit is worthy of being the true spirit of the Qishan temple, and the inheritance of reincarnation is really suitable for Hui Qing. At this 9th revolution, he pressed Dao Jun to fight. Jian Wushuang stood on the spot, and was a little shocked by Hui Qing's strength. He is 4, Hui Qing 6. Even with the strongest means, absolute immortal formation, Jian Wushuang would not be able to consume the power of death and transform into the power of reincarnation Hui Qing. As for devouring the source, Hui Qing has the innate treasure, and also has the innate treasure suit, Zhen Yulo, in its secrecy ability. On this primordial star, no one can threaten Hui Qing again. Jian Wushuang had no jealousy in his heart. Although he lost the inheritance, he was not discouraged at all. In the future, who is strong and who is weak may still be weak. Although it can be seen that Huiking's breath has changed drastically at this time, I am afraid that the heart catastrophe has passed. It seems that it has passed. However, under the eyes of his beast god, Hui Qing still had 2 thick causal lines on his body, and he could only see one of these 2 lines clearly. It's related to the emperor? Jian Wushuang raised his brows, and then sneered. This is the temple of Qishan, and it doesn't matter when you go out, even if it is related to the emperor, it is after the temple of Qishan. The emperor who can threaten Hui Qing. Jian Wushuang's mind turned, and he really couldn't guess who it was. It would never be the emperor who was jealous that Hui Qing got the chance in the temple of Qishan. So let's kill him. Don't say it. It's very possible. If you look at the current broken army, you will know that there are some people among the emperors who stay in the 2nd class for their entire lives and cannot break through. They are also extremely jealous of those shocking arrogances, and they can enter the 4th or even the 5th step after becoming the emperor. But they didn't dare to show it in front of those strong men. They could only vent their anger with Dayan immortals. Hui Qing is a person from the world of Tongtian Buddhism and a novice monk on Mount Woyang. He is considered to be an emperor's lineage. Although he is not a master or apprentice, he is practicing in the monarch's Taoist temple. Trouble with Hui Qing. Jian Wushuang couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it. As for the 2nd line of cause and effect, he couldn't understand it. These are the side effects brought about by the evildoer itself. No one who is strong will have a lifeless life, and the road of the strong is not so easy. The real Wuyang in the Great Division region has walked on how many corpses of emperors to reach this point? Although the Tongtian Buddha has inherited the broken heavens, is it really because of a broken higher world that the Tongtian Buddha is so powerful? Although Jian Wushuang didn't know the battle power of the emperor, he also knew that the Great Siyu was only a middle world, and the real Wuyang who could control the middle world was not weaker than the masters of those higher worlds. There is a gap between the origin and the treasure, but it is more because the path chosen is different. Road to the strong. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. He still doesn't know where his road to the strong is. The pressure of Ji Dao kept him out of breath. Now Ji Dao is only on the 4th level, and the progress is too slow. Although the ultimate way has broken through one after another, it can only be worthy of the 6th level. Mind power is only at the 4th level, and he has no confidence in mind power, and he doesn't know when he can break through. In general, the powerhouse of the 2nd stage avenue, in Dayan Immortal, the 9th level of consummation is the highest level of Taoism, which forms the effect of double consummation with the 9th revolution. At least many fourth-order emperors took this path. Lungshuang Daojun, Pajuan, and other Daojun also walked this way. The entire primitive universe can embark on this road. There are only 1,000 people, but it is possible that all of them can go ashore at the end. No, it is really their greatest luck to be able to appear in the Temple of Qishan in this era, and it may be possible to get out of the seedlings of several or even dozens of fourth-order emperors. For now, they haven't seen Dian Immortal's shortcut to become the emperor, and they still don't have the answer to the secrets of Deci Yuang's ancient times. The only surviving Lu Crow did not mention it. Those emperors were also lazy to ask. They were more concerned about it, not something that the Dian Immortals like Jian Wushuang could match. The road of the ultimate path is the most special. It cannot be regarded as the road of the strong, but a dark road if other fourth-order emperors come ashore. There will be a dazzling sun on the road of the strong. Then there is only a dim oil lamp on the road to the ultimate way. I give you a ray of light, but I can't illuminate the path under your feet. Countless times have passed, and the gleam of light is still there, but no passerby was seen. Lonely, dark, and helpless. This is the ultimate way. Jian Wushuang's breathing was a little trembling, and he sighed, "Where is Ji Dao? Luna? No way." The more I think about it, the more afraid he becomes. He didn't want to come to the Temple of Qishan at the beginning, but now he is glad to have entered. This is also thanks to Jin Wuyang. He will not be sent to the frontier, nor will he enter this Temple of the Gods, and he still has a premonition in his heart that he feels that the Temple of the Gods is opened by him. Although a little self-confident, it is really possible. The Temple of Qishan, as a legacy left by the ancient mighty man, might be able to find out information about the Ji Dao from it, so that he doesn't have to walk forward in the dark. He is now afraid that he will find a fork in the middle of the walk and will not be able to turn back. Jian Wushuang's goal of becoming a strong man has never changed. No matter who he used to do, now he only wants to live for himself once. For myself, for strength, for eternity, bright in the infinite starry sky. Daojun Blood Moon in the distance moved slightly, although a bit of thought has been thinking about other things, but Jian Wushuang is so powerful that he has just left, and he saw that his figure was immediately blocked in front of him. Blood Moon, you'd better not do it, Jian Wushuang said coldly. This is not a threat, but he has a strong confidence. The battle with Long Shuang just now gave him an understanding of his own strength, and now Daojun is no more than that. Chapter 52:26. If it was the Wanqing Daojun, he might still be jealous, but the Blood Moon Daojun really didn't take it seriously. Although he ranks first in this primitive star, his methods are also the most transparent, and he has a set of methods to deal with the weak, and those methods that meet him of the same rank are not easy to use. Jian Wushuang, right? Shuiwa Daojun was not angry, but looked at Jian Wushuang with a faint smile, and then said, "Your strength is really interesting. If you think him the same as that stupid Lung Shuang, then you are miscalculating." As soon as the voice fell, the blood moon condensed, and the heaven and the earth lost its color. Before Jian Wushuang had time to do it, the Wanqing Daojun blasted out with a punch, directly breaking the blood moon. One-on-one, that's one-on-one. No one is allowed to intervene, I said. You can't change it. Wanqing Daojun's breath rises, extremely domineering, and constant pressure on everyone. This domineering, let everyone take a breath. Everyone in his presence was familiar with that momentum. They were all pinnacles, and in their respective worlds, they were also pinnacle powerhouses other than the Emperor. The Emperor is no stranger to them, but the momentum exuded by the 10,000 stars just reminds them of the powerful Emperor. How is it possible? The Blood Moon was also very surprised. He didn't expect Wanqing to be so strong, and he broke his unique knowledge with one move. In the same rank, although he is not the top, he is not the bottom one. Jian Wushuang, who just wanted to do it, was also taken aback. It was too strong. The punch just now looked ordinary, but it was so powerful that it made people tremble. Wanqing. Daojun Lingshuang's eyes also showed horror. Originally everyone was about the same strength. Even if they were strong, they would be stronger. Now Wanqing suddenly broke out, piercing the blood moon's magical powers with one punch. The pinnacle powerhouse on the outside was also shocked at this time. That domineering aura was too strong, and it could be clearly felt from such a distance. With this breath, is Wan Xing a half-step emperor? Someone asked in doubt. They were very familiar with that breath. It was impossible for them to admit their mistakes. It definitely had a little power of the emperor. Himph, you country bumpkins know what a fart. The speaker was one of the 10 emperors of the Daluo realm. It is also the only Dayan immortal in the Great Luo realm on the emerging continent. Wanqing Daojun, born in the Star Luo realm, and De Luo realm are considered to be the same power. He knows more, and he began to brag. Brother Wanqing, but he has cultivated our De Luotian's supreme knack, and his strength can be comparable to those perfect ultimate Dayan immortals. What a half-step emperor! Supreme unique? Everyone took another breath. That is the unique knowledge that emperors are qualified to practice. This kind of faculty is generally not taught to Dayan immortals, because they can't cultivate either, unless it is a great way of origin that fits very well with them, or the inheritance of faculty is related to themselves. Just like Hui Qing, the inheritance of reincarnation fits him very well, and it will be considered as a complete acceptance in the end. Ordinary people want to practice fascinating learning, and the difficulty is no less than that of harmony. There are still some great supernatural powers suitable for Dayan immortal. Admire, admire. Cultivating the emperor's unique learning. No wonder it is so powerful. It can be comparable to the half-step emperor, and the combat power is close to the ultimate existence. If the harmony is successful, I am afraid that the primitive universe will have another fifth-order existence. A half-walking monarch slowly said that he is also the proud son of a certain big world, and he knows a lot about the emperor. In countless eras, there are evildoers who can truly illuminate an entire era. Anyone who has cultivated the emperor's unique knowledge not in Dayanxian, and finally succeeded in joining the Tao, just entered the emperor is the fourth-order combat power. After entering the long river of time and space, after hundreds of millions of years, he broke through to the level of the fifth-order emperor. Everyone admires it very much. After all, it is comparable to the ultimate existence. Jian Wushuang was also extremely shocked. Wan Xing's strength surpassed his cognition, and besides the emperor, this was the strongest Dayan immortal he had encountered. One punch can break Daijin's magical powers. Even if he used his full strength, he didn't have the confidence to fight against the Wanqing Daojun. Fortunately, there is the arrogance that the strong have, that is the arithmetic of speech. 1 to 1 is 1 to 1. Now Hui Qing will be able to defeat Pajuan immediately, if she is against tens of thousands of stars later. Jian Wushuang had already retreated somewhat. He didn't know that in the sea of origin of the Qishan temple, the real spirit with the fluttering flesh beard looked very comfortable. This little bald head is really good. Zhenling looked at the powerful Hui Qing in the sky with satisfaction. Although it was just a good sentence, the true spirit is the master of the entire Qishan temple, and now there are countless powerful people in the Qishan temple. There are also tens of thousands of emperors, to be precise, tens of thousands of emperors and powerful men. Hui Qing is the only one who can evaluate him. Well, this piece of uncut jade is considered to be on the Tao after this tribulation. You can't be anxious to come one by one. Last time, the Yinxian died, and you have to adjust it slowly. Zhenling muttered to himself. Countless strong men are nothing but ants in his eyes. They are all stones that need to be polished. If it is jade, polish it well, and throw it aside if it is a stone. N. Seeing Jian Wushuang's true spirit from the sky, frowned. How come this little thing is not dead? According to his layout, Jian Wushuang should have been killed by Dao Jun. Damn, he escaped again. This Lung Shuang is really a waste. Just like those old bacons, a waste. Really, Aura jumped and yelled. Huh. The sea of origin swayed for a while, and as soon as the spirit guard came in, he heard the words Lao Biru. His face sank, and his black face drifted to the real spirit. Zhenling was also a little embarrassed. He tidied up his appearance, clenched his fist and coughed, then calmly said, Lao Qi is here. So how is the fourth secret realm going on? Since waking up, he discovered that the world and the temple of Qishan had changed too much. The 4 domains of the year have now become 4 secret realms. There were also a lot of powerhouses born inside, too many to make it difficult for the White Tiger Palace to suppress. If it were not for the 13 spirit guards to assist the White Tiger Palace in guarding the 4 secret realms in the past few years, I am afraid that the body of the gods will have big problems. My lord, something has gone wrong over the secret realm, the guardian said truthfully. True Spirit was stunned and came to him when something went wrong, which showed that it was beyond the scope of the Sixth Order Emperor's ability. This surprised him a little. The natives in the Chishan Temple cannot achieve the top of the universe. Although the Sea of Origin is stronger than the origin of some universes, these are not innate. How exactly? Zenling's face also became serious. It's the forest of 10,000 treasures, the guardian replied. Zhenling's eyes shrank, and this was the first time he got serious after he recovered. Go and see. The guardians were not surprised at this. The Forest of 10,000 Treasures was a place that the old master cared very much about. When the secret realm was built, the of the gods moved some places that were once reluctant to move into the secret realm of the Temple of the Gods. Chapter 52-27 3Q Chinese website, the fastest update of Wandao Jianzuan. Primitive realm, whether it was Dian Immortal or Emperor, was moving forward for their own powerful path, and did not know that a massacre occurred in another place in the Chishan Temple. On Mayan Mountain, Immeasurable Buddha is still ahead of all Third Order Emperors, but he has not surpassed any Fourth Order Emperor. Whenever he hurried to catch up with the Fourth Order Emperor, he stopped practicing, and after the opponent walked far away, he walked again. Others didn't care about this move, but the Buddha who walked in front had a panoramic view. The two have been fighting for so many years, but he knows Wuliang very well. Be careful, cautious, and vicious. This is the label the two of them gave each other. Although his strength is far beyond boundless, he has been wary of this fellow student over the years. Both are from Buddhism, but Tao is different. He inherited the world of Tongtian, but Wuliang inherited the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree is the supreme sacred object of the mind power practitioners. The entire primitive universe has found the second one. Although he does not cultivate mind power, he is also greedy. But that tree on Mount Wuliang, just like growing in the heart of Wuliang Buddha, it was too difficult for him to fight. If you take it forcibly, you may not get anything in the end, but it will ruin his reputation in Buddhism. He is the master of the heavenly Buddha, but there are still many people who are older than him in Buddhism, but the strength is great, and he can inherit the heavenly realm. Squinting and looking down the mountain, Tongtian Buddha turned his head and leaked a smiling face, continuing to pester Jin Wuyang. Brother Gue, slow down. Tongtian Buddha quickly took a step to keep up with Jin Wuyang. Jin Wuyang, who was walking in front, was extremely annoyed when he heard this. Tongtian, don't go too far, Emperor Jinwu, not a tortoise. Good. Brother Turtle and Snake, if you don't tell me your name, title is too good. Tongtian Buddha said with an innocent look. Tongtian Buddha was called Mengcha when he was mundane. In order to get close to Jin Wuyang, he told Jin Wuyang all his milk names. But Jin Wuyang didn't want to say anything. This made Tongtian Buddha feel at a loss, and has been entangled with Jin Wuyang. In front of the two of them is the first echelon on Mayan Mountain today, the leaders of the peak forces of Wind and Rain Demon Lord. Mountainside, we will be here soon. The struggling walker secretly determined that he would correct it as soon as he reached the mountainside. The remaining Fourth Order Peak Emperors were also secretly competing, and no one was willing to stop. They didn't know that on the mountainside, there were a group of ghostly ghosts waiting for a meal. In the outer world, the trial of evolving immortals is also in full swing. However, in the world of Yangxian's trial, the flow of time is 1,000,000 times slower than that of the primitive world. Now Yangxian has been trialing for thousands of years. From the beginning of the trial of Xuanwu Temple, after screening out a large number of talented immortals, they began a series of training. Unlike many big forces, they did not use resources to train the strong. It's the cultivation of Gu test. Even the inheritance is a 2-2-2 competition. One round of training seems to be not very competitive, but in fact, half of them are screened every time. After tens of thousands of years, these immortals have also been divided into several batches. Inside the Xuanwu Hall, Devil Lord, Jiazi camp is full. In the Xuanwu Hall, the one sitting at the highest point was not the puppet Xuani, but a taboo demon lord. If this is seen by others, it is absolutely shocking, especially if the true spirit is so jealous of the forbidden demon master who swallows the avenue. Why would he become a respected demon master in the Xuanwu Hall? Well, you can start the B character camp. The black-robed demon's eyes drooped, playing with a small puppet in his hand. Yes, the visitor said respectfully. Without waiting for him to walk out, the taboo demon lord continued. By the way, those selected evangelists will be sent to the seventh world to help create emperor puppets. Recently, the 4 secret realms are not peaceful, so we have to help set it off. The visitor was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said yes. From beginning to end, the black-robed demon lord did not look up to look at people, still staring at the gadgets in his hands to tinker. Well, almost. His technique was extremely fast, turning the objects in his hand constantly, and he installed small parts, and finally formed a small object in the shape of a ball. Outside the Xuanwu Hall, a touch of scarlet flashed across, and a young woman in a red armor slowly walked in. After scanning around, she looked at the forbidden demon lord sitting above. What about the tortoise? Why is he not here? Isn't this your newly built nest? He won't come here to sit here? The visitor was Zhu Yi from the Vermilion Bird Palace. The black-robed demon master squeezed the small ball that had been formed in his hand, finally pulled his eyes away, and looked at Zhu Yi. Turtle snake. As soon as the word turtle snake was uttered, the black-robed demon lord coughed and quickly changed his words. Brother Xin Yi went to the third world to refine a 1,000-handed centipede. Well, that's right. The temple of Qixin is now open, and there are not many good days in the future. It is necessary to hurry up and prepare for vitality. Zhu nodded a little, a sadness in his eyes. The black-robed demon lord stood up and said politely, I heard Brother Xuani say about you. Hallmaster Zhui, this is the key, he said and handed out the small ball in his hand. Thank you very much. If it wasn't for the old man Zhenling, I wouldn't have to ask you to borrow treasures. Zhui said helplessly. Hearing the word true spirit, the black-robed demon master shuddered. His expression changed with extreme respect and said, the matter of Lord True Spirit, his subordinates will naturally go all out. Okay, he can't hear it again. What flattery you do. Even if he wakes up, he won't deal with you. You are the baby bump of the tortoise and snake. The puppets of the 10 worlds need you to refine. Even for the old puppet True Spirit won't deal with you either. Zhu Yi waved her hand, and she was also a little amused when she saw such a timid taboo demon lord. In her primitive world, there is also a forbidden demon master imprisoned, all of which was transformed by the great swallowing Tao, so the gap is so big. If the taboo demon lord had this kind of personality, it would be great. The Vermilion Bird Palace would also have a tier 6 combat power. Okay, I'm leaving. Zhu Yi tossed the ball in his hand, very satisfied. Hallmaster Zhu, go slowly. The black-robed demon master stood up to send him off. It wasn't until Zhu Yi's figure disappeared that he let out a sigh of relief. After a while, he returned to the throne again and began to study puppet drawings. After Zhu Yi got what he wanted, he tore the space back to the primitive world. Wow! The void was torn apart, and Zhu Yi, wearing a scarlet armor, appeared on the top of Mayin Mountain. The key she had just obtained was the key to opening the Mayin Mountain. When she fell down and saw the sparse figures on the mountain, she remembered that there are a group of emperors. Huh. Zhu Yi's figure is very fast, just a few flashes, and he went directly to the top of Mayin Mountain. Chapter 52:28. There was silence on the sloping path. Zhu Yi's figure is like a ghost, with his feet untouched for just 3 breaths, and he walked directly on the Wanzhong Mountain Road and was at the top of the mountain. The other emperors on the mountain road, no matter how slow they were, felt the scarlet figures flashing in the gust of wind. On Wanzhong Mountain Road, these emperors have been walking for almost half a year, and none of them have reached the mountainside. Now suddenly there was someone who could climb to the top at will. They didn't even see the other's face clearly. Emperor? Or the messenger in the temple of Qixin? Although the strength of the indigenous people is also strong, haven't they said that they can't break the boundary? How come a super strong man suddenly appeared? Many powerhouses, their faces are ashen. Isn't this inheritance said to be good for them to compete for? How come a person suddenly appeared and directly boarded the top of the mountain? Woolyong had just taken 2,000 battles, standing in place with a black face. He has a bodhicitta tree, and there is no pressure to walk on this path. He has been planning to hide his strength and gradually improve, but now he has been swiftly ascended first. What's the matter? Zhu Yi, who climbed to the top of the mountain, looked back. The emperor below the mountain has a low view. Black demon, Zhu Yi said lightly. She still doesn't care about those emperors. There are not many who can become tier 5, and it's not enough to be cannon fodder for her, but she looks carefully at the clone of the demon master. The taboo demon lord, who was tied to the top of the mountain, broke free from the chains, gritted his teeth, and stared. Zhu Yi snapped. Clang, bang, tear. A pale golden thunder spread along the chain, and a dazzling electric light broke through the tough teeth of the black devil. No matter how rude, I will come over to torture you once a year. Zhu Yi moved his wrist and looked at the restrained forbidden demon lord with unkind eyes. The black demon with broken teeth snorted, "Betrayer it." As a part of the gods, the demon masters transformed into the Tao of devouring each claim to be gods, and they are extremely arrogant. The one in Xuanwu Temple is an exception. The wind demon, who was once one of the 5 great demon lords, is very peaceful and not irritable at all. Zhu Yi felt strange that they were all conscious bodies that were transformed into one Tao, so there was such a big gap. Stop talking nonsense. I didn't come here to trouble you. At the top of Mayin Mountain, in addition to the pillars and chains that bound the black demon, there is also a divine clock. The bells ring around each other, and the least who can resist the magic sound at such a close distance are the peak emperors of the 5th level of heart power. However, Zhu Yi possesses the exquisite heart of 7 orifices, and this magic sound can't interfere with her. Walking to the divine clock, Zhu Yi put the ball that Fengimo gave her into the groove on the top of the divine clock. The powerful suction made her hand a little unstable and almost was sucked in. Just letting go, the ball went into the groove and merged with the clock, making a buzzing sound, shaking Zhu Yi's hair on the top of his head. 3,000 red hairs fluttered and fluttered in the wind, across his expressionless face. The black demon backed away from the side, but he had the memory of this sacred clock, which was a treasure of the universe. It was originally damaged, but now it has been repaired. The familiar terror pressure made him shudder. A breeze on the top of the mountain caused a commotion down the mountain, and several peak emperors who had already gone out of 4,000 battles had to retreat. Let alone the rest of the emperors, they couldn't even stabilize their figure and went backwards. What happened? Could it be that the heritage of the top of the mountain was taken away? A group of strong people resisted the oncoming wind head-on, resisting hard. Zhu Yi couldn't manage so much on the mountain, and he didn't care about the life and death of the emperors under the mountain. After the divine clock was completely restored to its former power, she put it away. The ball was just a missing part of the magic clock, and this clock was the key. Now the primitive world immediately begins the trial of inheritance, which is the second stage. The first stage is to let all dying immortals fight against each other and eliminate the weak. Now that they are alive more or less, they have to come up with some good things to sweeten them and continue to kill. Repairing this sacred clock is to start the trial of the primitive world. This is a very important part, a rule that was set in ancient times. This is also the reason why she is dissatisfied with the advancement of the true spirit. Everything has the order of the regulations and cannot be disrupted. Although she has a 7-orifice exquisite heart, which is no different from a cultivator, it is precisely because of this that she respects the gods very much. It is not only the who gave her life, but also the irreversible master. The divine clock was completely repaired, and Zhu Yi didn't have the thought of staying here, just glanced at the dark demon coldly. As for the black demon clones, she didn't care at all, and she didn't bother to remind those emperors. It was that the black demon could summon so many clones at once, and each had tier 5 combat power, which surprised her a bit. It seems that even if his origin is suppressed by Mayin Mountain, it is constantly getting stronger. The way of swallowing is really a curse. But now is not the time to think about this. After receiving the divine clock, her figure flashed and disappeared to the top of the mountain, and when she reappeared, she went into the void of the outside world, tore through the void at will, and enter a huge treasure house in the primitive world. This time 180 primordial stars opened the inheritance, and at least 180 suitable inheritances had to be selected from tens of thousands of inheritances. In the outside world, it can be regarded as the inheritance of the unique knowledge of the town, but it is randomly placed in this cave. The line of inheritance is like a Tianju. Zhu Yi's mind is fast, and she has the exquisite heart of 7 orifices, and in just a few breaths, she selects 180 lines from the countless lineages. The sky pillars shrank and flew into Zhu Yi's hands. After getting the inheritance, he went to other caves and began to select treasures. It's almost done, but the rules have to be changed a lot. Zhu Yi's token flashed in his hand and retransmitted it to the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this time, in the Vermilion Bird Hall, there are still 4 Vermilion Bird envoys, each of which is a 5th-order emperor. The original intention for them to be refined was not to fight, but to manage the Temple of Qixin, but at this time they were forced to go to other universes to collect shocking talents. Good luck, go to some universe with weak background. Even a 5th-order emperor can't touch it. Naturally, come and go freely, and there is also a bad luck. If you encounter a 6th-order emperor, if you don't use the big move road talisman, almost can't come back. Hall Master, the shocking Hong Tianjiao in the nearby universe has almost plundered them, and now they have all been sent to the primitive secret realm. Zhu Yi walked to the throne, sat down slowly, and nodded. How many are there? About 1 million. Zhu Yi rubbed his temples and said, then let them pass it on. The 4th child will do it, and the others will start the trial of inheritance on the primordial star. Those guardians are too unreliable. Such things can't be done by them anymore. Yes. Wow. A full 180 inheritance crystal pillars flew out and fell in front of a few people. After everyone was allocated, they left one by one. Chapter 52:29. This is the 2nd stage, and there is a 3rd stage behind. Moreover, the Xuanwu Temple has been accelerating in the world and has cultivated for thousands of years. With the correct guidance of the Qixin Temple, it will soon be a large number of large groups. When Yinxian appears, he will have to repeat the same mistakes. Screening at this scale, the treasures of the Temple of Qixin are consumed very quickly, and under the endless accumulation of treasures, there may not be a few eye-catching powerhouses in the end. Among the hundreds of millions of Dian immortals, it may be finally screened, and there are only less than 10,000 people who can enter the threshold of the Temple of Forbidding God. Yinxian, Dianxian, Emperor. Every step is extremely difficult. The difficulty of Master Yinxian mastering Dao, the difficulty of De Yinxian combining Dao, the difficulty of Emperor wanting to reach the top. These are not treasures that can be pushed flatly, except for the treasures, the cruel rules that can help them. A 9 primordial star feathered the continent. Broken, Huiqing shouted angrily, swept the long stick, directly shattering the broken army's divine body, and the origin was all withered. Stop! Pajun couldn't hold on anymore, and he couldn't run away if he wanted to retreat. What many strong people look at is trembling. I originally thought that Huiqing would fall today, and Lord Wu Dao came personally, but I didn't expect much to end up like this in the end. First, Jin Wushuang was born and defeated Dao Jun Lingshuang upset, and then Dao Jun Wanqing revealed the half-step emperors means to frighten everyone. Now Huiqing is fighting the army and begging for mercy. This battle will change the division of the Eclosion continent. At least Jin Wushuang and Huiqing are already ranked among the Dao monarchs, and they are still the top Dao monarchs. Wanqing Daijin's eyes revealed the intent to fight. Huiqing's strength indeed exceeded his expectations, but it was also the best. He wanted this kind of opponent. On this primordial star, he hadn't paid attention to the other 4 Dao monarchs from the beginning. Whether it was Long Shuang or Blood Moon, the only breaking army who felt a little bit interesting was now beaten up by Huiqing, which was utterly devastated. As for the Taoist sundering heaven, his strength just touched Taoist, and he has been using a secret treasure fox to fake tiger power. Among the 5 avenues, his strength is the weakest, and even the 6th-ranked Ji Chaoyang can resist him. Puff. A stick pierced Po Jun's chest. Hui Qing stood proudly in the void and said coldly, "Hand over the token, you can spare your life." Although his personality has changed drastically, the kindness in this life has not been shaken. If you can kill it, you can't kill it. Jian Wushuang was watching from the side anxiously. If it weren't for watching Dao Jun to stare at him, he would want to rush over and break the army. The 2nd-ranked Taoist monarch may have hundreds of millions of records on his body. If he is beheaded, the two will evenly divide the record and win the 1st and 2nd place of this original star. There are not many such opportunities. If it were normal, without the strength of Wanqing, it would be too difficult to kill Dao Jun. Since the matter has reached this point, Wanqing didn't say anything, and the other Dao monarchs didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing the tragedy of the broken army, it is inevitable that some rabbits and foxes are sad. Once aloft, now the throne is broken. Especially the Taoist Sundering Heaven, his title is very arrogant. But since seeing Wanqing show his true strength, he has no trace of arrogance at all. His strength is okay to bully those half-walkers. As far as the current situation is, he is the weakest among his peers. Relying on which secret treasure in his body, he reached the level of Dao Sovereign. In the outside world, he has been low-key, just an ordinary peak of the great emperor. Since arriving in the temple of Qishan, he has no scruples, and then he fully uses the secret treasure in his body, and his combat power has soared to Dao Sovereign level. This secret treasure came in a wrong way, and he didn't dare to use it outside. He glanced at the defeated army, and finally focused on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also felt the gaze, frowned slightly, and looked at Dao Sovereign Tier Heaven. Such blatant gaze is disrespectful to the strong, even if he is of the same rank, in an unfamiliar situation. Such gaze, Jian Wushuang did not give the opponent a good expression. His face was furious. Although he didn't know much about these Dao monarchs, looking and observing it, the Dao monarch tearing heaven was the most inconspicuous among the 5 Dao monarchs. He was not afraid at all. The emperor present could threaten him as well as the Wanqing Dao Jun. Besides, Hui Qing's strength is terrible now. Together, even Wanqing is not afraid. The severely wounded Bro Jun clutched his broken chest, crouched and turned his head to look at a few Dao monarchs watching the show, feeling a chill in his heart. A wise life, bewildered for a while. If he could seriously hurt Hui Qing, I am afraid that these people will stand on his side and even besiege Hui Qing together. Even if he does not get the inheritance, it is a good thing to accept the record. But now, it was him who was injured, but these people blocked the way. God wants him to die. Handing over the identity token is simply a delusion. He has worked hard all his life in exchange for this strength, and now he can get great fortune in the temple of Qishan. How can he give up like this? You don't want it. Hui Qing's long stick swept away. Her eyes shrank, and a nice intent to kill appeared. Although he doesn't like killing, he is not a virgin either. Jian Wushuang nodded to the side. This is the right way. I really don't want to do it. But he also solved the 2nd-ranked Dao Jun for Hui Qing. Ha. Po Jun laughed frantically, straightened up slowly, glanced at several Dao Jun coldly, and mocked. You stinky kid, do you think I will bow to you? The strong. At this moment, the broken army revealed the posture of a strong man. Jian Wushuang frowned. He was too familiar with this momentum, and he had seen many strong people, whether it was Yanxian or Dianxian, or those strong in the Supreme period. They all have the aura of Po Jun now. The strong are not divided into ranks. The strong in the Supreme and the strong in the Emperor are the same. They are invincible at the same level. How can they reluctantly bow their heads at the same level, even if they are dead? Let's do it. Let the old man see what else you can do. Breaking the army was not desperately defending at this moment, but took out all the strengths in one, fighting back. If he could escape, he would have escaped long ago, and the other Taoist would not let the tiger go back to the mountain. Good. Hui Qing understood what the other party meant and nodded slowly. This time he didn't use the silver long stick again, but slowly raised his finger, a very random finger, a breath that shook the world and the earth rushed out. This breath made the quartet world rise, and the deadly primordial star trembled. The dazzling light shot from the fingertips, and a beam of light that ruined the world shot out. The dazzling light made Pajun couldn't open his eyes, biting his scalp and glaring, only to find that he didn't even have the ability to resist. Puff. The powerful light passed through Pojun's body. His entire physical body was wiped out by the light. The divine body was completely shattered, and the origin was like a withered flower, gradually withering. Chapter 52:30. The dazzling light did not dissipate for a long time. Lung Shuang and tearing the sky were good. Hiding far away, Dao Jun Blood Moon, who was blocked by Wanqing, was covered in cold sweat behind him. He was just preparing to join the battle and beside Hui Qing. If Wanqing hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid he will not be much different from Pojun's fate now. At that time, the broken army was injured. Even if the two of them went together, they would definitely not be Hui Qing's opponent. Wanqing Daijin's expression was also full of shock. He was too familiar with the breath that burst out from that finger just now. It was a top-notch jerk, much stronger than the he had cultivated. Is this the preference of the Temple of Fortune? Wanqing couldn't help but sucked in a cold breath, and he already had half the power of the Emperor in that blow. This is nothing, everyone present. Only Jian Wushuang knows. Hui Qing is only 9th rank. Rank 9 has half a step of the Emperor's strength. How terrifying this is. I am afraid that those 5th order emperors were not so abnormal when they were in the 9th rank Dian Immortal. It's a monster. Jian Wushuang mastered the extreme Dao, and only after he became rank 9 did he barely reach the level of Dao Sovereign, and Hui Qing took a half step directly to the Emperor. Originally thought that after entering the 9th rank, he would be able to get rid of all the same ranks and truly be invincible at the same rank, but now it seems that he thinks too much. It is a fact that Hui Qing is stronger than him. The Dian Immortals on the periphery moved tens of thousands of miles at this time, and the strong light made them unable to see exactly what happened. The light faded, the aura of breaking the army was shattered, and the aura of the demon monk, Hui Qing, was still there. Broken army has fallen? Some people can't believe that a Daoist who ranked 2nd in the record list has fallen. How is this possible? The demon monk can actually kill Dao Jun. The sky is about to change. Everyone prepare to leave the Eclosion continent. The emerging continent is really going to change, and now Dao monarchs are in danger of losing their lives, let alone those half-walking Dao monarchs. A 9 original star, record ranking. First, Demon Monk Hui Qing 2nd, Blood Moon Daoist 3rd, Lungshuang Daojun 4th, Swordsman of Heaven 5th, Wanqing Daojun Hui Qing wins the first prize. 10 billion record. Hui Qing sighed secretly in her heart. Originally, he planned to divide half of his record to Jian Wushuang, but Pajuan was unwilling to hand over the token. Brother Wushuang. Hui Qing put away her whole body. Her aura became gentler, and she leaped to Jian Wushuang's side. Brother Wushuang, thanks a lot this time. Jian Wushuang didn't care, shrugged, and said flatly, it has nothing to do with me. Even if I don't come, why don't they come to you? Not to mention the power of the ray of light just now, just relying on the combat power that can crush the army, other Dao monarchs can't come to Hui Qing. As for the Wanqing Daojun, even if he is not an opponent, he can still escape. The reason why the broken army has reached such a point is that it was careless at the beginning, and it was absolutely foolproof. As a result, he lost his life and couldn't escape. The 5 great lords are not a group at first. They are all cruel figures who kill you when you are sick. This record. Hui Qing was a little embarrassed, holding her identity token a little embarrassed. Jian Wushuang saw his scruples, patted his shoulder heavily, jokingly said, why? Less than a year. You have begun to pity me. Don't forget that you used to be a little novice with your legs. I to the point of relying on others to give alms to the rankings. Recalling that the weak little novice monk who had to hold his thighs when escaping is now so strong that Jian Wushuang is very emotional. Really good luck. Those few of his masters can be stunned. Wanqing Daojun looked at Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing frowned slightly. The relationship between the two was unusual, otherwise Jian Wushuang would not directly attack Daojun without knowing anything. It seems to be the friend of life and death. This kind of person is much more reliable than the so-called allies, life and death acquaintances, fateful friendships, the kind who can give their backs to the opponent in battle. This dispute now seems to be the same. I am afraid it is not realistic to want to fight again. The trial is now worthy of the past 10 years, and it is not yet time for a big battle. Lung Shuang was injured, the strength of tearing the sky was not enough, and the moon's combat power was average. Hui Qing and him were the ones who could really fight on this primordial star. As for Jian Wushuang, although the methods are weird, in the face of absolute strength, all sidelines are vulnerable to a single blow. Monk. Wan Xing's eyes turned to look at Hui Qing with a sharp aura. Hui Qing turned and looked back, putting a smile on her face, as if she was facing an enemy. Wan Xing. Jian Wushuang didn't panic at the back of his hands. His thought power was very strong, not to mention the half-step emperor. Even the emperor was not as good as him. He was able to sense that the Wanqing Daojun had war intent, but he had no determination. In this battle, the 8 achievements ended in the defeat of the army, and if the battle continued, it was a battle of spirits. Hui Qing was inherited and cultivated his utmost knowledge. They were willing to come over to be a sharpening stone. Hui Qingmai would be a dead word if he didn't pass, but if he passed, he would be a carp leaping over the dragon gate. From then on, this primitive star is no longer threatening. The first throne is also extremely stable. No one can shake it. But other people don't have the powerful thought power of Jian Wushuang, and you can spy on others at any time. What they saw was that another world-destroying battle was about to take place, and they were now beginning to fear that these Taoists would suddenly come to sweep them, and they retreated tens of millions of miles away to keep a safe distance. Let's fight. You are all dead, and I am the number 1 Ji Chaoyang. Ji Chaoyang, who is second only to Daojun in strength, was very low-key in this battle, and had no idea of going up and taking part. He has inheritance and unique knowledge, and there is no shortage of treasures. In addition to his strength, he is very similar to God Emperor Malong. Mo Long's strength is the ultimate emperor, but he can reach the level of a half-step Dao monarch, even comparable to that of a Dao monarch. No, I really want to fight. Everyone was squeezing sweat in their hearts, and their throats raised their hearts. If you really want to fight again, it will be good for them, and the strongest at the top will almost die, and they won't be the top. But there is also one thing they are afraid of, that is, no matter who wins or loses, the one who survives will become the strongest of this primordial star, without restraint and control and wanton slaughter. They dare not imagine that scene. At that time, all ants under Dao Sovereign, there is no level to be divided, they are all prey. Guru. Many people were watching their every move, as if they were about to grasp the moment they were doing it. The few at the core, except Jian Wushuang, all clenched their fists, and the sweat on their palms was enough to prove how nervous they were. Wanqing Daojun breath rises like a long dragon. Standing in the void is like the master of that void. This is a sign of stepping into the threshold of the origin of space. Jian Wushuang is also frightened when he sees it, the origin of space. Chapter 52:31. That is the powerful source cultivated by the emperors. Look at it, it's time to do it. Many people on the periphery exclaimed, and couldn't help but retreat thousands of miles away. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared at Daojun Wanqing. He raised his hands slightly, and the corners of his mouth opened slightly. Congratulations. Wanqing Daojun, with a smile on his serious face, clasped his fists in his hands. Hoo. A rush of gasps could be heard through Jian Wushuang thousands of miles away. Gone. The faces of many powerful people turned red, and finally Wanqing Daojun actually uttered these 2 words. Even Long Shuang and Dao Xiaotian took a deep breath, really wanting to fight, and really don't know who they're going to help. It's no good for her to help Wanqing, and it's no good to leave. Fighting at this level and fishing in troubled waters are in danger of falling. It's best to end the game. The other Dao monarchs, even if they are reluctant, but now Wanqing, as a half-step emperor, has taken the initiative to try it out and congratulated Hui Qing for getting the inheritance of the Temple of Qi. Ji Chaoyang, who had been watching from a distance, saw that after not fighting, he flew over without any fear. Haha, it's too late to come down. Seeing people coming, everyone looked at it together. Fortunately, Wanqing and the others knew the person in front of him, but it was the first time that Hui Qing saw him, and when he saw someone coming, he also leaked a hint of curiosity. Seeing that no one introduced him, Ji Chaoyang cheeked, coughed, and solemnly said, "Let me introduce my identity first. I am the Ji family dynasty, the first Taoist in the contemporary era, Ji Chaoyang." Hmph, it's still so shameless. The Taoist Ripper frowned and said mockingly, "This season Chaoyang's strength is not weak at all. Although he hasn't reached the level of Taoist monarchs, it is almost the same. Moreover, this guy is quite good at picking people and has been pestering him, fighting and not running, as if he was a grindstone. Because of this, the master of the heaven-tearing heaven is extremely disgusted with this person." Jian Wushuang mobilized his thoughts and observed Ji Chaoyang, but he leaked a hint of smile. His face appeared a touch of playfulness, and he took the initiative to sign up for Jian Wushuang. Hui Qing. How could Ji Chaoyang think that these two peerless and ruthless people were so easy to talk? They started to speak familiarly. "Brother Hui and Brother Wushuang are so powerful that they make Xia feel inferior, and I really admire Xia extremely. Life is in danger. Come and make friends with the two." "I think you are just a piece of dogskin plaster. Catch who is sticking to who." Dao Tian Xuantian sneered unscrupulously. Ji Chaoyang's complexion changed, and he became angry. "Tear the sky? What do you mean? It's fine to look down on the next," and even dared to turn around and curse Brother Hui and Brother Wushuang. "Don't think you are a Taoist and I am afraid of you. I joined forces with Brother Hui Wushuang, and I can deal with you more than just rubbing." Dao Jun Wanqing frowned. He originally wanted to find out what kind of genius Hui Qing cultivated, but now he was disturbed by this stuff, so he didn't know how to speak. The Taoist swordsman standing on the side was even more so annoyed that he couldn't speak, pointing to Ji Chaoyang's face blushing, and he couldn't say a word. Jian Wushuang glanced at a few people, and finally stayed on Xie Tian, and said coldly, "Forget it. He'll pass Hui Qing, and he'll ignore the villain. Xie Tian will speak carefully next time." His eyes stared at Dao Shou Tian without any scruples, and his powerful thought power directly wrapped the opponent's body. That's it. No wonder tearing the sky watching him from time to time, and at first thought that this kid had a hobby of short sleeves, but there was another reason. With a trace of ancient aura, Jian Wushuang keenly sensed the familiar feeling in the opponent's body. Tier Tian's face was gloomy at this time. He didn't know whether Jian Wushuang was really angry, or he noticed something was wrong. No matter what the possibility, he didn't want to stay here anymore. "Leave that thing where you are for a while, and I will take it back sooner or later." Dao Shou Tian secretly vowed in his heart. Even if you are seriously injured, you have to take it. He was afraid that Jian Wushuang had been following Hui Qing, so that he had no chance at all and had to leave now. "Everyone, they'll say goodbye first," Dao Jun said in a low voice. His figure flashed back 10,000 miles, and then burst out with all his strength, but the breath disappeared into the void in an instant. Xueyue and Lengshuang Daojun are also afraid that Wanqing and Hui Qing will conspire together, and they will bid farewell and leave. If they meet again, it is estimated that they will fight for life and death. As soon as these people left, Ji Chaoyang was also a little panicked. Looking left and right, now that anyone on the court can abuse him, especially Hui Qing, he can feel the intense silence. When encountering such an opponent, he will undoubtedly die. Unless you use the transfer order granted by your clan, you can escape. "Hui Qing, am very curious why you were suddenly given the inheritance from the Temple of Qishan." Wanqing still spoke, but he knew that even if he knew these things, it was impossible to tell him. So he tactfully said, "If it is inconvenient, don't speak." Hui Qing sighed lightly and said gravely, "It's not that I don't want to say. I don't know why I suddenly accepted the inheritance of the Temple of Qishan." Dao Jun Wanqing nodded. Looking at Hui Qing's eyes, he could feel that the other party did not seem to be lying. Of course, he could not rule out Hui Qing is a master of lying, and he blurted out the lie without missing the slightest. The flaws. Jian Wushuang, who was standing by, frowned. Wanqing was indeed asking too abruptly, and Hui Qing had a good temper. If it were him, a sword would go out and ask the sword. Based on his understanding of Hui Qing, what Hui Qing said just now was indeed not a lie. He was originally curious, but now that he knows it, he has fulfilled his curiosity. Inheritance, unique learning. Now Jian Wushuang has seen its power. No matter how strong his Tao is, he has no treasures and no powerful inheritance. His combat power will fall a lot. When Huiqing accepted the inheritance, he was only a half-step prince, and now he was almost half-step an emperor. He is also rank 9, and he is at the level of Tao sovereign if he hasn't cultivated his geniuses. If he cultivates his geniuses, he will be able to show up to 12% of his combat power. By then, his strength will also increase sharply, and he should not be weak. Yu Huiqing. Okay, since that's the case, I will also leave first. Wanqing Daojun always maintained a gentle posture. Although the initial problem was a little uncomfortable, Jian Wushuang was also impressed by him. The former Jiu Daoist, and now Wanqing. Jian Wushuang has seen the style of the top powerhouse in other worlds in the universe. The Tao monarchs left one after another on the field. Now Jian Wushuang, Huiqing, and Ji Chaoyang are left. Jian Wushuang turned his eyes to each other and said, "Brother Ji, you are hiding enough." As soon as these words came out, Huiqing's expression was overwhelmed, and her breath rose sharply. Ji Chaoyang's complexion changed drastically, putting away the playfulness he had just now, and hurriedly backed away. But where can he retreat? The world of heart swords has already quietly arrived, and the powerful heart and sword intent have made Ji Chaoyang frightened. Chapter 52:32. He found that the moving order had been invalidated, but how active his mind was that he couldn't command the moving order. He was about to cry in a hurry now. What the is this? Huiqing watched for a long time and found that Ji Chaoyang had been standing still, without the slightest aura of threat, looking at Jian Wushuang in doubt. Huiqing, don't get too excited. Jian Wushuang pressed his hand, and then faintly said, "Brother Ji, don't get too excited. If you were to deal with you, you would have died 10,000 times earlier." He didn't scare the opponent by this, and he really wanted to use it to swallow the opponent within 10 moves he had information. If it was someone else with a solid record, he would really be a black hand. But Ji Chaoyang is not ordinary, because they are of the same kind. They are all 9-ranked Dayan immortals. Jian Wushuang had a direct showdown, telling the true state of Ji Chaoyang. As soon as this remark came out, Huiqing was shocked before he had time. Ji Chaoyang took a deep breath, covered his mouth with both hands, and screamed hard. "Are you an emperor?" Ji Chaoyang let go of his hand covering his mouth, and tremblingly raised his finger to Jian Wushuang. The transfer order and the Zhenxin talisman. These are the innate top treasures given to him by his father, one for escape and the other for hiding power. His father once told him that the Zhenxin talisman can hide his breath and strength, and the biggest use is to hide his realm. Even the emperor can hardly see his true realm. Now Jian Wushuang saw it through. He admired his father very much, and he was a very firm believer. Can see his true state, then only the emperor. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded by his action. "I am not an emperor, but I have a treasure that can see the true state of the other party. It is a bit tasteless, but it comes in handy here." The Nineth rank Dayan immortal, but he has the strength of a half-trouble monarch. Brother Ji is extremely talented. Admire it. Huiqing's eyes beamed, and he shouted admiration. Jian Wushuang also said, "Could it be that Brother Ji is the ultimate existence?" After confirming that the two were not malicious to him, Ji Chaoyang let out a sigh of relief, and soon turned into that kind of cynical gesture. "Ha, Brother Wushuang has a good eye. It is indeed the 9th rank Dayan immortal, that is, an ordinary ultimate way, and it is not the two brothers for the time being." Ji Chaoyang coughed a few times, and was humble. Jian Wushuang showed surprise on the surface, but he was funny in his heart. If it's so predestined, why don't we talk? Then it's better to be respectful. Ji Chaoyang also wanted to make friends with strong men like Jian Wushuang and Huiqing, and did not refuse. If the two wanted to deal with him, he had indeed been several times earlier, so it would be better to take the opportunity to win him and have a backer. He currently has a long way to go to the 9th rank to achieve consummation, and he also needs a strong ally. As the three left together, there was no one on this battlefield, and the silence was restored. Hiss. The space split, and a huge castle fell from the sky, slamming heavily on the ground. Said it is a castle, in fact it is more like a city. It has a length and width of tens of thousands of miles, and it is the size of some mundane planets. The fortress fell, and the messenger of the Vermilion Bird Palace escaped from a crystal-clear white crystal ball and threw it into the castle. Then her figure disappeared, and she went to the next primitive star. And Jiaju primitive star trembles at this moment. The war has just ended, and a new storm will soon be set off. The white orb fell into the castle, and a sky pillar burst out, leading directly to the barrier at the highest point in the void. After touching the Tianju, the enchantment of the entire primordial star made a crackling sound. Such a big movement caused all the Dian immortals on the primordial star to rise and go straight into the void. The hundreds of thousands of Dian immortals who were still alive looked at the enchantment exuding the lightning silver snake and couldn't help but gasp. What are you doing? Everyone issues questions at the same time. What are you doing at the Temple of Qishan? I just found a cave, and before I had time to communicate the ultimate way, I was disturbed by this movement. Jian Wushuang and the three of them leaped into the air one after another, and the powerful aura directly radiated out without hesitation. After all, one of the strongest players of this primitive star right now is that Jian Wushuang is at the level of Dao Sovereign, and even Ji Chaoyang can be comparable to Dao Sovereign. The three of them walked sideways on the primordial star, and none of them could threaten them. Who is so courageous? Dare to disturb a few of our brothers. I want to see who is so courageous. The treasure Ji Chaoyang uses is a sword that opens the sky, and the light blue breath surrounds the sword. He directly carried on his shoulders, stood swaggering in the void, and roared. Hui Qing was as calm as ever, looking up at that level of enchantment. Disturbed, a strong sense of anxiety made Jian Wushuang very uncomfortable. What kind of trick is this Temple of Fortune playing? Didn't it say that it's been a trial for 30 years? Is this a remorse? Don't look down on them like these people. Want to drive them out? Wouldn't it be so stingy? This is also to blame for the original guardian who left the token and left. Because of the short words of token, there are only 3 to 500,000 Dian immortals left. What are you going to do now? Jian Wushuang's thoughts spread out, and he scanned the surroundings for thousands of miles. At the same time, the Dian immortal in the mountains also broke out of the sky. No matter how strong it was not hiding. Divine Emperor Mo Long, who had been hidden for a long time, also broke ground. Although all the treasures were lost, his perfect flesh and powerful divine body were still there. In the past 2 years, he had regained most of his strength by virtue of his strong background. This call? It comes from the Eclosion continent. Mo Long hesitated in his heart. Now he is a useless man, a savage without an identity token. Do you want to go? There may be a silver lining to go, and there is nothing if you don't go. Humph! Mo Long snorted coldly. An ordinary 9-ranked perfect Dian immortal actually dared to fly in front of him, grab him casually. When I asked, I realized that something really happened in Yuhua continent. Countless powerhouses are flying in the direction of the Eclosion continent, and Mo Long has also joined them. Some of the top Dian immortals who had just left the emerging continent, and even the pinnacle Dian immortal, also changed their directions and returned to the emerging continent. All this is not only the call, but also the change in the identity token. On Jian Wushuang's side, he took out the token at random and looked at the change above. His eyes trembled. Primal Star, the first stage of the highest trial, is completed. Finally ranked 21st. Trial, Jian Wushuang. Record conversion, 1,000 treasure points. Is it 1,000? This is not the key. What is more serious is the final ranking. He has the heart to die. In the past, he didn't care too much, but now that Hui Qing is so strong after getting a quake, how can he be willing to rank so low? Obviously have the strength to enter the top 10, or even the top 3. Now everything is back to 0, and the ranking is solidified. Chapter 52:33. Too big. Jian Wushuang's heart was bleeding. The Temple of Qishan, the 10th year of the highest trial of Dian Immortal, is also the 10th year of the advent of the new era. The Primal Star trial opens the second phase. The call in the dark made them unable to take care of so much, so they could only gather towards the guiding place. Jian Wushuang also put away the token, looked at the center of Yuhua continent with a heavy expression, and said solemnly, "You have also sensed it?" Hui Qing and Ji Chaoyang nodded at the same time. "Then go and see what tricks the Temple of Qishan is playing again." Boom! The three of them exploded at the same time and hurried to the place where they were directed. On the road, the Peak Dian Immortal or the Extreme Dian Immortal all marched towards that position in unison. Jian Wushuang and others were very close to that location, only an hour's journey away. They saw the magnificent city that appeared out of thin air. At this time, many strong people have gathered here. They just arrived, and they attracted everyone's attention. After all, Huiqing is now one of the strongest in this primitive star, and everyone has already reclassified them. Huiqing didn't compare much, forcibly killed the second-ranked Pujuan, ranked first in record, and had been secretly called the Half-Step Emperor. The same is true for Wanqing. He used to be Wanqing Daojun, but now Wanqing Heavenly Emperor. The two powerhouses are the only ones on this primitive star. After that, Jian Wushuang and Shuiyue were powerhouses at the Taoist level, but seeing that Ji Chaoyang was now following Jian Wushuang and Huiqing, they also assigned Ji Chaoyang to the Taoist level. This breath? Jian Wushuang looked at the heavy breath of the city. This is the heavy lifelessness in the ancients. He is very familiar with it. The three came under the gate of the giant city, looking at the city surrounded by mist. Qiu Huangcheng. Jian Wushuang looked at the memorial arch on the city gate and muttered silently. The font is naturally ancient characters, but the primordial star universe has recorded such characters. As a strong Dian immortal, Jian Wushuang can deduce and comprehend ancient language with just a glance. It's just that these three words give him the feeling that it is too old, and even has a feeling of looking through time and space. The breath of just three words makes people throb. The emperor did not have such a majestic momentum when he visited in person. Brother Wushuang, don't look at it too much. The power of these three words is beyond our cognition. The rules are messy and interfere with the mind. Huiqing just glanced at it, then lowered her eyebrows and quickly reminded Jian Wushuang. Indeed, as Huiqing said, there are too many things wrapped in these three ancient texts, and it is indeed not to be seen more. I am afraid that only the emperor can understand the rules contained therein. However, Jian Wushuang's state of mind was so powerful that he had already reached the 4th level, and this little interference could not affect him. It's okay. Anyway, we'll go in and explore. Jian Wushuang said casually. Since this city suddenly appeared here, it must have some contact with them. It is impossible for them to create a city for them to watch. Look at the city wall. Ji Chaoyang couldn't help exclaiming. Point to the traces of depressions in the ravines on the wall. Jian Wushuang also turned his eyes to look, and when he saw the bottomless gullies, the corners of his eyes shook. It's Jian Mark. At this time, more and more Dian immortals arrived outside the city, and they all went to the city gate to watch them first, and then went to study the sword marks that ran through the ravines. Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged, carefully comprehending the thick sword marks, and even a trace of sword intent remained deep in the marks. Although these sword intents are very inconspicuous, Jian Wushuang, who is also a great swordsman, looks carefully. Twilight, strand by strand. The sword intent is very ordinary, but even if it fades to this now, these sword intents still contain a kind of Tao. Jian Wushuang took a breath. According to his strength, a sword cannot leave anything in Qiuhuang City, let alone make every trace of sword meaning contain Tao. The difference between him and that Kendo master is not even a star. Is the emperor so strong? Jian Wushuang began to doubt life. He has also seen a lot of emperors and strong men, and he still knows a little about emperors. But the Tao contained in the sword intent of this powerful Kendo is too powerful. If his current ultimate path is just a piece of grass, then the powerful path of this Kendo is like a whole forest. I originally thought that even if I was not a half-step emperor, he would soon touch the emperor level, but now it seems that the difference is too much. In other words, this emperor is much stronger than the emperor he has seen. With a movement of Jian Wushuang's thoughts, it turned into an illusory arm and slowly approached the sword mark, gently stroking, feeling the sword intent more closely. Outside Xiaohuang City, there were barriers and the Dian immortals couldn't get close at all, and Jian Wushuang could only use his powerful thoughts to penetrate the barriers before they could touch them. The ultimate sword Dao has now reached the 6th level, and it is still related to the heart sword. Although the dual strength avenue is more powerful, he wants to get rid of the intrusion of external forces and create the purest kendo. The mental power originally played the role of assistance, but now, at the 5th level of the ultimate kendo, the world of heart swords is realized, and the 6th level is the heart sword test. Now his kendo is too complicated, is not pure enough. He needs to transcend himself, get rid of the dominance of his mental strength, and realign his kendo. That's sword intent. So he is very eager to see how the emperor-level swordsmanship is different, and what is contained in it, to help him confuse the emperor-level swordsmanship. Just as Nianli entered the gully, it was met with strong resistance. This strength comes from that trace of sword intent. Jian Wushuang's heart was horizontal, and his whole body was concentrated, turning into a dexterous little hand, constantly grabbing towards that trace of sword intent. Starve to death the timid, support the daring to death. Jian Wushuang was going to grab that trace of sword intent with his thoughts. This was too important to him. Countless powerful people around are copying the various traces on the city wall, which has already benefited them a lot. If they can capture a trace of the Emperor's way, it will be a great opportunity. Almost. The illusory arm that Nianli turned into was only a short distance away. But even at this distance, no matter how hard he increased the intensity of his thought power, he couldn't catch that hint of sword intent. The mobilization of the whole Bodhi's mind power made Jian Wushuang sweat all over his head. Hui Qing and Ji Chaoyang also noticed the movement on his side. They wanted to inquire but were afraid to interfere with Jian Wushuang, so they could only stand by his side and guard against other people's interference. Jian Wushuang devoted himself wholeheartedly, his eyes closed tightly. Damn it, this distance can't be crossed at all. Jian Wushuang felt that he was being tricked, giving him hope, and making him unable to do it. The closer he felt the hint of sword intent, the more he yearned for it. This strand of sword intent gave him the feeling he thought was the purest Tao. As long as he could capture it and then swallow it with thought power, he would be able to obtain the kendo contained in that pure sword intent. Chapter 52:34. Call. Jian Wushuang was about to give up. There were too many people here, and he didn't dare to make much movement. But when he was about to put away his thought power, that ray of sword intent came out actively. Jian Wushuang was ecstatic, and he quickly wrapped it carefully with thought power, enduring the encroachment of the sword intent. Fortunately, what he was practicing was the ultimate kendo. Although he still rejected it, he was able to resist it. But Jian Wushuang didn't dare to look down upon this ray of sword intent. Don't look at it as a trace, but he was still rubbing it. Wrap carefully and step by step withdrawing from the gully. After the unreal arm got out of the gully, it was obvious that the trace of sword intent was weakening. Jian Wushuang couldn't control anything else and immediately swallowed it. Illusory arm, spreading 5 fingers, swallowing that strand of sword intent. All of this is done in the barrier, so people outside can't find it at all. It was obvious that after the ultimate kendo gained a point, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. The original kendo in the sword intent, he instantly grasped. After all, it was already integrated. Prison cage. Jian Wushuang trembled slightly, evaporating the sweat on his body. This is what he learned from that ray of sword intent. It's a pity that there are too few. If there is more, then his ultimate kendo may really break through. He took a deep breath and found that Hui Qing and Ji Chaoyang were around him when he wanted to get up. Brother Wushuang, did you find something? Ji Chaoyang asked curiously. Like other people, they can only comprehend some of the gaps that are more compatible with them, but they have very little insight from them. They can only be regarded as a rare sacred place for cultivation, which can be hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. It's just that they can't stay in this primordial star for long. They can only scan a little bit and look at all the gullies. The amount of goods they receive depends on their ability. It is not the time to retreat here. There are some small gains. This gully is a great help for me from a kendo master. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although he didn't tell the truth, he didn't say anything wrong. This is indeed a sword mark left by a sword master, and the harvest is indeed good, at least helping him find the direction of breakthrough. Ji Chaoyang was a little disappointed. He originally thought Jian Wushuang had discovered something, but now it seems to be no different from others. On the second day after arriving here, the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor also descended outside Qiuhuang City. Like them, the Emperor Wanqing first glanced at the memorial arch on the city gate, then took a lap, and found a place to sit cross-legged and comprehend the traces on the city wall. When sitting cross-legged, he also glanced at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang studied Kendo attentively and ignored it, but Ji Chaoyang shrank his neck and hid behind Hui Qing. Goodness! Hui Qing understood the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor's war intentions, that sooner or later he would not be able to escape. Fortunately, the opponent also knows that now is not the time to go to war. Everything in the outside world can't interfere with Jian Wushuang's obsession with Kendo. In the source, his avatar sits cross-legged in the ocean of the source, devoting himself to practicing. No, this road will not work. The villain with Jian Wushuang's appearance shook his head. He had already played tens of thousands of swords, but he still couldn't find a way to break through. The origin path has a qualitative change every 3 layers, and the difficulty of entering the 7th layer now is countless times more difficult than the previous breakthroughs. The previous 2 breakthroughs were all because of mental strength, and he broke through by letting the flow go. Now, getting rid of mental strength to break through is no different from climbing to the sky. It's too difficult. You can't even find a clue. Countless thoughts rose in his mind. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a bright light, and the thoughts in his mind when his eyes were opened immediately disappeared. He has been entangled with the sword intent in that sword mark. There are so many marks on this city wall. Maybe there are sword marks. There should be sword intent in this sword mark, and there should be other sword marks. Snapped. Jian Wushuang snapped to his feet, very fast, and immediately flew towards other areas. Sure enough, there are other sword marks. I was too excited just now and forgot about it. Like last time, his mind power turned into an illusory arm, entered the enchantment to touch the sword mark, and finally entered the depths of the sword mark to search for the sword intent. Now, in his Kendo origin, there is a trace of sword intent origin, those remaining sword intent. When encountering Jian Wushuang's illusory arm, he thought it was the same kind, so he took the initiative to come by. This made Jian Wushuang overjoyed, and he obtained a trace of the origin of sword intent without any effort. He was not in a hurry to enlighten, but wandered in front of the ravines to collect the origin of sword intent. The city of Qiuhuang, which is tens of thousands of miles long and wide, has a city wall that stretches for tens of thousands of miles. There are hundreds of millions of dense gullies on it, and there are hundreds of thousands of sword marks alone. Fortunately, the more sources of sword intent he swallowed, the easier it was to collect them. So he began to walk around Qiuhuangqing to find the source of sword intent step by step. His move was quickly discovered by other powerhouses. After all, Jian Wushuang is now a man of the world, a powerhouse at the Taoist level, and every move will make others pay attention. At first, they also quietly followed Jian Wushuang, carefully observing the place where Jian Wushuang stopped to see www.unravel.com. They found that they were all traces of Kendo, which was of no use to them. Even the Dayan immortal who practiced the roots of Kendo didn't notice that there was something wrong. Soon these people dispersed, leaving Jian Wushuang alone to sweep the sword marks. It took 1 day, 2 days, and until a month later that Jian Wushuang had wiped out all the sword marks. This time I made a lot of money. Jian Wushuang licked his lips and his eyes lit up. The origin of 1,000,000 Dao sword intent, once condensed, is no less than a complete Dao. Jian Wushuang randomly found an open space and sat cross-legged. Millions of sword intent rose in the sea of his origin. Jian Wushuang turned into a villain standing in it, shouting, "Hey!" Numerous Kendo origins that had been swallowed began to fuse. The powerful sword intent made Jian Wushuang ecstatic. It's a sword. The origin of the sword intent finally condensed an illusory long sword. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and from this illusory long sword, he saw a figure in white clothes Shengxue. The ancient breath leaned from his body, and Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. The figure in between was holding a sword and was also outside a big city. According to Jian Wushuang's speculation, it should be Qiu Huangqing. Wow, the sword in white robes with a sword, but there is no sharpness in the sword intent, no sharp means of breaking everything, but it fell in Qiu Huang's city, but it turned into a cage, and the sword light turned into a ball. Wrapped by Jian. Jian Wushuang looked carefully and found that the move was not that simple. A sword wrapped the entire Qiu Huang city, which seemed unrelenting, but in fact, billions of sword lights erupted inside, destroying Qiu Huang's city in an instant. And the figure in white didn't even look at the city. His figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared instantly. Chapter 52:35. Jian Wushuang was shocked by this short picture. It was just a sword that caused the ancient city of Qiu Huangqing to fall away, and the powerful Kendo master left without even looking at it. Jian Wushuang wasn't interested in the reason for it. He was calling for that sword even more now. The illusory longsword only evolved once, and then began to collapse. Jian Wushuang absorbed the powerful Kendo origin, and eventually a large part of it entered his ultimate Kendo, and he had no choice but to swallow a large part. He can only swallow about 20% of the origin of those Dian immortals. This is the sword power of that swordsman power. Even if the origin contained in it is very rare, a part of it has been lost after so many years. Now he can still observe that again. One sword is already pretty good. Prison cage. Jian Wushuang frowned. The sword of this Kendo power is very similar to his heart sword world, but the world of the heart sword is not full. It is more like a piece of paper, and the sword of the Kendo power is more like a paper rubbing into a sphere. Jian Wushuang has a clue, but it is far from enough to make a breakthrough. But this time the receipt has already satisfied him very much. His figure turned, and he came to Hui Qing and the others. It has been a month now. Qiu Huangqing still didn't use a trace of movement, and they all began to be a little impatient. Fortunately, the ranking has been fixed, and now no one will actively provoke a fight. This place is also very suitable for cultivation. They are a little greedy for this big city when they wait. The traces of battle on the city wall alone were enough to benefit them a lot. Wouldn't there be more benefits in there? Qiu Huangqing was like a tempting piece of fat, and the saliva of these hungry wolves was about to flow out, but they just couldn't eat this piece of meat. Jian Wushuang fell down and glanced around. This is the gate of the city. Most of the strong are here to comprehend. They also think that if the gate suddenly opens, they will be the first to enter. There are almost 400,000 cultivators here. Jian Wushuang glanced at the crowd and said lightly. Ji Chaoyang was also lazy to comprehend the traces on the city wall. He was very confident in his ultimate way. The battle traces left by these strong men were absolutely the same. After just a few glances, he waited boringly here. Now that Jian Wushuang came back, he leaked a smile. Brother Wushuang, be surprised. I didn't expect that there would be so many tortoises with shrunken heads. I thought there were only 100,000 people at most. Ji Chaoyang looked at those people, very disdainful. Jian Wushuang gave a faint smile and didn't say much. When Ji Chaoyang first came to Primordial Star, he was estimated to have half the power of the Taoist king. He had no idea how difficult it was for the weak. He also fought with Hui Qing in the mountains, designing traps to kill those Dian immortals. At that time, they also had the power of the peak Dian immortal, and in the end they grew up in battle, slaying the limit Dian immortal and defeating the Emperor Malong. After entering the Eclosion continent, he broke the cocoon and became a dish. Wait, it should be waiting for everyone. Jian Wushuang guessed. Qiu Huangqing will be opened sooner or later, and it is estimated that there will be a time limit. Anyway, they are not waiting here in vain. Isn't there still those powerful battle traces for them to comprehend? The existence that can leave marks on this city wall is at least the strongest among the emperors. Especially the sword in white. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of yearning. Powerful. Once the heart of the strong is planted, it can never stop. The white swordsman power left a strong stroke in Jian Wushuang's heart, and he broke the city with a single sword. Then the other traces must have been left by a strong man who was weaker than the white sword god. However, no matter how weak they they are countless times stronger than them. While they were still waiting quietly, outside of the Yuhua continent, it was already difficult to see the cultivators. In a month's time, even if the ninth-ranked Dayan Immortal drove with all his strength, he would almost reach the Yuhua continent. At this time, the sense of summoning is so strong, and there are still people who are unwilling to come. It is estimated that they are also completely hopeless. Darkness struck from the void, but in an instant it covered the mountains and then spread to the Eclosian continent. Those Dayan Immortals who hadn't come to the Eclosian continent could not sit still anymore, and they walked out of the cave and soared into the air. What is this? A ninth-turn-perfect Dayan Immortal looked at the covered darkness, shaking in his heart. Danger. A strong crisis came as soon as it was said. They didn't even have the heart to resist, and they all fled desperately. This scene is constantly being staged in other primordial stars. Inside the Suzaka Temple. A month is too short. Zhui carried her hands behind her back and looked at a piece of the sky below the main hall. All the movements of the primitive stars were happening above. She calmly said, "It's not short. Their time is precious. It has been wasted a month now. In a month's time, even if the speed is slow, I can reach the mainland. For such a long time, regardless of the call, I just want to sit down and shrink my head, a cowardly move." Zhui hates iron but not steel. The inheritance from this trial is extremely precious, and now I am giving them benefits. I don't cherish it, and I can't blame her for being cruel. She has given enough tips. If it is the old man of the spirit guard, it is estimated that he will not even leave the summoning crystal, so he will run away after passing down the inheritance. Inheritance is not for nothing. It's just an appetizer to test their ambitions. If they don't have this ambition, the Temple of Qixin will not feed idlers. Those who have come outside Xiaohuang City now haven't noticed any problems. They don't know it yet. They have passed the first level. The darkness struck, and those Dayan Immortals who were in the darkness flee desperately, trying to rush out. Click. A Dayan Immortal was broken by his waist, donating blood and spilling. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes leaked out. Jie. The day that was killed, not only the body was eaten away, but even the original Dao was swallowed cleanly by these monsters. If Jin Wushuang saw them, I'm afraid he would call his own expert, and the complete Dao of a Dayan Immortal was actually swallowed. It's clean and there is no waste. On swallowing, they are seniors. The darkness continued to expand, enveloping 90% of the area of the primordial star, and finally the source of darkness converged on the edge of the feathered continent and began to march. The rate of spread this time was a bit slow, but it was also several times faster than Dianxian, and it only took a quarter of an hour to reach Xiaohuangqi. The Optimus pillar in Xiaohuang City shook, and a burst of hot light burst, as if shattered the barrier in the sky. 400,000 practitioners outside the city stood up and looked up. Crackling, the entire city shook, and finally the barrier that encased the city was shattered and turned into electric snakes swimming over Xiaohuang City. Chapter 52:36. Such a huge change made everyone react in an instant, especially those Dayan Immortals who had been waiting outside the city gate from the beginning. They plunged into it as soon as the barrier was broken. Jin Wushuang frowned as he watched. What do these people think? Think of the Temple of Qixin as something. You don't really think that whoever enters has an advantage. Those who are not afraid of death have the cowardice. Those half-travel monarchs who had confidence in their own strength entered Xiaohuang City calmly, and Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing began to enter one after another. This is a recognition of your own strength. Even if you can get the treasure if you go in first, I can grab it. The city gate is very wide, thousands of miles long and wide. It was enough for them and the Dayan Immortals to enter together, but some people hesitated and wanted to enter at last. Whether it was for the purpose of picking up leaks, or holding the mentality of being a cannon fodder who entered in front, these people did not panic at all. In just one cup of tea, all 400,000 Dayan Immortals had entered Xiaohuang City, and there were 1,000 people left looking around, planning to wait. But at this moment, the gate of Wanli suddenly closed. Sure enough, this city is really strange. A rank 9 Dayan immortal exhaled deeply, as if he had just escaped a catastrophe. Haha, even if you don't go in, whether it's good or bad, I can at least look at the traces left by these emperors on the outside of the city. The other Dayan immortals also nodded. They were not good at first, and they probably didn't have much chance to go in, so they might as well just practice outside the city. It's over. Inside Huang City, just after they entered the city, they were teleported to the wall. At this time, a Dayan fairy stared at the people outside the city and said with a trembling voice, "They're done?" Jian Wushuang stood on the city wall, looking across the entire feathered continent, but the people outside the city couldn't see him. He could see any place outside the city, especially the darkness spreading from far away. Jejia, a million miles away from Huang City, the darkness suddenly stopped spreading, but after it stopped, countless dark ghosts and demons suddenly rushed out. These ghosts are not like the ghosts after the emperor's fall in the great wilderness. Jian Wushuang can clearly see that they are wise. Moreover, the strength of these ghosts and demons is at the rank 9 level at the lowest level, even the strong ones at the Taoist level. Only then did the thousands of people outside the city react, but they could enter Huang City no matter what. Temple of the Gods, enlighten me. These people are all cowardly people, and even the challenger's heart is not just thinking about entering Huang City to escape. Dead. The assault of death fell in an instant. A million li was only an instant of time. 1,000 people were no more than rubble, and they were shattered in an instant, and even a single wave could not be stirred. They can't get in. Jian Wushuang pressed his hand, and the retreating Dayan immortals dared to approach the city head and look down. Sure enough, those ghosts and demons just wandered outside the city wall with their bodies surging. They had no intention of attacking Huangqing at all. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The ghosts outside the city were wandering, and there was a tremor in the city. Everyone stood on the city wall and descended into the city. Only then did Jian Wushuang notice the appearance of the entire city. The entire Huang City is divided into 4 areas, and they are in the East City. Jian Wushuang glanced at the number of people on the wall. It was about 100,000, which also showed that the others were on the other 3 walls. The wall he was assigned to was the same wall they came in. Other scenes outside the wall can be seen here, but it is certain that it should not be much different from this side. This trial is a bit interesting. Ghosts gather outside the city, and the Temple of Qixin will not let them guard this city, right? Jian Wushuang secretly guessed. As far as the number of ghosts and demons outside the East City is counted in hundreds of millions, there are 7 or 8 of them that are as powerful as Daojun, and there are no less than 100 at the half-step Daojun level. Looking at these people on the wall, Jian Wushuang shook his head. After 10 years of trial of Primordial Star, there were no more than 10,000 elites who survived, and the rest were Dayan immortals who were weak in strength and hid in the mountains from the beginning. Most of them were ordinary 9th rank perfect Dayan immortals. There are even more than 10,000 rank 9 Dayan immortals. There are only 1,000 people in the top level of Dayan immortal, and there are fewer at the peak level, less than 100 people. There are only a dozen extreme Dayan immortals. The half-walking monarchs were also wrapped in it. As for the powerhouse at the Taoist level, Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked far away. Another powerhouse standing on the city wall, Tier Heaven Daojun. There are 2 powerhouses at the Taoist level in Dongqing, which are pretty good. On the entire Primordial Star, even if Ji Chaoyang is added, there are only 7 Dao monarchs. Maybe Huiqing and Wanqing Tiandi will each guard a city wall. Jian Wushuang guessed in his heart. After all, the strength of Huiqing and Wanqing surpassed them too much. The remaining city wall is probably Blood Moon, Lengshuang, and Ji Chaoyang. The strength of these 3 people is actually not too strong. Jian Wushuang is confident to defeat anyone, so it is reasonable to divide the 3 of them into a city wall. After verifying that he could not go to other city walls, Jian Wushuang began to calculate the battle power on other city walls. He had to take precautions, because this time there is really a danger of death ding. There was a crisp sound, and a deep gasp came from the Tianju in the city. Jiaju Primitive Star, the second phase of the inheritance trial, will start in 3 days. The sound is like a puppet, without emotion at all. Inheritance trial? That has heritage. Jin Wushuang scanned the surroundings and looked at the foggy city. Let alone inheritance, he didn't even have a brick. Receive the identity token now. As soon as these words came out, those Daanxians who had lost their identity tokens leaked out of joy, and for a while they were not afraid of the ghosts and charms of the outside world, especially God Emperor Mo Long. As soon as he came out of the mountain, he learned that Jin Wushuang and the little bald donkey had the power of Dao Sovereign when he was studying the traces of those battles outside the city. After hearing this news, the Emperor Mo Long's heart was cold, originally thinking of turning over. Now there is no chance at all, unless he becomes the emperor. It is enough for him to be able to regain his identity token now. What if he loses those treasures? After he goes out, he asks his father for it, and can he not give it to him? Back in his own world, he is still the emperor. Of course, if you can get some treasures in the Temple of Qixin, it is the best. Jin Wushuang reached out and took the token flying from the Tianju. A little bit of strength was injected, and the token was instantly activated. He also saw the rules of this trial from the token. Temple of Qixin, the highest trial of Dying Immortal, the second stage of Primordial Star, Inheritance Trial. Jin Wushuang glanced at the above content and couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. There are actually 10,000 inheritances in Qiuhuang City. What a wealth of wealth! Jin Wushuang looked at Qiuhuang City with scorching eyes. Chapter 52, 37. But these inheritances are not given to them for free. Everything is still based on strength, and the stronger the strength, the stronger the inheritance. The 10,000 inheritances in the city can't be the kind of powerful inheritance that Huiqing accepts. There are strong and weak points. From top to bottom, they are the inheritance of unique knowledge such as A, B, C, and D. Huiqing once said that the inheritance he received is unique, and it seems that it is not the same as these inheritances. Because these inheritances are all simplified versions, there are 100 copies of the first-class inheritance, and these 100 copies are the same content. Jin Wushuang was discouraged seeing this. If it were not the best match for him, he would rather not practice. It would be too wasteful of treasures and energy, and the estimate that could be improved was limited. If he is lucky, this first-class inheritance happens to be the Kendo inheritance, it would be best. But this chance is too small. Jin Wushuang can't even think about it. According to his calculations, this inheritance is probably a more popular inheritance, allowing all the origins of the genre to be cultivated. This is to maximize everyone's combat effectiveness. Class A has 100 copies, Class B has 1,000 copies, Handle has 3,900 copies, and the remaining 6,000 shares are all inherited from Ding class. Except Jin Wushuang. Everyone became excited. Looking at the ghosts outside the city, the light in their eyes was even more terrifying than those with scarlet eyes outside the city. It is also mentioned in the rules that these ghosts are indeed similar to those of Emperor Dion, but these ghosts have another name. Forbidden Demon Lord. Also known as the Devouring Demon Lord, Jin Wushuang's heart moved and swallowed. Could it be? The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. Jin Wushuang's eyes flickered. If it is really as he thought, then there will be no place for him to stand in this temple of forbidden God. But thinking about it again, he is still fine now, and there are a lot of dying immortals that have been swallowed, but the temple of forbidding has not done anything to him. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang was relieved. Keep watching the rules. Inheritance trials and inheritance of the first-class inheritance requires 100,000 treasure points. Class B needs 10,000. It takes 1,000 for the handle to wait. Ding needs 100. Jin Wushuang still agrees with this point, knowing that he only got 1,000 points of treasure when he ranked 21st, and Huiqing only got 100,000 first. He didn't know how the Temple of Qixin was converted, but now on the entire Primordial Star, it is estimated that only Huiqing can exchange Class A inheritance. But he just finished accepting the unique inheritance reincarnation. It is estimated that he will not be so stupid to accept the first-class inheritance directly. Be aware that in addition to inheritance, there are treasures that can be exchanged. On the identity tokens, a dazzling array. To exchange treasures, you need to enter the City Lord's mansion in the city. According to Jin Wushuang's conversion, almost a treasure point is a pinnacle treasure. The legacy of Qishan Temple is a great treasure in itself. I'm afraid they won't keep the general treasures either. What can make Qishan Temple collect is a special treasure, and there are even many treasure suits. Jian Wushuang has 1,000 treasures. Wouldn't it be possible to exchange 1,000? Looking down, Jian Wushuang quickly dispelled the stupid idea. Because there are innate treasures, and even eternal treasures. Bafang Yunlong Seal. The simplified version of the eternal treasure, the Emperor can almost stimulate all the power, and it needs 1,000,000 treasure points. Printed. Forget it, it's uncomfortable. Although it is only a simplified version of the eternal treasure, its power also surpasses the innate treasure by much. If he can get it, Jian Wushuang still decides to exchange this treasure first. He had heard that the entire primitive universe was an eternal treasure, a powerful treasure that even the ultimate emperor did not have. Jian Wushuang looked greedy, but he still looked for a divine sword that suits him. Since the Great Wilderness War and the fall of the sword, he has not had a weapon to take advantage of. The divine sword obtained from the divine emperor Mo Long can actually be used, but his strength has recently improved too fast, and the supreme longsword was quickly eliminated. Fighting against a powerful person at the Taoist level, ordinary treasures, even peak treasures, may break in the fight. The innate treasure is their magic weapon. For example, he wears the madman slaying armor. This innate top treasure armor, which was obtained from Mo Long, is extremely powerful. Even now he can't activate all the powers. During the battle with Daojun Lingshuang, he used to resist the ice toughness of the ice crystal phoenix. If there is no madness to destroy the armor, he will be the least seriously injured, but because of the battle armor, the strength of the ice blade is weakened by 99%. The last trace of strength on him was also offset by the inner armor. Now Jian Wushuang's supreme treasure is the supreme defense of his entire body. There is a madman slaying armor, which can offset 99% of external attacks, and can be superimposed. Every time the same move, it will be weakened by 99%. The Ice Crystal Phoenix of Taoist Lingshuang. Each attack is very single and the same in strength. It can't threaten Jian Wushuang at all. It can only play a containment role. In addition to the outer armor, there is an inner armor to protect the divine body. Jian Wushuang, who was originally a powerful divine body, coupled with the weak 90% strength of the inner armor, could not harm his divine body even if he passed through the outer armor. However, after seeing Wan Xing's strength with his own eyes, he felt that Wan Xing and Hui Qing were able to break his defenses. Now it is only half a step that the emperor can threaten him, and the opponents of the Taoist level can't even break his defense, especially the Blood Moon Taoist. There is no single powerful means. He stands and lets dealing with fights will not necessarily kill him. This is the aspect of the divine body. If you want to break his origin, you have to break his divine body first. The one who can do this is not the half-step emperor, but also the top powerhouse comparable to the half-step emperor. Besides, he has the innate treasure to guard the origin. Jian Wushuang was very confident in his defense, and all of this had to be thanked by the Malong Divine Emperor. In addition to the imitation version of the Eternal Treasure, there are also a few top innate treasures. The price is around 100,000 treasure points, but unfortunately there is no long sword type. There is a magic sword among the top innate treasures, which is quite suitable, but it also needs 5,000 treasures, which he still can't exchange. Arcana points can be obtained by killing devourers outside the city. Sure enough, just like Jian Wushuang guessed, they really came to defend the city. But the benefits they gave were beyond his expectations. Devour the devil. Unlimited number. Attack Xiaohuang City in 19 times, and hold a wave to get a lot of treasure points. Pass all of them, and get special rewards. Now that the taboo demon lord outside the city had all retreated, Jian Wushuang didn't know how powerful each wave was. Just look at the combat power on the wall, let alone keep it to the end. It would be good to not die. The special reward is not marked, but it is certainly not simple. Now he has a lot of expectations for the Temple of Qishan. Not to mention special rewards, the treasures on paper that can be exchanged make everyone boil. Especially among the strange treasures, many of them are useful treasures to the emperor. Even if the emperor came, he was very excited, and these treasures are not available in the outside world, and can only be obtained in the Temple of Qishan. Chapter 52:38. In addition to these, there are rewards for the first stage. The top 10,000 powerhouses each get array of Emperor's Avenue. The top 1,000 strong, each person can get the inheritance of Ding, and can also be exchanged for the most precious point. This was the reward obtained from the original identity token. Jian Wushuang gently smashed the token. Ding Etl's inheritance was generally tempting to him. At least Huiking's inheritance was needed to help him. Those weak inheritances did little to help him, and if he had that energy, it was better to understand his origin. Ultimate swordsmanship helped him to break through the seventh layer much more powerfully than those inheritances. After the token was crushed, 100 treasure points were added to the new token. Inheritance, treasures, special rewards, and even some exotic fruits that can enhance your strength. These things can have a much greater impact on them than in the first phase of the trial. Nowadays, many people in the city have begun to exchange treasures. Pieces of powerful pinnacle treasures and even innate treasures have flew out of the beam of light one after another. Haha, with this explosive magic war, I don't know how many times I have increased my strength, but I am against the peak power. A powerhouse who was originally only a top-level fairy held the magic wand in his hand and laughed madly. The momentum and fighting spirit are condensed in their hearts. At this time, there is no fear of beginning, especially those dying immortals who don't have the treasure point to exchange the innate treasure. They are crazy now than ever before. Seeing others gaining the treasure and their strength skyrocketing, apart from envy, all they have left is the intent to fight to the sky. Among the top 1,000 strong, many people have begun to accept the inheritance of Ding et al. They are both the origin Dao of the second rank. Although they are strong and weak, the inheritance of Ding etc. is enough for them to use. Now these 3 days are for them to prepare for the battle, and they can improve a little. In stark contrast to these people is the God Emperor Mo Long. He now has peak combat power and no treasure on his body. However, his strength is on this city wall, and he can still rank in the top 100. Even if there is no supreme treasure, his consummation level physical body combined with a powerful bloodline divine body can burst out with a combat power comparable to the limit Dian immortal. If there is a powerful treasure, he can fully display the strength of the limit Dian immortal. One move behind, always behind. Mo Long shook his head. At the beginning, his father advised him to master a fascinating school. Even if it is not in harmony with the Tao, he can be compared to the half-step emperor in Dian immortal. But at that time, he already had the ultimate strength of the great immortal. In his father's world, he could be invincible at the same level. He felt that there was too much distraction to practice the genius, so it is better to understand the origin and wait for the emperor to cultivate the genius. Now he regrets it's too late. Hey! Mo Long sighed, sitting cross-legged on the head of the city lonely, looking at the devouring demon king like a tide, with a trace of fire in his eyes. He was about to turn around, only to find that he didn't know when a towering figure appeared beside him. Familiar armor, familiar people. Jian Wushuang. Mo Long quickly got up. Mo Long, how do you feel? Jian Wushuang's back both hands, also staring at the large swallowing demons outside the city. It's okay. It's much better than the rewards of the first stage trial. I am very excited about many treasures. Mo Long smiled awkwardly. Even if his blood jade palace is disassembled, it can be comparable to those tens of thousands of supreme treasures, and the combined value is similar to those of the supreme innate supreme treasures. Now that there is nothing, it is really difficult for him to obtain the best innate treasure with his own strength. More than 100,000. He heard that those who ranked in the top 1,000 only got 100 points, and the top 10,000 only got 10 points. As long as you have a record on your body, even if you only have a few hundred records, you can get a treasure. This is probably a reward for participation. The Qishan Temple is also rare and generous for such a while. A supreme palace is a pinnacle treasure. Among the 100,000 great fairy immortals on this city wall, many of the treasures in the hands of people are ordinary great treasures. With your strength, you plan to resist a few waves of Demon King's siege. Jian Wushuang asked without a match. Mo Long was a little embarrassed, but on this city wall, Jian Wushuang, as the only powerful Taoist monarch, was able to talk to him. It should have been a face-saving thing. But when I thought of the life and death of fighting with each other a few years ago, the unforgiving person is suddenly so powerful that he is unattainable. The more he thought about this, the less emboldened he became. According to the rules, the first wave has 100,009 ranks of Demon Masters. Each wave increases the intensity once, and I can resist up to the sixth wave at most. The first wave of demons with a rank of only 100,099 ranks were not enough to kill Jian Wushuang and Tiantian Daojun, so they could naturally resist. However, in the second wave, there were 1,000,000 rank 9 demon lords, and Jian Wushuang and Terror Heaven didn't dare to say that they could resist the 1,000,000 demon lords. At this time, everyone had to join together. The third wave is tens of millions, but fortunately, the first 3 waves are at rank 9 levels. Although the number is a bit large, it does not threaten their lives. Every 3 waves increase a level. The 4th to 6th wave is the devouring demon of the 9 revolutions consummation level, is also the first 100,000 to the last 10 million. Mo Long's strength under the burst can only barely reach the limit level, and it is not bad to be able to survive the 6th wave. I didn't want to earn too much. Mo Long shook his head and said with a faint smile, the seeds of Motinghua only need 500 points to resist the 6th wave. It's almost enough. Yes, your father is an incredible powerhouse, and you don't have to fight like that. There was a powerful father or master who was much better than his peers in the beginning, and both Ji Chaoyang and Mo Long were people like plague. Ji Chaoyang belongs to that kind of character with very strong strength and talent. Even if he is not the only son, his father and the emperor have enough reasons to get a lot of treasures for this son. After all, he is the first person in the Ji family dynasty. Mo Long's father is different. His father is a powerful ruler. In their big world, his father speaks for words. He can give the treasure to whomever he wants. There is no need to consider others at all. But this is also the point. Mo Long had not been a manager since he was young, and his strength was average. With so many powerful treasures in one body, he could only exert the strength of the ultimate Dayan immortal. Although Mo Long was a little unconvinced, he couldn't refute it. If it weren't for his father, he wouldn't be better than Luo Hao. All 9th turns are complete, and the second stage Origin Dao is still at the 7th level. He Dao can barely merge, but the 7th layer of He Dao, even if it succeeds, will be much worse. Incompatible and unable to break through. Jian Wushuang saw Mo Long's embarrassment on the side, patted him on the shoulder, didn't say much, just left the other side a mustard seed before leaving. Chapter 52:39. There is a set of pinnacle treasures, enough for Mo Long to use. These treasures didn't help Jian Wushuang at all, so he gave it. He was not willing to help others, nor was he pitying. He just wanted to give Mo Long a chance. Jian Wushuang glanced at the east city wall and found that the heaven-tearing Daojun was drawing some peak Dayan immortals everywhere. Realizing that someone was watching, Tearing Sky also looked over, with the corners of his mouth rising. The two were facing each other far away, and some of the other strong men also found that their situation was not right. Dayan Immortal, who had been drawn up, did not dare to stand in disorder at this time. He hadn't regarded Tier Heaven as his opponent from the beginning, but the opponent had an ancient aura, very similar to the Eye of the Beast God, and it seemed that Tier Heaven was staring at his Eye of the Beast God. A few years ago, Mo Long also said that the reason for his injury was also toward the sky, but when he was about to escape, he was overshadowed by the Emperor of the Daluo realm. He could have escaped without injury, but was eventually beaten to death by the torn sky. Jian Wushuang now understands that the treasure on his body has been spotted. There was a black flame in his eyes. Tearing the Sky wanted the eyes of the beast god, and he also wanted to figure out where the ridiculous aura of tears came from. The two looked at each other full of gunpowder, but they separated in an instant. As for wooing people, he naturally couldn't beat the sky. After all, he was a veteran Daojun, but wooing people was useless. The rules for defending the city are clear. You need a coach, 5 commanders, and 10 generals. These positions will be blessed by them. For example, Jian Wushuang now kills 199 ranked demon kings and can obtain 10,000 supreme points. If he has the position of commander, then he can obtain 15,000 supreme points. Command can increase by 30%. The general is only 10%. The position of the coach is naturally very attractive, but everything is about strength. The coach is not selected, but killed. These 3 days were considered the last time for their preparations, and the next devouring demon siege was only 1 hour between each wave. At this hour, they can exchange treasures with the supreme treasure haul they just obtained, and as for the inheritance exchange, they have no time to practice. Many of the treasures on the token are pills and fruits that quickly restore the body and origin of the gods, and of course the price is outrageous. A fruit of life can instantly restore Dian Immortal's divine body to its peak, requiring 50 treasure points. All can be exchanged for a peak arcana suit. There is also the 9 turns concentration pill, which is a great medicine to repair the origin, and the price is more expensive than the fruit of life. If you need 300 treasure points, you can redeem a few ordinary innate treasures. No wonder Mo Long lost more than half of his source at the beginning, and he only fully recovered after consuming half of the treasures to restore his source. The reason why Jian Wushuang's precious spot did not move at all was just in case. The first 9 waves swallowed the devil, he was able to deal with it, but in the next 10 waves he had nothing to do, because only 9 waves were displayed. Even if the evolution speculates, it is not easy for him to pass all levels. When those devouring demon kings first appeared, many demon kings had reached the level of Dao Masters. Who knows if there were any demon kings at the half-step Dao Master level in the end? These Dian Immortals on the city wall can accompany him to the end, probably not many. Dian Immortal at the extreme level can barely pass the first 9 waves, and then there are only a few half-walkers left. This trial is all based on personal will. As long as you resist the first 3 waves of the guarantee, you can choose to retire and go to the city to practice. Looking at these fighting intentions, it is estimated that few are willing to retire early, all thinking of fighting desperately, unable to resist it and go on. There are not many people like Mo Long in the universe. After all, there are not many fourth-order emperors, and he is still an only child. Now there are only 2 kinds of people who can survive here. One is that they don't have a strong background, and the other is that they have a strong background. These people do not lack small opportunities. What they lack is this kind of heavenly opportunity. They either came from some powerful emperor families, or some Taoist in the sect. Whether it is a family or a sect, internal struggles are always more cruel than external ones. Fighting with the outside world, everyone goes up together, taller and taller, and you can see what else. But the inside is different. The same generation are all Dian Immortals. You are the only immortal. You are not embarrassed. Everyone else is the emperor, the pinnacle Dian Immortal, but you are just an ordinary 9-rank perfect Dian Immortal. This sense of gap can most arouse people's victory and defeat. The previous first stage trial was actually not that fair. Some ordinary 9th ranks were consummated, and they had no strength to fight, and they would die in vain. Now it's different. Regardless of your strength, you can at least fight the first 3 waves. Get the treasure points, exchange for powerful treasures and treasures to quickly increase your strength, and you can continue to fight. Jian Wushuang, who saw through this, understood these people a little bit. 3 days only passed in an instant, and the Dian Immortal on the city wall had already been unable to bear it, and at this time they were staring at the outside of the city. Those devouring demon lords have long since retreated, and now the outside of the city is empty and is completely silent. The position dispute, I am not qualified to be the coach. I should be the one in charge of the position. If you want to be the commander, at least you have to have the strength of a half-step Daojun. You are a limit Dian Immortal, and you want to be the commander. According to the information from Tianju, Dianxian, who ranked first in the first 3 waves, can be appointed as the coach, and each position is subject to the ranking. This is the fairest practice. At the beginning, Lord Terheaven, he really naively thought that they wanted to elect by themselves. What if there is no position? The first 3 waves of danger are very small. It is our opportunity. As long as we obtain enough treasure points, we can gain a strong inheritance. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the first attack of devouring demon lord. Jian Wushuang's body was suspended in the air, looking at the barrier in front of him. The barrier would disappear at the beginning of the trial, and he could also go out of the city to kill the enemy. Hum. A bell rang, ringing in the entire primitive world. All the Dayan immortals on the primordial star heard this refreshing bell ringing and raised their heads to the sky. The bell rang 3 times, and Jian Wushuang felt that his mental power had reached his best state at this time, which was simply amazing. Boom. Without waiting for them to think, the Tianju in the city behind them let out a roar. If the previous bell can refresh their minds, then the current roar would be a heavy punch, slamming them in the chest. The second stage of trial now begins. As soon as the voice of the puppet fell, the barrier outside the city began to collapse, and the barrier in the city behind him was still there. The first 3 waves were not completed, and no one wanted to enter the city. At the moment when the barrier just disappeared, the Dayan immortal on the city wall was like a vicious dog, rushing out in an instant. Tens of thousands of top-level Dayan immortals took the lead, knowing that this first wave of devouring demon lords with only 109 ranks was simply slaughtered for them. Chapter 52:40. Jie Jie. In the darkness, a terrifying sound rang, and then a long black line that stretched for thousands of miles swept across. Jian Wushuang took a closer look. Good fellow. 100,000 devouring demons rushed towards them in neat rows. 10,000 in each row, a full 10 queues. Although the precious points given in the first 3 waves are few, it is related to the position of the coach and several other positions. Toward the sky rushed to the forefront regardless of his face, and now it is speed that is completely fighting. Looking at these crazy people, Jian Wuming was not moved. He was still standing on the city wall, but an extra long sword appeared behind him. It was the ordinary supreme long sword, with its grayish-white body like gray stone. Kill the enemy? It's not who runs fast. Jian Wushuang is best at the domain, the stars, lakes, and seas, the world of heart swords, the domain of beast gods, and the universe. Each one is a big killer to the group. Looking at these devourers, it reminded him of the ghosts he encountered in the great wilderness. Song. Jian Wushuang drew out the divine sword, only to slash it with a flat sword, and an extremely magnificent sword light instantly turned into a river of millions of miles in size. The river water is full of fierce sword energy. The speed of this sword light is extremely fast. It only takes a breath to surpass those vying for fear of the Dayan immortal and go straight to the devouring demon. The half-walking monarchs rushing in the forefront, as well as the sky-tearing monarchs, were all taken aback, and then turned their heads to look behind them. Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up and smiled at them faintly. Everyone am welcome. Although Jian Wushuang had a smile on his face, his eyes were fierce. Sword chi is like a river rolling, and it meets the devouring demon in an instant. In front of the fierce sword chi, these devouring demon lords are like thin paper, which breaks with one touch. 100,000 devoured the devil, and one was strangled clean. Ding! The token on Jian Wushuang trembled. Just 1,000? Jian Wushuang originally thought there would be around 10,000, but he didn't expect it to be 1,000. In the leaderboard on the token, except for his ranking changed a bit, everyone else is still the same. First, Jian Wushuang devouring record, 1,000, that is 1,000 treasure points. However, in this ranking, Jian Wushuang can also watch the rankings of other original stars. Randomly glanced, it turned out that other primordial star powerhouses, like him, ate alone. Soon the battle on the other 4 walls was over, and the rankings changed a bit. The 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor was really overbearing, and he also obtained 1,000 treasure points. He had seen the strength of 10,000 stars, and 100,000 devouring demon lord estimated one. Fist can kill. Now he is tied for first place with Wanqing, followed by Hui Qing, Shueyue, Leng Shuang, Ji Chaoyang, and others. In fact, Hui Qing's strength can also be swallowed by one person, but his character dictates that he is not like Jian Wushuang and Wanqing, who can swallow it by himself. The other primordial stars also ended very quickly, without any muddling. Jian Wushuang didn't even get out of the city, so he killed 100,000 devouring demon lord in one fell swoop. This combat power is actually nothing to brag about, and Blood Moon and Long Shuang can also do it. It's just that Wanqing is the only one of the strongest. Even if other people are dissatisfied, they dare to say more. Jin Wushuang is here, but there is also a Dao sovereign who can challenge him. He ran the fastest, didn't get the last treasure point, and didn't even touch those devourers. Both Xueyue and Leng Shuang have a large area, and the two can even divide it. He didn't get anything. For a while, he couldn't hold back his face, and he returned to the city wall with a black face. At this time, there were also many half-walking monarchs gathered around him, and some extreme great fairy. It seemed that he was about to put pressure on Jin Wushuang. Brother Tear Heaven, this Jin Wushuang is so selfish that he can swallow it all by himself. The demon monk has the power of a half-step emperor, and he knows that it is distributed to others, but he is a new Taoist monarch so rampant. It's just bullying too much. All the treasure points that were picked up for nothing have been taken by him alone, and the remaining difficult ones are left to us. This person has the strength of a strong man, but he does not have the style of a strong man. Yes, if so, it would be too unfair to us. A half-travel monarch frowned, and the first torn his face, his voice hoarse. Since he waited for me to be unrighteous, don't blame me for waiting for him. As soon as these words came out, those extreme Dayan immortals were silent, and Jin Wushuang was a powerhouse at the Taoist level anyway, and it was okay to complain. They didn't dare to stumble this ruthless man. The half-step Dao Monarch was okay. He could have survived in the hands of Dao Monarch, but now he has obtained many innate treasures, and some treasures that increase his strength. He was so energetic for a while that even Dao Monarch didn't care about it. In fact, there is another meaning to them when they say that is, letting the Lord of the Heavens to come out and talk to Jin Wushuang. At this moment Jin Wushuang stood on the city wall, his expression unchanged, as a strong Dayan immortal. Even if the voices of those people were small, he could still hear them. He just ignored them lazily. As for making Kizuna, he disdains even more. Anyone who has the courage and is not afraid of death can come. He had just killed 100,000 devouring demon lord. The same breath made him tremble all over. It was pretty good if he didn't do anything with them, and it was too naive to even want to divide the most precious points. What he didn't expect was that Dao Shou Tian was really naive to find him. Jin Wushuang, I and others are all powerful Taoist monarchs. Are you too lost in doing this? Your powerful family knows, but more or less leave some for them. The Taoist swordsman just opened his mouth and stood in morality. The highest point of Jin Wushuang is a condemnation. This was the second person who made Jin Wushuang feel very stupid besides the strong in the big dream world. Tear the sky. You ran like a dog before, so you have a strong demeanor? Jin Wushuang stared at the opponent coldly, and then said, the 10,000-star heavenly emperor and the strong on other primitive stars, kill them all by one person. Is there no demeanor for 100,000 devouring the devil? Facing Jin Wushuang's questioning, Dao Jun Tier Heaven's expression moved, and he wanted to speak again. Jin Wushuang is not Hui Qing, and he will not save any face to these people at all. His aura suddenly rises, and his pitch-black shining armor exudes an aura of extinction, which makes everyone who surrounds them soften their legs and feet, almost planted. After a glance at them, Jin Wushuang yelled at Dao Shou Tian, do you dare to say that to Wanqing? Do you dare to say that to the powerhouses on other primitive stars? If you dare, I can still look at you high. If you dare not, just get out of me. With the long sword hanging in front of him, if he dared to say one more thing, he would do it directly, although the Qishan temple stipulated that he could not kill the same race Dayan immortal. But I didn't say that I could not teach the other party. Taoist Ripper gritted his teeth and frowned. He only eased his mind when he wanted to speak. Now is not the time for internal fighting. If he fights Jin Wushuang, wouldn't it be cheaper for those half-step Taoists? Chapter 52:41. Only then did he realize that he was almost fooled by others. But now he only needs to take a step back and his ruin is not enough. But his reputation will definitely be unpleasant. Forget it. There are two more waves. The battle for the position of the coach is hiding in the key third wave. Xin Tian comforted in his heart, but on the surface he gave a cold snort and turned to leave. Among the many powerful people onlookers, no one dared to speak. They could only retreat after tearing the sky. Those half-walking lords, all secretly cursing the tearing lords, are simply a sorrow, and they are even scared. On the contrary, none of these people hated Jian Wushuang. They were all secretly cursing for inaction. This is the strong one. The strong is not convincing on the surface, but convincing. These people said Jian Wushuang was selfish, but in their hearts they felt that this matter couldn't be more normal, and they would swallow it if they had that strength. This is the temple of Qishan, who doesn't want to be the first, who doesn't want to get the best inheritance. Yield? This word shouldn't appear in this world. The only truth is the strong eating of the weak, and everything else is false. After these people retreated, Jian Wushuang put away his sword and sat cross-legged on the wall with his eyes closed. The 100,000 devouring demon lord just now, just as he guessed, the Tao in their body was the devouring origin, and these origins were of great help to his extreme Tao, no less than devouring the Dayan immortal. How can Jian Wushuang let such a big supplement? He has already thought about it, and he will swallow it in the next wave. The horns sounded, and the second wave of devouring demons struck again. This time it was million devouring the demon lord. These people didn't worry much when they arrived. They couldn't recognize 100,000, and even a half-step emperor couldn't kill him with one blow. This time, Taoist Tier Heaven maintained his style of being a strong man in the air, standing proudly on the top of the city alone, watching the other strong men rushing past him and nodding slightly. When he turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, he gave a cold snort, with a disdainful expression on his face, but his eyes revealed fear. Ouch! A heavy breath rushed towards his face. The millions of devouring demon lords were 10 times larger than the previous formation, and their aura was even stronger. This made those who rushed in the forefront stunned. But now it is exactly the best time to get the treasure point. I rushed forward without thinking too much. Just when these dying immortals and those devouring demons were less than 10,000 miles away, Jian Wushuang began to move. This time he didn't make a sword, but his heart moved slightly. The 5th floor of the ultimate kendo, heart sword world. This trick was already very familiar to him. To him, he didn't feel the overload of the phantom sword at all. It was just a move of his mind, and a huge heart sword illustration covered the area of millions of miles. Exit. Spit it out. The sword intent within a million miles rose, billions of sword lights fell, and when the devouring demon lord was about to rush to the dying immortals, he suddenly stopped. Those dying immortals were also stunned, looking up at the sky, countless sword lights that made their heart palpitations tilted down, and every sword light was enough to kill the top dying immortal. It is more than enough to deal with these level 9 devouring demon lords. Haha. Just like cutting leeks, Jingguang instantly harvested the millions of devouring demon lords in the audience, leaving no one behind. Not only beheaded, but also swallowed them all one by the way, and in the end there was not even a trace of the aura that swallowed the demon lord left on the battlefield. Cutting the grass and rooting it out, everyone who saw his trick was dumbfounded. Tier Heaven Daijin's jerky movement before coming, the battlefield in front of him regained the dead silence. He simply couldn't accept it. The first wave was enough. The Taoist with the domain could easily be killed by a single blow, but this was the second wave, and it was enough to swallow the demon by a million. Even if the emperor arrives in half a step, he is not sure that he will be wiped out in one blow. His face is darker than last time. Even he has decided that next time he will stay out of the darkness and wait for those devouring demon lords to come out. This time, after the dying immortal retired, they were surprisingly silent. If it was the level of the Taoist last time, then this time there was half a step of the emperor's power. They all suspected that Jian Wushuang was hiding his strength now, guessing that he had already half-stepped the strength of the emperor. No wonder he is a life-and-death relationship with the demon monk. He may already have half the strength of the emperor. Otherwise, he would not dare to stand for the demon monk in front of so many Dao Jun in the last war. 8 or 9 are not far from 10. We should stay away from him, and we can't provoke him anymore. Dianxian, who had previously said to give Jian Wushuang a trip, was hiding far away at the other end of the city wall, fearing that Jian Wushuang would look unpleasant to him and severely hurt him at this time. At that time, he will lose a lot. Everyone, prepare for the third wave. Well, the first two waves of Wushuang brothers are powerful and can be killed by a single person, and we have to take action in this third wave. Haha, you are too shameless. I think we can live without you in the third wave. On the city wall, the hostility of the last time was missing, but it became more harmonious. This is the respect for strength. The first time they felt they could provoke, the second time they were really afraid. Even Terror Heaven Daojun is now uncertain. If it were in the past, he still has confidence www. Novel. Calm, but now Jian Wushuang's demonstrated strength is too strong. Even if he broke the seal and used that treasure to increase his strength for a short time, he didn't have any confidence to deal with Jian Wushuang. Damn, how could he be so strong? The surface of the Taoist tier heaven is calm, but his heart is burning with anger. The ancient aura on Jian Wushuang's body is very similar to his secret treasure, and the two treasures must be related. If he can get it, maybe he will have the hope of being comparable to the Emperor Bamboo. Looking at it now, hope is too slim, not reconciled. Torn days roared in his heart. The treasure in his body allowed him to become Tao sovereign from the peak of Dianxian. Once all the seals were unlocked, his strength could skyrocket again. I am afraid that few Tao sovereign would be his opponents. If he gets the ancient secret treasure from Jian Wushuang, he can still rise again. Hope is now shattered. Nothing. Maybe he was spotted by Jian Wushuang. He is now a prey, and anyone who has the intent to kill must be killed first. The old saying, the city does not deceive him. Now he can only go one step at a time, but he will not give up the position of coach. Even if the restriction in the body is opened in advance, he will also fight for it to increase the treasure point by 50%, which is too tempting. In the first two waves, there were only 11,000 treasure points, but in the third wave, there were 100,000 treasure points. As long as he could kill 60%, he could seize the position of coach. He snorted and said in his heart, "Wait." This time, Taoist Sundering Heaven jumped off the city wall and waited outside the city in advance. This scene made Dian Immortal on the city wall astounding. What about the strong demeanor? One seated on the wall, motionless, his breath soaring into the sky. A man like a hungry wolf, salivating his saliva. Those half-walking lords looked down on Taoist swordsmen even more in their hearts. Chapter 52-42. He was the weakest of the previous 5 Dao Jun, but at this time he made such a decision, and Dao Jun's face was torn to heaven and lost. The previous 2 times were completely due to the power of his extreme Dao, and his Buddhist strength was almost endless. If it were an ordinary Taoist, I am afraid that he would not waste his strength in this way. In the third wave of 10,000 swallowing demon lord, Jian Wushuang was somewhat powerless. Either he used Yin universe to kill all of them as before, or he could only end up fighting. The third wave has a total of 100,000 treasure points. He is still not focusing on his eyesight, mainly for the position of coach. The more you get to the later stage, the more treasure points you get. If you have the position of the coach, 1 million treasure points will be 5 million. This is an extra 500,000. The eternal treasure of the placement version, but only 1 million treasure points. In the first 3 waves, there were a total of 111,000 treasure points. With his strength, not to mention the clearance, he really hopes to reach the million treasure points by virtue of his position as coach. At that time, the imitation eternal treasure can be exchanged. Although he majored in swordsmanship, he has the blessings of the ultimate Taoism, and he can build another Taoism to match the 8 Feng Yunlong seal. He doesn't know how strong the eternal treasure is, but he only needs to understand that the entire primitive universe is now a real eternal treasure. This kind of treasure is too rare. To obtain it, not only strength but also luck is needed. Only the air transporter can obtain the eternal treasure in the long river of time and space. Emperor Zhutian is the kind of grandeur. An ancient relic suddenly appeared in front of him, allowing him to receive several eternal treasures. This incident, once the ups and downs spread in the long river of time and space, has set off a wave of fanatical time and space drifting, and even the business of the time went out and drifted for several epochs. Visible the attraction of the eternal treasure. The current Jin Wushuang is not even the half-step emperor. If he can obtain this eternal treasure, he will be able to have the half-step emperor's combat power in the 9th rank realm, which may be comparable to the 9th rank. This is much stronger than those inheritances, and it can also practice another powerful genius. Jin Wushuang couldn't imagine how strong he would be by then. 9 turns are comparable to the emperor. Wouldn't even the emperor be able to kill even the emperor at the 9th round of consummation? I am afraid that what Qishan Temple wants is this kind of heaven-defying Dian Immortal. Only when this kind of Dian-Xian combination is successful can it help the Temple of Qishan. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath. For the eternal treasure, he decided to fight. Just after the horn sounded, Jin Wushuang followed the crowd to rush out, but his figure flashed, and he did not go to the ground when he was in the air. The whole body is trembling with thought power, and the strongest whole card is also his biggest battle now. One thought of the universe. Jin Wushuang's brows trembled. Get up. Under the control of the immense power of thought, a miniature universe appeared outside Xiaohuang City. No way. At this moment, everyone took a breath. They didn't expect that Jin Wushuang actually had a backhand, and he was thinking of swallowing the demon lord of 10 million this time. How crazy is this? If it was the power of the Taoist the first time, then the second time they guessed that Jin Wushuang concealed his strength, or had special means, the origin Tao was strong enough to kill 1 million devouring demon lord at one time. But this time it was 10 million. Even the Taoist swordsman felt crazy, thinking Jin Wushuang was desperate. Even if it is desperate, it is impossible to kill 10,000 devouring demon lord in one fell swoop. But the next scene made all of them tremble. A sword formation condensed with evil aura appeared in the sky. They are very familiar with this breath. It is the breath exuding in the dark, very similar, but it is slightly different. Absolute immortal formation. The eye of the beast god. Not only did the absolute immortal formation be pulled out, but even the eyes of the beast gods were not let go, and everything turned to the extreme. There is still a majestic and powerful world under the Juxian array, which is the heart sword world. All domains are all superimposed together, and now Jin Wushuang's aura rushes into the sky. Although he is not a half-step emperor, he also has some strength. Kill. Jin Wushuang killed the word as soon as he said it. 18 phantom swords formed a large array that swept the entire land. The original star continent, which was extremely hard, was cut into a tianqing of thousands of miles. Each phantom sword has the size of tens of thousands of battles. Among the army of thousands of devouring demons, 18 phantom swords cooperate with each other to give out absolute suppressing force. No one dared to approach. Even the Taoist sundering heaven could only stand on the periphery with gritted teeth. Just watching, just 2 breaths, the 10,000 devouring demon lord was all beheaded by Jin Wushuang. What kind of strength is this? Someone looked at the sword formation blankly and asked tremblingly. 100,000 Dian Immortal didn't say a word at this time, just staring at the absolute immortal formation in a daze. In the end, I didn't know who spoke and said something. This is the Emperor. After all the devouring demon lords were beheaded, Jin Wushuang hurriedly put away the sword formation. The whole person's breath trembled, and it fell to the freezing point. 2 short breaths drained the strength of his whole body. It's important to know that the reserves of the ultimate origin Tao alone are comparable to the Emperor. The Jin Wushuang Polar Tao's reserves are even more amazing, hundreds of times more than the ultimate origin Tao. His body, the Yanli reserve, has exceeded the weak Emperor and can be compared to the second-order Emperor. With such a huge power, he actually consumed 2 breaths cleanly. He himself felt incredible. The Phantom Sword was originally only an inch long, but it was raised to the size of 10,000 battles by him. After the Phantom Sword, which was originally extremely expensive, expanded 1 million times, it could be imagined how huge it would consume. Call. Breath out this breath. Swallow the devil and perish. He also exposed his full strength, and the consumption this time was too exaggerated. Even if he recovered, it would take time. Fortunately, in every 3 stages, there will be a whole day interval. Jin Wushuang's aura was a bit unstable, and he couldn't manage that much. He hurriedly put away all the methods, and the figure almost fell on the top of the city. thousands of devouring the devil, and all being swallowed by him, can also be regarded as suppressing the evil arrogance in his heart. It's half full. Once his appetite is opened, he will be even crazier next time. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He tried his best to restrain himself, exchanged several pills for restoring Yanli, and swallowed them in one mouthful. Turn the power emanating from the pill to quickly restore one's own strength. 100,000 Dayan immortals outside the city. I don't know whether to return or not at this time. The accumulated fighting spirit has been hit again and again, and now it has completely collapsed. Either go back and retire, or just guard outside the darkness. No matter how powerful the devouring demon lord is, they will go. They were already scared, afraid that Jian Wushuang would kill all devouring monarchs again. Moreover, the aura emitted by Jian Wushuang's sword formation just now was too similar to those demon monarchs, which had to make them think of a horrible secret in the primitive universe. Swallow? Taboo? Demon Lord? Chapter 52:43. At that time, you can also break through rank 9 and become the perfect powerhouse of rank 9. At that time, his strength is estimated to be much stronger than the average half-step emperor. Interesting. Jian Wushuang's eyes beamed. As if seeing Jian Wushuang's thoughts, Ji Chaoyang was not bothering, so he pulled Huiqing back to Beicheng, and the two of them were assigned to a city wall, but they had mutual support. Insert an app. Perfectly reproduce the old version of the book-chasing artifact, an interchangeable app Mimi reading. Saying goodbye to the two men, Jian Wushuang, stepping on the Heiyao stone slab and walking into a palace. The city lord's mansion is divided into 4 halls. The treasure hall is just one of them. There are a lot of treasures stored here, all of which are extremely useful to Dayan Immortal. Entering the hall, there was a change. There were several Dayan Immortals passing by just now, but after entering the interior, no one could be seen. Jian Wushuang guessed in his mind that he should have entered the space mezzanine, and this treasure hall was opened up with countless mezzanine levels. It is impossible to meet other people at all, and everyone enters a unique mezzanine. Jian Wushuang had seen this method, and only when the origin of the space reached a very high level could he create such a strange palace. After entering the hall, look around. The hall was empty, and it didn't look like there were treasures. In the main hall, there is only a green bottle, and nothing else. Puff Jian Wushuang just took a step, and a burst of cyan smoke appeared in the green vial in front of him. The fist-sized bottle eventually emitted several battles of blue smoke, and finally turned into a scaled monster, but looking at its face, Jian Wushuang could see that the opponent was very old. There are several gullies on the face, and the scales on the neck are a little off. Thanks, Tusk, young man. I can sense that there are so many treasures in you. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to be careless, clasped his fist and said, Senior, Junior Jian Wushuang, the trial of the god of fortune, come to exchange the treasure. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to underestimate this old monster who didn't know how many years he had lived. Don't worry, take your time. No one has spoken to the old man for a long time, and I will tell you what treasure you want to change. I will also check it for you. The scaly old man was very easy to talk and looked like a naughty child, which made Jian Wushuang relax. Come down. I don't know the name of the predecessor, Jian Wushuang said with a smile, leaking joy. You can call me Qiu Huang. When the scaly man said that he was famous, his voice became extremely majestic. After Jian Wushuang heard this name, he was also excited. Qiu Huang? Qiu Huangqing? Is this old guy the master of Qiu Huangqing? Little guy, don't be afraid. The city of Qiu Huang you are in used to belong to me. The sword has no muscle tremor on both sides. Come on, let me see your origin. This seat will list you more suitable treasures. Qiu Huang said as he drifted over. Can't let him see. Jian Wushuang instinctively backed away to avoid him, but he still let Qiu Huang smell his original power. Qiu Huang, who had just approached Jian Wushuang, was taken aback first, then shocked. In the end, his body trembled so badly, his figure dodged behind the throne for an instant. Only one head leaked out, his eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang. and he said in horror, "Who are you? You have that fellow's breath like this." It was still seen. Jin Wushuang was not hiding it, so he dragged it out. He had just learned that the other party was Qiu Huang's identity, and his secret path was not good. Now, in his Kendo origin, there is the origin of the sword who destroyed Qiu Huang City. Fortunately, he kept explaining that Qiu Huang trembled out of behind the throne, but there was still a look of fear in his eyes. I can imagine how much he was afraid of that person back then. In fact, I and him already belong to the same camp, and I am not afraid of him. Qiu Huang clenched his fist and covered his mouth and coughed twice before remembering that this was the alien universe, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Senior, I don't know if it was. Jin Wushuang deliberately said that there are indeed many secrets in the world of the Temple of Qixin. If you can learn some, you will be prepared in the future. Qiu Huang looked straight and waved his hand quickly. Young man, Zhui confessed that I can't tell you about the Temple of Qixin. You should try it honestly. When you leave the primitive world, you will be told what you should know. Jin Wushuang didn't expect the other party's mouth to be so strict, and he didn't want to say anything, but he still knew a person's name from his words. Zhui, there is also the primitive world. The world of Primordial Star was originally called Primordial Realm, and Jin Wushuang nodded secretly. The predecessor thinks that the treasure points in the hands of the juniors are more worthwhile to exchange for those treasures. Jin Wushuang didn't ask more, and went straight to the subject. Qiu Huang turned around and sat cross-legged on the throne, stroking his beard with one hand and waving the other. There were countless treasures all over the hall. You are the ultimate Kendo. It seems that your Dao should only be around the 6th level, and your realm is only the 9th rank Dai and immortal, but the origin in your body is extremely powerful, which is a bit strange. Qiu Huang wondered. Jin Wushuang took a sigh of relief. It seems that the opponent is not strong enough to see through his body. At least the Ji Dao opponent didn't see it. He didn't know that Ji Dao was the original Dao with no action, let alone Qiu Huang. Even if the true spirit was lying on his body to see it, he couldn't see it. Although he didn't know Qiu Huang's past, Jin Wushuang could also tell that Qiu Huang was at least a 5th-order emperor. Otherwise, he would not be able to build a city of this level. This is much stronger than the heavenly court of Jinwuyang. At least he has never seen such a luxurious city in Desiyu, completely made of He Yaoshi. The whole body is a treasure, combined. This is a broken eternal treasure. Qiu Huang frowned, and then said, the enlightenment flower is indeed suitable for you. But the ultimate source needs not only enlightenment, but also the tempering of life and death. Hearing this comment, Jin Wushuang nodded in agreement. He was indeed able to break through so quickly in the trials of life and death. Since entering the great wilderness, he has been walking around the tip of the knife every time, and Yinxian has resisted the ninth rank Dianxian. After he broke through the 3rd rank Dian Immortal, he met the 9th rank Perfect Dian Immortal. Every time it was the suppression of absolute strength. He couldn't breathe at all. After entering the Temple of Qixin, it was a little better. At rank 6 Dian Immortal, he will behead the ultimate Dian Immortal, singing all the way, and attacking the powerhouse of rank 9 Battle Dao Monarch. Now that he hasn't had that kind of tempering between life and death, he has indeed slowed down. Your origin is strong, but there are some other places that can't keep up with your origin, such as the divine body and soul realm, but the mental strength is particularly reluctant to keep up with your origin. Qiu Huang commented on Jin Wushuang's strength one by one. Pointing out Jin Wushuang's shortcomings, Jin Wushuang didn't find these things himself. Especially the divine body, 1,000 times the basic divine body is strong enough in his opinion. Chapter 52:44. With the blessing of the eye of the beast god, it can be comparable to a special life. Qiu Huang seemed to see his doubts and said in an educated voice, little guy, don't be convinced. I know that you have a special secret treasure that can increase the divine body, but don't forget, you are the 9th rank. When you reach consummation on the 9th revolution, and even the ultimate way of cultivating to consummation, the effect of the secret treasure at that time is much smaller. The most important thing for the divine body is the foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger your divine body will become more tenacious. In our era, the requirements for the divine body are much higher than you are now. Qiu Huang looked back on the ancient times. His tone also changed, yearning, and said tremblingly, "In the ancient times, your strength is considered superior, far from being a peerless. Only the peerless Tianjiao who is barely counted by the origin Dao, and the others. The difference is far, at least in the current era." His words are not exaggerated. The glory of the ancient times is indeed a great era. At that time there was still an overlord in the starry sky, but now the starry sky is desolate. There are not even a few masters of the universe, especially in the long river of time and space where the original universe is located. The strong are almost dying. Jian Wushuang heard that he couldn't compare to the Tianjiao of today's age, and his expression was a bit solemn. Isn't the strongest emperor in Dian immortal half-step emperor? After breaking through rank 9, he still has another leap in strength, which can be comparable to the emperor. Isn't this a peerless? Senior, can other primitive stars have Dian immortal who is more against the sky? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, your primitive star has 3 high-level trialists who are no less than yours. You must know that their chances are also very good, especially the little monk. Look at the cause and effect on your body. I should know him, Qiu Huang said slowly. Little monk? It's Hai Qing. Jian Wushuang nodded. Hui Qing's chance was indeed extraordinary and could be taken care of by Qixin Temple. The entire primordial realm Dian immortal was the only one. His chances are very unusual. At least I can't see where the inheritance from him comes from. Maybe some big man has taken a fancy to his potential and bestowed it in advance. Big shot? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Could it be that in this temple of forbidden god? Boy, don't think about it. This temple of the gods is more powerful than you think. Qiu Huang said proudly. Haha, it's a bit farther to say it. Let's talk about yourself. That little monk has a strong inheritance, and his path is almost fixed. You are different from him. At least you haven't practiced inheritance yet, and now you need what you need most. It is still to grind the foundation and prepare for the future inheritance, and then it is the harmony. Speaking of this, Qiu Huang couldn't help but mention Ji Chaoyang, and Jian Wushuang knew the other side's road to the strong, which was the road to the strong that best met the Qixin Temple's plan for Dian. The Wanqing Heavenly Emperor was originally an emperor, and he had cultivated a powerful genius to gain half a step of the emperor's strength, which is not worth mentioning on Qiu Huang's side. That said, he can only be ranked 3rd in this original star, not even as good as Ji Chaoyang. Although Qiu Huang said that, it was him who didn't listen. He really didn't believe it. By virtue of the one origin of the great Tao, it was many times stronger than the ultimate. Wait, sooner or later, I will surpass everyone. The seed of the strong has already been planted. Jian Wushuang's determination cannot be changed. No one can stand in front of him. He used to be a strong Taoist, but now he doesn't care about it. Half-step Emperor is also at your fingertips. Qiu Huang didn't say much. He directly proposed several treasures and asked Jian Wushuang to choose them one by one. These treasures, worth 100,000 treasures, are the most suitable treasures for you. Qiu Huang introduced while talking. There are 3 categories. The treasure to enhance the soul, this is what you need most now. The stronger the soul realm, the faster you can advance to the 9th turn consummation. This underworld stone is most suitable for you. The soul power on it is very sufficient. Your soul is strong, and you can only absorb one in your life. 50,000 points, absolutely no loss. Jian Wushuang's heartbeat was indeed what Qiu Huang said. Breaking through the rank of 9 helped him more than breaking through the ultimate kendo, which is indeed what he needs most today. But just after breaking through the 9th revolution, he had no brows for consummation and no confidence in his heart. Yes, I have exchanged this underworld stone. Jian Wushuang took out the token and handed it to Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang took the token, saw the treasure point above, smiled and nodded. That's a lot. The second category is the divine body. The treasures worth 30,000 points of treasure here are to enhance the divine body, which can make your divine body break through to 1,800 times. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed in his heart. The improvement of the soul realm would not be realized into combat power for a while, but the improvement of the divine body was a real jump in combat power. 1,800 times the basic divine body, combined with the eye of the beast god, can almost reach 8,000 times. The stronger the divine body, the higher the multiplier will decrease if you want to break through 10,000 times. I am afraid that the basic divine body needs to be 5,000 times. The more difficult it is to upgrade later, and the more precious points it spends, Jin Wushuang suddenly feels a lot of pressure. The 110,000 precious points have already been spent 80,000, and the strength has only increased so much. The third category is your origin Dao. Since you insist on improving, I recommend you to exchange it. Origin fruit is much stronger than the enlightenment flower, and it is more natural. It can instantly increase your origin Dao, and the price is also 3 Wanzabo point. There are a total of 110,000 treasure points. No points left. Jin Wushuang's heart is dripping blood, but Qiu Huang is indeed correct. These treasures are indeed what he needs, so he exchanged all of them with his teeth. Now, these are all yours. They are all treasures that can be upgraded in an instant. You don't need to spend the most precious point to go to the time chamber. Jin Wushuang was speechless, and the time secret chamber spent only a few precious points, and now with a wave of his hand, he spent 110,000 precious points in Qiu Huang. I am afraid that there are not many people in the primitive world who have his mastery. By the way, I think you are very interested in space. I still have a unique space treasure that needs 500,000 points. If you want to, you have to work harder. Qiu Huang suddenly appeared in his hands. The light blue crystal on one side exudes the breath of endless space. After Jin Wushuang felt this power, his mind moved, and he immediately felt that the treasures in his hand were useless, and all of them were not as good as the square crystal. His biggest reliance is that the space origin of one thought of the universe is too useful for him. In Dian Immortal, there are not many who can touch the threshold of the origin of the space, and he can't do it if he wants to swallow it. Only when the Emperor of the Great Desolation fell, he swallowed a lot of the origin of the space and allowed his universe to reach a range of tens of thousands of miles. Chapter 52:45. Now, although his strength has broken through one after another, the scope of the universe has not expanded because of the stagnant origin of his space. He could feel that if he swallowed that square crystal, his thought universe would be able to break through. But 500,000 treasure points are not a small number. At least for the first 9 waves, he could barely make up enough with every effort. In the next few waves, he will not be able to kill all of them, but fortunately, he has the position of coach, which can increase by 50%. It's not difficult to reach 500,000 treasure points. I was afraid that this square crystal would be exchanged in advance. This old guy didn't tell me earlier. He had known that he would not exchange these things, so he would make up the 500,000 most precious points first. Jin Wushuang finally walked out of the palace with a black face. Although the contact didn't last long, he could also see that the old man probably recommended the square crystal to others, and now he has become more competitive. At least the Taoist-level powerhouses of the other 3 city walls are likely to compete with him. Universe Rubik's Cube. Jin Wushuang gritted his teeth. Qiu Huang told him that this square crystal was cut out of a space and universe, and it was the size of a small world. The name is also very exaggerated, called the Cosmos Rubik's Cube. After leaving the palace, there is still a lot of time. He is not in a hurry to use those treasures now. Anyway, they are all treasures that are quickly upgraded, and in the end there is no need to worry. He went to the other 3 halls one by one. After walking around, Jin Wushuang scolded Qiu Huang in his heart. The other 3 halls are the halls of exchange pill, treasure, and inheritance. The inheritance hall still needs it. Those inheritance Jin Wushuang have known for a long time that they didn't intend to exchange it. Although there are also many treasures in the alchemy hall that he needs, but the promotion is limited, similar to the exchange in the treasure hall. He also didn't think much. But in the Palace of the Supreme Treasures, there was a treasure that made him unable to observe. In the identity token, only the name can be seen, and the power of the treasure cannot be seen at all. Now, after seeing it with his own eyes, he discovered that a special secret treasure was actually an accessory for the eye of the beast god. The old man in charge of the treasure exchange also told him that this was one of the beast weapons. It was a treasure of wings, with a pair of silver scarlet wings, lifelike. The breath exuding from above is the same as the eye of the beast god. This reminded him of Tao's sovereign tier heaven. This man also had a treasure similar to the breath of his beast god's eye. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. The other party must also know this winged treasure. Beast god soldier, Jian Wushuang said silently in his heart. There were a total of 9 pieces of this treasure in ancient times, and 6 of them were in the hands of the strong on top of the universe. The other 3 are in the hands of the emperor who has taken the 6th step. The 6th step, the emperor? That is, the 6th order emperor of the original universe. Although the names are different, they have roughly the same meaning. Jian Wushuang just thinks about it and feels outrageous. The most precious treasure used by the 6th order emperor, and it is not an ordinary 6th order emperor. That is the direct disciple of Qishan, the 6th order emperor of the ultimate way. The powerhouses on the top of the universe are very eager to get beast warriors. There are a lot of other treasures, but the beast warrior only has 9 in the entire starry sky. Because in ancient times, 9 great beast gods were born, and all of them were killed by the gods, and finally 9 great beast gods were refined. According to the old man of the Supreme Treasure Hall, his beast god's eyes are the eyes of one of the 9 beast gods, Candle Dragon. The pair of supreme wings were also the wings of the Candle Dragon. Although incomplete, the power of the eye of a beast made the 3rd order emperor crazy. If he gets the pair of wings again, the combination of the two will probably surpass the limit of the innate treasure. It is completely comparable to the imitation of the eternal treasure, 8 Feng Yunlong seal. This beast soldier is called Candle Dragon. It was also named after the beast Candle Dragon. The strong man who used this treasure back then was a super strong man who made the universe tremble. When it finally fell, the Candle Dragon was also divided into several pieces and left in various places in the starry sky. This was also Jian Wushuang's good luck. First he got the eye of the beast from the Emperor Malong, and now he encountered the wings of the beast god, and the one in the hands of the tearing sky. According to his guess, it should be the claw of the Candle Dragon. Torn the sky. He is a strong man with claws together. The claws of the Candle Dragon. 8 achievements are in his hands. Now Jian Wushuang has secretly decided. The first goal is to exchange Candle Dragon wings, and the second goal is to win the tearing sky. There is no way to deal with him now. There are plenty of opportunities later. If it hadn't been for tearing the sky to stare at him with a longing look, he really hadn't paid attention. The Candle Dragon's wings are 800,000 treasures, but its power only improves part of the space origin, and also has a very large speed increase, and its defensive power is also outrageous. There are probably not many people who can keep an eye on this treasure. There are so many treasures, it is better to exchange for the complete 8 Feng Yunlong seal. That treasure is much stronger than the Candle Dragon wings. All aspects are crushed. However, Jian Wushuang has the eyes of the Candle Dragon. After the combination of the two, it is much stronger than the Bafeng Yunlong seal. After a sigh of relief, after adjusting his mentality, Jian Wushuang walked out. The city lord's mansion. When he returned to the city wall again, he would look at Dao Shou Tian from time to time. Dao Shou Tian, who had already distanced himself from Jian Wushuang, felt a chill in his heart. He has also been to the palace of the supreme treasures, and the matter of the beast god soldier has long been known, and now that Jian Wushuang has been staring at him, he must have been to the palace of the supremes too. After all, I still can't hide, but I won't give up. The Taoist, Tier Heaven, decided secretly. He was more calm than Jian Wushuang, strolling around the 4 great halls without redeeming anything, just glance at the treasures he needed. Feeling the pair of Candle Dragon wings accidentally made him overjoyed. But then thinking of the breath on Jian Wushuang's body, he was silent again. Ranked 4th, he only got 20,000 supreme points, which was far from 800,000. Jian Wushuang already had more than 100,000 supreme points. Want to compete for difficult? But the temptation of that treasure to him was stronger than Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is today because of the powerhouses of the extreme Tao and the ultimate Tao. The eye of the beast god is nothing but a foreign object. Compared with these, it is the right way to be strong. The Taoist tier heaven is different. If he doesn't have the treasure in his body, he is nothing but an ordinary peak de yin. The origin Tao is still very weak, and it can't be ranked in the second-grade origin. Therefore, his desire for beast soldiers is even greater. The birth of the Temple of Qixin made it possible to understand that He Dao is no longer a dream and may become a reality. Now that he entered the Temple of Qixin, after a fight, he found his shortcomings. https:// 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 52:46. He also knows his mind and strength. If he wants to obtain the top inheritance in the Temple of Qixin, and if he wants to succeed in harmony, he must become stronger so that the Temple of the Qixin can see his potential. Now there is one in front of him, which has obtained the remaining accessories of the beasts. Now he exploded with all his strength, and he was still at the top of the Taoist monarchs. But in the future, compared with those half-step emperors, he is much worse. He needs to be stronger. The road to harmony is right in front of him, and he has no reason to give up. Is it because his opponent is stronger than him, so he gives up? That was ridiculous. Even though he was shameless, he was not top in the same rank before. But since he got the secret treasure, he has a seed of the strong in his heart. He wants to see more than anyone else. That seed blossoms and bears fruit. Not to mention the half-step emperor. Even if Jian Wushuang is the emperor, he has to bite the bullet and fight for it. Moreover, Jian Wushuang felt he hadn't reached that point now, half a step where the emperor was suspended. Although those areas were powerful, he could also see that Jian Wushuang should be the ultimate way, and the strength of his body would be so strong. The strength of the two should not be much different, and the subsequent competition may not necessarily lose. As for the treasure that Jian Wushuang stared at him, he sneered. Even if it is impossible to compete, Candle Dragon Wings, he will not give away his treasure. At least the current rules are forbidden to kill each other. He is not afraid of Jian Wushuang at all. Even if there is another fight in the future, he still hopes to survive in Jian Wushuang's hands. Can't beat, can't hide. The secret treasure is his life. With it, he has today. He is used to being looked up to. Look up to others again? Might as well let him die. Jian Wushuang glanced through, saw the determination to tear the sky, couldn't help but sneered. Then give it a try. 800,000 treasure points. He has 90% hope of getting it in advance, and he has the position of coach, so tearing the sky can't compete with him. No one else can compete with him except Wanqing. The Tao of Huiking's major also runs counter to the beasts and gods, and should not be exchanged. His most powerful opponent is not tearing the sky, but Wanqing. Xueyue and Lungshuang Daojun are equal in strength and can't compare to him at all. He didn't know much about Wanqing, and he was really afraid that Wanqing would exchange for that treasure. One day passed quickly, and the 4 major city walls, except for the eastern city wall where Jian Wushuang was located, the Dian Immortal on the other city walls had increased a lot of strength. East City Coach Jian Wushuang. Commander, tearing the sky, Nantung, Guchao. General, moron. 16 positions were announced soon. People who thought they had no record except Jian Wushuang, but also thought of getting a position by luck, were discouraged. It seems not as naive as they thought. Everything still speaks for strength. This also let those powerful Dayangxians breathe a sigh of relief. As a powerful Taoist ruler, tearing the sky was ruled, and naturally no one was unconvinced. However, of the 5.5 trail monarchs here, 4 are commanders, and one is unluckily assigned to the position of general. This makes him extremely hate Jian Wushuang, but he dare not show it. His method is very beneficial to the weak, at least a bit stronger than the half-walking monarchs, and now he is squeezed out of the commanding position. Hate it. Someone hates it, others like it. I think this distribution is simply too fair. You have to thank Master Jian Wushuang. Otherwise the position of commander will be taken up by some Xiao Xiao. The speaker was burly, and he hugged Jian Wushuang with his fists, his voice deliberately raised. One is for the disgusting half-walking monarch who was squeezed out of command, and the other is to please Jian Wushuang by the way. Strong strength will naturally be respected by others. At the same time, Mo Long was also very pleased. With the treasure suit, he is also the ultimate fairy. In addition to Jian Wushuang and Tier Heaven, the battle power on the city wall now has 5.5 trails and more than 30 limit Dian immortals. Among more than 30 people, Mo Long's strength is still not in the top 10. But his foundation is very strong, and all strengths are divided according to the foundation. Mo Long's physical body is consummated. This is not something that Dao Jun can do casually. Either there are not so many treasures to pile the physical body, or there is not so much energy to practice. After all, the physical body is no more than the mortal body, and many strong people are more about improving the divine body. The flesh does not practice much. Mo Long didn't think the flies were too small, but he improved them one by one. If the physical body is raised to the point of immortality, then it's another matter. Just like Mo Long, he was almost immortal in the same rank. The physical body is eternal and immortal, and it is also regarded as basic strength. If you count his once treasures, his strength is comparable to that of the half-travel monarch. After the positions were assigned, the city lord's mansion issued a golden arrow to the sky. The darkness was turbulent. Countless powerful devouring demon lords were already unable to hold back. Their hideous fangs lowered their lower lip, their eyes were red, and blood suddenly appeared. They were suppressed in the primordial star for a few years, but now they were released again, staring at the practitioner again. The breath made them crazy and fascinated. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting firmly on the head of the city, looked at the turbulent darkness with the same eyes. His breath is very similar to those demon kings, but the color is pitch black. Swallow. Hum. The earth began to tremble at this moment. The buzzing of horns sounded, and a big burst was triggered. Kill. At this moment, regardless of whether there is a position or a weak person, it explodes at this moment. The turmoil in the dark, the madness that swallowed the devil, the desperateness of the practitioner. The scenes of this scene seem to have happened in ancient times. 199 revolutions swallowed the devil perfectly, shaking his head and rushing out of the darkness. This momentum can shake the world and is far from comparable to that of 10,009 ranks. The gap between rank 9 and consummation cannot be offset by 100 times the number. According to the rules, the devouring demon lord who is comparable to rank 9 Dian Immortal is 1 star, and now those who are comparable to rank 9 are 2 stars. The classification of grades is similar to that of Dianxian. 9 turn 1 star, perfect 2 star, top 3 star, pinnacle 4 star, extreme 5 star, Taoist 6 star, half step emperor 7 star, comparable to emperor 8 star. Although these devouring demon lords are not as powerful as practitioners of the same level, their strength is genuine, and what they lack is the use of supreme treasures or the peculiar knowledge of cultivation. This collision was extremely intense. The forbearance of the first 3 waves was all played out during the attack of the devouring demon lord. Even part of rank 9 Dian Immortals struggled to fight, and 3 or 5 people besieged a 2-star demon king, and the world collapsed and the earth cracked. 2-star devouring demon lord is just comparable to 9-ranking demon lord. Among 100,000 Dian Immortals, now as long as Nineth range consummation has the power of top-level Dian Immortal, you can slaughter those 2-star devouring demon lord at will. When the numbers of the 2 parties are similar, the difference in quality is irreparable. Among the 100,000 Dian Immortals, there are close to 90,000 top Dian Immortals. Chapter 52:47. The individual combat power of the devouring demon lord is the same, and the practitioners here have extremely strong combat power, and there are many that can be comparable to the 6-star devouring demon lord. Even Mo Long could destroy hundreds of 2 stars and devour the devil by himself. The claw law of tearing the sky is even crazier, the huge blood claw tearing the sky. Thousands of devouring demons' formations were instantly torn apart, turned into powder and completely wiped out. In just one breath, 100,000 2 stars swallowed the devil, and 10,000 fell. And Jian Wushuang just pulled out the long sword behind him. The sword light is fierce, and a sword is a world descending, and under the fusion of heart strength and sword intent, an unrivaled aura erupts. Ouch! A sword light swept across the battlefield. This ray of sword light rushed into the formation of devouring demon arrogantly, disturbing everything, and the fierce sword intent destroyed the body of devouring demon. Boom. People are not yet in shape. Sword intent is full of sky. When many practitioners saw Jian Wushuang enter the arena, they became even more crazy. They were really afraid that Jian Wushuang would be ruthless and kill them all again, leaving them nothing. Quick. Get started quickly. Some ninth-ranked Dian Immortal teams couldn't help roaring. They resisted the fourth wave of offense at most, and the fifth wave was the 1,000,000 2 stars devouring Demon Lord, and it would be difficult for them to think so easily at that time. Either the fourth wave is desperate and the fifth wave is retired. If they don't fight in the fourth wave, they will not be able to resist the fifth wave of attack. Million is more than 10 times the current pressure. Feeling the soaring sword intent, the dignified face of the prince to tear the heavens. 100,000 2 stars swallowed the demon lord, but only took 3 breaths, and all fell. The mutilated devouring demon lord fell from the sky one after another, but before it fell to the ground, it turned into strands of black smoke, hovering in the sky, and was eventually absorbed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang put away the long sword, slowly closed his eyes, opened his hands, and enjoyed the feast to the fullest. These devourers wanted to devour them, while Jian Wushuang wanted to devour each other. Jia Jia. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, looked into the darkness. Staring into the dark fog, the evil aura in his eyes became more intense. Since he started to devour these demon kings, he found that the ability to devour them has become stronger, and the demand has also increased, but other aspects have not improved. Especially Ji Dao did not rise at all. This is the purest avenue of devouring. Jian Wushuang put aside his aura. He realized at this time that the two sides are fundamentally different. His extreme way encompasses all things, and the origin of swallowing the devil's body is the purest swallowing. The difference between the two is very large. The so-called Tao begets 1, 2 lives, 2 lives 3, and 3 lives all things. The extreme way encompasses all things. This is the purest way, and the other ways are nothing more than trails derived from them. All things are the origin of the Tao. Call. Returning to the city, Jian Wushuang began to comprehend Ji Dao. Everything. Jian Wushuang frowned, his face leaking doubts. If all things are the purest and include so many Taoisms, what shall we do in the future? This is a huge problem. In the ultimate kendo, he can still point to his heart, and the path of harmony may also have a rudimentary shape, but he has no clue at all. Now if you have a little eyebrow, you will be more enlightened and don't miss any chance. Especially swallowing. If everything depends on him to enlighten, he will not be able to enlighten to consummation if the universe is destroyed. Only by constantly devouring other practitioners can he quickly ascend. This time swallowing these demon kings, his receipt is very large. At least his understanding of everything is more than just paper. He could feel Tao because of the devouring of these demon kings. If he swallowed those Dian Immortals again, a complete Tao, he could consume 30%. It's a bit stronger than before, which is a big gain. It's a pity that Dianxian didn't give him an experiment, and now he can't do anything with other people. After the 5th wave of siege, Jian Wushuang still rushed to the forefront, and now his demand for the most precious points is really a bit big. Fortunately, the strength of Yin universe kept his record in the first place. When this stage is settled, there will be a lot of ranking rewards. Naturally, he can't let it go. Last time I suffered a big loss. Huiqing ranked first, but she won 100,000 points. In the second stage of the trial, the treasures and the most precious points were increased several times. Especially the exchange within the city lord's mansion was opened, which was much fiercer than the first stage of the battle. Although there are not many casualties yet, the more this cycle progresses, the more people can't stop. In the 5th wave, the 1,000,000 2 stars devouring demon lord attacked. The 9th-ranked Dian Immortals who were going to retire originally, after obtaining the Arcana point, immediately exchanged for a set of Supreme Arcana armor and some Enhanced Arcana, ready to fight again. There are even some people who broke through in the battle, and they had just reached the 9th round of consummation, and they had top-level combat power, and they were even more frantic when fighting. After the 5th wave, the overall strength has once again improved a lot. Jin Wushuang saw the meaning of training soldiers with his more and more courageous posture. More than 10,000 rank 9 Dian Immortal. Now half of them fell, but the remaining half didn't mean to stop in the slightest. The last wave, the sixth wave, is over. If I can get enough of the treasures of the Bayflower, I will be able to break through. A ninth rank Dian Immortal, his eyes full of war. Retire if there is no breakthrough, and continue to fight if there is a breakthrough. Use war to support war, until death. Said to be retired, now only a few rank 9 Dian Immortals who have no hope of breaking through have chosen to retire, and the rest, as long as they have a little hope of breaking through, or are stronger in strength, have chosen to continue fighting. In the ninth rank Dian Immortal, there are indeed some people who have broken through the final Jihao through the tempering of life and death, and become the ninth rank perfection. Exchange for a set of peak arcana set, and instantly have the top Dian Immortal combat power. Among the 9 ranks consummation Dian Immortal, the weakest is the rank 9 top level, who can kill the 2 stars at will to devour the devil. In the first 6 waves of battles, there was no threat, and even among them, there were examples of breakthroughs in the origin and becoming the peak powerhouse. At this time, everyone was most concerned about rather than the top combat power. They all began to stare at those top Dian Immortals, or rank 9 Dian Immortals. It is even more exciting to see them break through and become stronger. At least this is true. Looking up at Jin Wushuang and others, after all, is unrealistic. They spent 10 breaths in the 5th wave of battle, and now the 6th wave begins. Jin Wushuang could have a foreboding that if the 9th rank Dian Immortal wasn't able to break through in the battle, then only death would be. Thousands of 2 stars devour the devil. Mo Long's peak strength had only dared to resist this wave, but those 9th rank Dian Immortals were desperate struggles. This is the 10,000 devouring demon lord. Each one is much stronger than them. They can only win by the number of people, but now the number of opponents is 100 times theirs. The exact calculation is 10,000 times. https:// 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 52-48. Now there are only a few thousand rank 9 Dian Immortals and 1,000 2-star devouring demon lord. They can still bear it. But tens of millions of 2 stars devour the devil. How much can other strong people share for them? When a million swallowed the devil, the 9th rank Dian Immortal lost half, and this time I am afraid it will be extinct. It's a pity. Jin Wushuang sighed in a low voice. When the horn sounded again, his figure moved into the air outside the city. In the 3rd wave, the devouring demon lord with 1/10 of a star is 100,000 treasure point. Now the 6th wave is the 1 million treasure point. Although it can't be monopolized, half of it can still be won. Now he has accumulated almost 100,000 again. If he can take half this time, including the bonus of the coach, he can almost exchange for Candle Dragon Wings. This treasure has helped him too much. Let's not talk about the increase in speed and defense. The increase in the Beast God domain alone can make him stronger. By then, I am afraid that he will really have the power of a half-step emperor. The increase in the divine body, coupled with the powerful defensive power of the Candle Dragon's wings, is really going to fight the tens of thousands of stars. He is also sure to fight. At that time, this primordial star, he can really walk sideways. At this moment, Jin Wushuang even had an evil idea. Swallowing all the primordial star Dian Immortal, he could take another step. This idea just came out of my mind, and it was quickly rejected by him. Not to mention the feasibility of this method, let's talk about the trial of the original star. It is estimated that it will be difficult to fight around like the first stage. Now that the Temple of Qixin has opened its treasure trove, so many treasures have been invested in it, how can it be possible to make them like they used to be? It will not let him go and mess around. Jin Wushuang has always believed that there are still some strong men who have survived from ancient times in this Temple of Qixin. Otherwise, the internal world will not function in such an orderly manner. There are too many hidden secrets, and I'm afraid they will be able to understand the real Temple of Qixin after the original star. The horn hummed, echoing in everyone's ears. The 6th wave devours the devil. This is a hurdle, the hurdle of rank 9 Dian Immortal, and also the threshold of some top Dayan immortals. Because after this hurdle, the life of the top Dayan immortal will not be too easy. Even the next few waves of the peak Dayan immortal will be difficult to sustain. At the beginning of the 7th wave, it was Samsung Devouring Demon Lord, the Devouring Demon Lord with top Dayan immortal combat power. At the beginning, it was also 100,000, until the next tens of millions. What kind of concept the tens of millions of top Dayan immortals are, the powerful Dao sovereign may fall. But at that time was also the craziest time to earn the most precious points. Thousands of treasures. Any imitation of eternal treasures is not just exchangeable. Those treasures that are cherished can be exchanged. Can redeem half of the treasures in the treasure house. The physical body is immortal. The divine body is increased, and there are too many treasures from the source, and it is possible to reach the sky in one step. What a temptation this is. How can it not make people crazy? Thousands of devouring the demon king, each towering in 10,000 battles, overwhelming the sky, covering the sky and obscuring the sun. The evil aura disturbed everyone's breath. Jian Wushuang stands tall in the void, and people are like sword shadows standing in this world. Looking back, 100,000 cultivators, no matter weak or strong, their faces were very solemn. Although 10 million, the luster in their eyes made Jian Wushuang understand what it meant to be unrepentant. Fight with war and never regret until death. Kill. I don't know who murmured, and slowly everyone shouted. In the end, everyone roared even more. Kill. The soaring killing intent was no weaker than 10,000 devouring demon lord. Lien Jian Wushuang yelled out, and the killing intent at this moment infected everyone. Boom, 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 boom. Jian Wushuang rode as 1,000 and pulled out the divine sword behind him, breaking through 10,000 enemies with one sword and rushing into the tens of millions of devouring demon kings. In addition to him, there is also the tearing sky, and those half-walking monarchs, extreme Dayan immortals, have also rushed into the devouring demon's army. 100,000 Dayan immortals lined up and ran into the devouring demon army in the form of a large formation. Life and death had already been put aside, and now they only had craziness in their eyes. Chi-Chi. At the moment the two sides fought, countless devouring demon lords died, turning into pitch-black mist and floating between the heaven and the earth. In the early stage, everyone had plucked up their courage, but when they really collided, they didn't lose much, but they gradually couldn't stand it in the face of the continuous devouring demon lord. This is the 2-star devouring demon that is comparable to the 9th ranking consummation, and it is much stronger than the 1-star devouring demon. Dayan Immortal's front line soon began to collapse. The first thing that couldn't stand it was the rank 6 to 9 Dayan Immortal. Although they formed a battle formation, it was a pity that Yinli was running wildly and consumed too much and couldn't bear it at all. Eventually the big formation collapsed and was swallowed by tens of thousands of 2 stars into the big formation. At rank 6009, Dayan Immortal confronted tens of thousands of 2-star devouring demon lord. Just a facet, claws were drawn down, and more than half of it fell instantly. Many Dayan Immortals who were weaker than their divine bodies and flesh bodies were directly torn apart by a single claw, and their corpses split. Devouring Demon Lord even unscrupulously grabbed those broken corpses. Okanshu. Combite. You guys it. A golden armored power also used his claws, and his body flashed to close a gap. But unlike those devouring demon lords, his sharp claws turned into golden dragons, majestic and majestic. One person smashed thousands of demons, and the tens of thousands of 2-star devouring demon lords killed by oneself were defeated. It's a pity that it was a little too late, just a few breaths, and this group of devouring demon lords killed the 9-ranked Dayan Immortals cleanly, and no one survived. Kill me. Even the corpse capital is not let go. This is the Ni Lin that has touched Dayan Immortal. In a short moment, tens of thousands of devouring demon lord was torn to pieces by the golden armor power, and he was injured very seriously. On Imo Long's golden armor, there was black blood all over his body. His hair was messy, and his face was stained with blood. Although he looked down on the weak Dayan Immortal, he felt that these people were working as cars on the man's arm, But when those devouring demon lords were tearing up their kind and devouring them with big mouths, he couldn't help but rushed over. In the first two waves, he also killed a lot of devouring demon lords, plus the bonus of having a general position, and obtained a lot of treasure points. After redeeming a set of innate treasures, he is also considered to be back to the top. Plus strong, he is no weaker than those half-legged monarchs. You guys, why bother? Looking at the mutilated body, Imo Long had pity in his eyes. It's just that on this battlefield, countless fights are being staged. The top Dian Immortal is also falling, and the peak Dian Immortal's body is damaged. The divine body collapses, and the origin is almost extinguished. Those who can really fight on the battlefield of Zhongheng are still those extreme Dian Immortals and half-trail monarchs. But Jian Wushuang and Dao Shou-Tian, like two suns, shining in the deepest place that swallowed the devil tens of thousands. These two-star devouring demon lords can't hurt Jian Wushuang at all. Even if millions of devouring demon lords now beside him, they are still as steady as ever. Chapter 52-49 Xinghe Lake Sea Sword in Tint. Jian Wushuang shouted coldly. A magnificent sword in tint burst out along the tip of the sword. A river of sharp sword energy rolled on the battlefield, and it was annoying that everyone who encountered it was torn apart, and even the origin of the swallowing body in the body was absorbed by Jian Wushuang. Not enough. The killing wasn't fast enough. In the huge heart sword world, the sword in tint wasn't enough, and it wasn't pure enough. Ouch! A dragon howl soaring to the sky sounded, and a huge candle dragon phantom rushed out of the ground under Jian Wushuang's feet. Beast God Realm. Jian Wushuang, whose divine body has soared to 7,000 or 8,000 times, has a body size of thousands of miles, and can already be comparable to Fa Tianxiang and Earth. Candle Dragon. Innate life in the largest river area in the starry sky. He is stronger than a special life. He is born with a universe origin, and he is born to be the strongest. The phantom roamed around Jian Wushuang. A pair of huge wings cover the sky and the sun, and sharp claws can cut through the space. This is the true origin of space, the darling of the entire space. Let him roam. The scarlet light on Jian Wushuang's eyebrows flickered, looking at the candle dragon phantom with a look of yearning. Born to be the emperor. The huge space contained millions of devouring demon lords. Jian Wushuang held the sword in both hands and slashed out with one sword. The huge sword light scattered hundreds of millions of times, filling the entire space. The strongest sword. In other words, it is the strongest sword in tint today, the most perfect swordsmanship for group killing. Those who have used swords from ancient times to the present can only go down in the annals of history if they have this sword. Wow! In the air wave that Jingguang turned into, there were hundreds of millions of sword and tints mingled, killing all the devouring demon kings. 1 sword million. 1,000,000 two stars swallowed the devil and was beheaded by a sword. Now that the entire battlefield has fallen to less than 2 million, he himself has killed half of it. When the rest of the people saw this sword, they also held their breath, especially those top Dian Immortals. They could kill one devouring demon with one blow at most, but Jian Wushuang killed 1,000,000 by one person. The corpse of 1,000,000 devouring demon fell into the sky. How spectacular it was! Tearing Heaven also noticed the movement of Jian Wushuang in the army on the other end, with a wry smile in his eyes. Although he was unwilling, he also had to admit that Jian Wushuang was much better than him, not only in the field. The divine body and origin are much stronger than him, especially the strong growth, at least 100 times stronger than him. This gap is too big. If it is transformed into combat power, he and Jian Wushuang will fight for a day. Maybe Jian Wushuang's breathing will not be disturbed. Even if he has been taking drugs, he will not be able to keep up with Jian Wushuang's rhythm. Jian Wushuang's blow, destroying 1,000,000 and devouring the devil. His expression remained unchanged, and he even wanted to come back a few more times. If it were other powerful Taoists, I am afraid it would have been unable to withstand it. Come again. Arcana points rushed into his identity token. 1,000,000 two stars swallowed the devil, with a reward of 100,000 Arcana points, plus the position bonus of the coach. It was 150,000 arcana points. Being strong means being able to do whatever you want. Nowadays, those who can rank first on all primitive stars are practitioners of the ultimate way. This is the ultimate charm. Maybe everyone is a half-step emperor, but the practitioners of the ultimate path are stronger than the practitioners of other origin paths. Especially when facing this kind of trial, the practitioners of the ultimate path are too advantageous, and they have a reserve of power. It is dozens of times stronger than other practitioners. Other Taoists may be exhausted if they kill 2 million, but the ultimate way can kill 20 million, and there is still room for it. Especially Jin Wushuang, the origin of Ji Dao surpasses the ultimate Dao, let alone 20 million. Even if it is hundreds of millions, he can slowly consume these devouring demon lords. With the first sword, there is the second sword. The same moves, the same devouring demon lord. Wow! It was the fall of the million devouring demon king. This scene not only stunned the dying immortal on the field, but also felt incredible on other primordial stars who had been observing the rankings. In Jiajia's original star ranking, Jin Wushuang's treasure point increased by 150,000 every time it changed. The interval between the front and back does not exceed 5 breaths. What is this concept? The top dying immortals who were seriously injured and invincible stood on the wall, looking at Jin Wushuang's figure with envy. 1 million swords swallows the devil, 150,000 treasure points. The former is strength, and the latter is opportunity. Both of them are satisfied as long as they are the same. This is the stunner of the contemporary era. At this time, everyone put Jin Wushuang's position in the first place, surpassing Huiqing and Wanqing Tiandi, who had previously shown their brilliance. 1 star and 3 emperors. There were no half-step emperors in the original Jiajiu primitive star. Now there are 3 half-step emperors. In the future, they will be able to take what they have seen today as an experience if they go out of the Temple of Discord. Everyone is a witness to the growth of a day against the sky. Thousands of devouring the devil will finally be solved by the time of a cup of tea. 8 million of them were all beheaded by Jin Wushuang. Ranking: First, Jin Wushuang second, Wanqing Tiandi third, Demon Monk Huiqing fourth, Blood Moon Taoist fifth, Longshuang Daojun sixth, Ji Chaoyang seventh, Seer the Heaven Taoist. What's interesting is that Ji Chaoyang is still 6th and Tir Tian is ranked 7th. Ji Chaoyang and Huiqing separated on the northern city wall. According to Huiqing's indisputable temperament, Ji Chaoyang picked up a big deal. Dao Monarch Blood Moon is good at the field, so Dao Monarch Cold Frost naturally can't compete. When Tir Tian saw this list, his face was dark. He killed 1 million by himself, and only obtained more than 100,000 treasure points, plus the previous accumulation, no more than 300,000 treasure points. The fight for the Candle Dragon Wings was a complete failure. Ended. After the 6th wave of offensive, there was also a day of preparation time, and many people sent to the City Lord's mansion, ready to exchange treasures and strive for breakthroughs. Starting from the 7th wave is the real test. The 7th and 8th waves are okay, and the 9th wave tens of millions of 3 stars swallows the devil, even if the limit dying immortal is threatened with falling. By then, it would be a tough battle for Jin Wushuang. Glancing at the record on the leaderboard, in addition to him, Wanqing has broken 1 million. They shouldn't be over yet. I have to go to the City Lord's mansion first. Jin Wushuang's pupils shrank, and as soon as he entered the city, he teleported into the City Lord's mansion. In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, hundreds of people have been here cross-legged for a long time. Most of these people were retired from other city walls in the 5th wave, and some came down from the East City Wall. Nowadays, seeing someone teleporting in, many people are looking over, wanting to ask about the outside world. When they saw that it was Jin Wushuang, they stopped again and didn't dare to step forward. How can Jin Wushuang have time to take care of these people? Stepping forward and entering the Supreme Treasure Hall again. Familiar scene, familiar old man. The white-haired old man has a pair of spiral-shaped corners, and his body is unusually strong, but the white beard and hair cover the angular muscles of the body. Chapter 52-50. Senior, I'm here to exchange the treasure. Jin Wushuang didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the subject. The white-bearded old man, unlike Qiu Huang, looked overwhelming. After looking at Jian Wushuang, he faintly replied, "Well, you have a lot of treasures on your body. What do you want to exchange for?" Wow! With that, the old man with horns waved his hand, and countless treasures were floating in the hall. The distribution of treasures is like a triangular pyramid, and the lowest level is the cheapest peak treasure. Further up is the innate treasure, and even the innate treasure suit and the best innate treasure. From small to high, inferior congenital supreme, medium congenital supreme, upper congenital supreme suit, best congenital supreme. Then there are a few special ancient secret treasures. These secret treasures are completely unique. Their types and powers are different, and the price is more than 500,000 treasure points. Senior, I want to exchange candle dragon wings, Jian Wushuang said firmly. The candle dragon wings of dreams. One of the accessories of the beast soldier, candle dragon. He now has the eye of the candle dragon. Combining the two, his strength will skyrocket again. Many people now think that he is a half-step emperor, but in fact he is not at all. Although the two of divine body and swallowing had improved a lot, there was still some distance from the half-step emperor. Don't look at him swallowing the devil with 1,000,000 in one blow. He really wants to fight with the half-step emperor. He can save his life, but he will definitely not have the upper hand. With the candle dragon wings, he can truly display the power of the half-step emperor. Candle dragon wings. The eyes of the old man with horns lit up, and then he leaked a look of shock. Haha, good. But you have to wait a moment. There is also a little guy on the other side who wants to exchange the treasure. Jian Wushuang leaked the color of doubt. Wait, is there anyone faster than him? No matter how fast he can come in, he can redeem that 800,000 candle dragon wing. How can someone rank in front of him, making the old man with horns so happy? Although Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled, he didn't dare to say more. Anyway, he had already said that he would exchange candle dragon wings, and he had enough treasure points on his body, so he didn't believe it. Someone could cut him horizontally. After just a few breaths, the old man with horns was full of joy, and he faced Jian Wushuang again. Haha, okay. The old man with horns smiled, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "You want to redeem the candle dragon wings, right? Take out your identity token." After Jian Wushuang took out the token, he automatically flew towards the old man with horns. It's just that when he looked at the pyramid-shaped treasure again, he found that the imitation of the eternal treasure, 8 Feng Yunlong seal, that had been standing at the top of the tower had disappeared. He was stunned, and then his eyes flashed before he realized that the imitation eternal treasure was exchanged. No wonder the old man with horns had to be distracted to deal with it, and let him wait here. It turned out that someone had exchanged the 8-faced Yunlong seal. Huiking's record should be enough, but his long stick has almost unlimited power, especially after inheriting the inheritance. Not only has his strength skyrocketed, even the brown long stick has become silver, even more than before. Be strong. There is no need to redeem the imitation eternal treasure at all. It is better to redeem other treasures if there is that treasure. Except for Hui Qing, there is only the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor, and he also has 1,000,000 treasures. It was originally a half-step emperor, and he also cultivated a certain emperor's genius, and now he has obtained the eternal treasure of imitation. Wang Xing's strength is probably going to skyrocket again, approaching the emperor. But as long as the candle dragon wings can be combined with the candle dragon eye, according to the old man with horns, the beast weapon is really so powerful. After the combination of the two, it should be comparable to the imitation of the eternal treasure, Jian Wushuang secretly guessed. Huh. The old man with horns stretched out his hand to grab the treasure floating in the hall. The candle dragon wings exuding endless power were carefully taken out by him. It was also the first time Jian Wushuang saw this pair of candle dragon wings, and when he looked closely, he discovered that the color of this pair of wings was not scarlet. Only at the end of the wings, there was a scarlet color, and most of it was still black, but the scarlet color was like a streamer, and when the wings moved a little, the scarlet halo would also tremble. Yeah, your luck is also very strong. You have one of the accessories of the beast warrior, and another is in the hands of another little guy, but I think you are a little stronger than the opponent. It seems that you have hope. Make up 3 pieces of candle dragon accessories. The old man with horns slowly commented. If it's a complete beast weapon, he doesn't even have the qualifications to watch, but he doesn't care about the smashed ancient soldier, because he himself was an extremely powerful casting god, and also a powerful warrior under Kishin's command. Although his strength was not strong, he was able to refine treasures. Many of the treasures in this treasure house were made by him, especially the imitation of the eternal treasure 8 Feng Yunlong seal was made by him. That's why he was so excited when Wanqing exchanged that treasure. The Bafeng Yunlong seal was refined in ancient times, but unfortunately it has always been stored in the treasure house. The Fifth Order Emperor made it more than enough the Fourth Order Emperor could exert its full power. Although it was exchanged by a dying immortal, Wang Xing's talent, as long as he succeeded in harmony, it would be to sit around and look around for 5. The Fourth Order Emperor is very simple for him. The Fifth Order Emperor depends on good luck. Now that the time and space are long in Hanoi, how can there be more fortune than the Temple of Qixin? As long as the Wanqing combination succeeds, the Qixin Temple will definitely cultivate vigorously. The Fifth Order Emperor is really nothing. You know, the Fifth Order Emperor of the original universe, when dying immortal, was not so against the sky. The Arcana points were deducted, and Jin Wushuang also got one of the accessories of the coveted Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon wings. He couldn't wait to recognize the Lord directly, and when the blood dripped on the Candle Dragon's wings, a dragon roar sounded. This is the once overlord of the starry sky, Candle Dragon, the innate emperor. It is conceivable that the secret treasure refined with his body is more powerful than Jian Wushuang's cognition. At least this pair of wings can't be damaged even if the emperor and the strong attack with all their strength. Of course, Jian Wushuang is not invincible with it. If the emperor really wants to kill him, he can see through his origin and divine body at a glance. There is no need to break this Candle Dragon wing. Moreover, the strength of Candle Dragon's wings is not defense. Defense is nothing more than passive means. The truly powerful place is the power of its own space. The Candle Dragon is a space beast god, and his wings account for more than half of the credit. With it, Jin Wushuang can also improve his understanding of space. And his speed can be incomprehensible, at least under the emperor. He has the confidence to aspire. His own speed is fast, and the speed requirements of Kendo are also very high. Even among Dao monarchs, his speed still ranks among the top. MX. Chapter 52-51. Except for the Blood Moon Dao monarch and the 10,000-star Heaven Emperor who broke out with all his strength, he was a bit unsure, and other people might not be as fast as him. Now with the Candle Dragon wings, his speed will absolutely crush the same level, surpassing the Emperor by half a step, and even faster than those heaven-defying Dayan immortals. I truly achieved my first degree under the Emperor. Jian Wushuang took a closer look and plunged into it. When he used the Beast God realm again, he frowned. It's over, Jian Wushuang secretly said in his heart. The speed is the same as he imagined, and it suits him incomparably. But what he wants most is the fusion with the eye of the Candle Dragon, although he dare not extravagantly ask for a complete beast weapon. But as long as the two are fused with each other, the power of this ancient treasure can be comparable to those imitations of eternity. The treasure is. Now it is incompatible, and the value is greatly discounted. Fortunately, when cooperating with the Beast God domain, his speed did increase by more than one level, only to make up for him slightly. If other people exchanged this, wouldn't they be off? Spent so many treasure points, only increased the speed. Seeing Jian Wushuang's doubts, the old man Yang Jiao slowly said, "Little guy, do you feel that the two can't be completely integrated with each other?" The old man with horns, who has seen everything, sits in great danger. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and nodded respectfully. That's right, since the Beast God Soldier was destroyed. Although there are still a lot of powers left above, the cost to restore it is very high. The old man with horns grasped the small hammer in his hand and said lightly. Jian Wushuang was frowning, and the master spoke. It seemed that the price of wanting to merge was really extraordinary. Master, I don't know how to merge. Now that he has obtained this ancient secret treasure, and its power is so powerful, he can be inspired by a great Yensian. Even after entering the Emperor, it can help him a lot. Especially now that there is an opportunity for the two to merge with each other. As long as the fusion can be comparable to the imitation of the eternal treasure, even if he reaches the Fifth Order Emperor, it is extremely useful. This is a secret treasure that can increase the divine body. Great value. In the primitive universe, the most heaven-defying special life has tens of thousands of divine bodies. Now with the eyes of the beast god, he can barely explode to 8,000 times. If the two merge, it is not impossible for him to increase the basic divine body more than 10,000 times. Divine body, origin. These are two paths for practitioners. The former affects combat power, while the latter affects the realm. Both are indispensable. Now his origin Dao is strong enough. Even if Sword Dao can't break through in a short time, he can still be comparable to the half-step Emperor, and his soul realm rises very quickly. It is not impossible to break through the ninth revolution, and he will be able to improve at that time. What is needed now is the strength of the divine body, and the subsequent devouring demon lord's attack. He himself is not very sure. Seeing Jian Wushuang's face solemnly, the old chauffeur man said a few words for his great respect. If you want to merge, it is not difficult. It depends on whether you are willing to spend it. Jian Wushuang's eyes were firm. This opportunity should not be missed. The fusion of the beast gods and soldiers could only be done by the great power in the temple of the gods. If he really went out, his eyes were blackened and he was blinded. No matter what the price, I'm willing. Jian Wu said with a calm expression on both sides. The old man with horns nodded lightly, and then said, if you want to merge, you must be the best caster in the universe. This old man can do it, and the rest is much simpler. You need 5 heavens and earth. Origin, 4 of them are in the treasure hall. You can redeem them. Respectively, the origin of gold crystal, the origin of wood crystal, the origin of fire crystal, and the origin of earth crystal. Jian Wushuang wrote down one by one. The origin of the 4 heavens and the earth. He had some memories, and he probably glanced at it once. The prices are all around 100,000 treasure points. Now he has 3 million treasure points on his body, and after deducting the 800,000 yuan of the Eye of the Candle Dragon, there are exactly 500,000, which is enough. As for the origin of the space, it won't be too late to redeem it after a few waves of praise. Even if it is exchanged by other people, it's okay. He has the Candle Dragon wings, and the speed of understanding the origin of the space is also very fast, although it can't be improved significantly, but the price is lasting. As for the treasures, these are all things outside of the body. As long as they can improve their combat power, they are worth it. Jian Wushuang didn't care about this at all. In the next 3 waves, there are more than 10 million treasure points. He can at least win half of it. Although the more difficult he is, the confidence to win half is still there. Moreover, with the Candle Dragon wings, the speed can be even higher. Quickly, he can walk in the devouring demon lord. The origin of the 4 heavens and the earth, 400,000 treasure points. Thank you, Senior, Jian Wushuang respectfully said. Then he asked with some doubts, Senior, I don't know where to redeem the rest of the original source. The rest? The old man with horns smiled slightly. All he could do was within his scope. The remaining share is with him. Although he knows it, he can't tell Jian Wushuang that the first 4 shares are in the treasure hall and they are public. He said it and said, but the remaining share is not public. He can't speak out. Little guy, I can't tell you where the rest is. The horns shook his head steadily. Jian Wushuang's expression was taken aback. Can't tell him, what does it mean? Can't tell him? Why did you say so much in the first place? Let him play. There is still something hidden. Jian Wushuang guessed from the bottom of his heart that he was like an ant on a hot pot, very anxious. It's a little bit worse every time. It's really uncomfortable. Jian Wushuang had an idea and asked tactfully, Senior, I don't know this last source. Do I have any hope of obtaining it? This is a very sophisticated question. Even if the Temple of Qishan has control over the old man with horns, it won't care about it. The old man with horns also leaked a hint of smile, with a rudimentary expression, nodded to Jian Wushuang, and smiled lightly. This can tell you that there are still opportunities, especially in the 11th wave, your hope. It's huge. Some happy old horns also narrowed the scope a lot, which made Jin Wushuang very happy. By the way, the name of this last source is similar to the names of other sources of heaven and earth. The old man with horns continued. Jin Wushuang's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, "The origin of the crystal?" "Correct. Thank you, seniors, for answering the doubts of the juniors. The juniors will remember." Jin Wushuang bowed deeply. This time it was from the heart. He remembered all those who helped him on the path of spiritual practice. Xianyi. Jin Wushuang bowed, thinking of the mentor who had been of great help to him in his mind. His eyes flashed, and he was a little sad, not only muttering to himself, "Teacher Xianyi, will we meet again? Since my farewell, I have grown a lot." Chapter 52:52. I don't know when I will meet and show what I have learned, so that you know that I have been moving forward over the years, never staying, and follow the teaching. Recalling the Tao of my life, it was left behind by the reason Xuani. This is his enlightenment teacher. Although I also knew in my heart that teacher Xiani had a plan, the reasons for never showing up are complicated and confusing. But the respect in my heart has never disappeared. When he raised his head again, Jian Wushuang put away his emotions. "Go, little guy. You can come to me after all these sources are gathered. The old man is still a little good on the road of casting." After speaking, the old man with horns put away the treasures and disappeared in the hall. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed, and he also left the hall. He just went out and ran into the 10,000-star Heaven Emperor, who was also teleported out. When the two met, they didn't say much, they just nodded slightly. His ranking really surprised the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor. It seems that there is another opponent. Wan Xing secretly sighed in his heart, but with the imitation of the eternal treasure, coupled with his unique knowledge. Gee, among the half-step emperors, he is considered to be at the top. The two passed by. Jin Wushuang went to the treasure hall next door. Wan Xing left the city lord's mansion. Boom. Stepping into the palace, the familiar figure and smile came into view. "Haha, boy, you are late this time. That space treasure has already been exchanged." Qiu Huang laughed. He seemed to want to see Jian Wushuang regret it. It was a pity that he was disappointed. Jian Wushuang just sighed faintly and didn't care too much. "Huh, you are not calling at all?" Qiu Huang asked in confusion. Jian Wushuang said with a smile in his voice, "Enlightenment is not forced. If you can't get it, then fate has not arrived." That treasure is really not attractive to him now, so forget it. Even if there is, he will first exchange for the four origins of heaven and earth. He touched the threshold of the origin of space, and then he raised it and got the recognition of the origin of space, and he traveled in space ever since. Can't improve too much. Now the trial is getting more and more intense. What he needs is a qualitative change in strength, so that he can become stronger in Vietnam. Now, every point in his strength can get a substantial return. This kind of opportunity is not many. He has to cherish it. Qiu Huang squinted his eyes, nodded slightly, and said in a tone of educated younger generation, "Well, yes, it's really unusual that the mood is frozen. At least the old man. I don't think you are telling lies. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. The juniors don't have to coax the seniors." "Okay. What are you going to exchange this time? It seems that you have a lot of treasures. I will give you some advice, old man." Qiu Huang rubbed his hands and said with some excitement. Jian Wushuang didn't understand why this old guy liked to recommend treasures to people so much. Could it be that he sold a lot and got commission? However, thinking of the last time he was scammed, he had an idea, pretending to be pious, and asked Qiu Huang to recommend it to him. Sitting on the throne, Qiu Huang waved his hand and took out all his belongings and began to give directions. Every kind of treasure said that the sky was falling into the sky. Jian Wushuang did not say a word, and silently nodded to the side to express his approval. In the end, Qiu Huang jumped out of almost 500,000 treasures, and once again elaborated on the stakes and how useful it would be for Jian Wushuang in the future. Many of them are really useful treasures for Jian Wushuang in the future. especially the treasure of perfect flesh. Harmony is not only a test of the original Tao, but also a test of the divine body. I won't say much about the two. The strength of the physical body can also increase the chances of Hadao, especially when the physical body is cultivated to a state of immortality. Even if the physical body is torn and shattered by humans, it can be reunited. Falling down can leave the physical body for countless years and remain the same. Jin Wushuang recognized this. According to Qiu Huang's plan, the physical body is also hierarchical. The first is to cultivate to consummation, and then divide the body into the upper, middle, and lower grades, as well as the special supergrade demon body. Although Qiu Huang was boasting of being extremely powerful, Jin Wushuang remained unmoved. These things had to be discussed after he had transferred to other halls. He didn't know much about the physical body. He only knew that Mo Long had cultivated to consummation, and he was still a very strong one. The backlash of the Blood Jade Palace had never made him fall. That is the innate treasure suit. The backlash is extremely powerful. The ordinary Dian immortal had to fall, but he was forced to carry it down. The power of the physical body is also related to the divine body. At that time, Mo Long also had the eye of the candle dragon. After the increase of the divine body, coupled with the consummation of the physical body, he possessed such a powerful physical power. Jin Wushuang knew that Qiu Huang was selling Guanzi, so he took the initiative to ask, "Senior, you said that a body can be 1,000 times as a top-grade body, so how many times a god body is needed for this supergrade?" This. Qiu Huang narrowed his eyes with a look of yearning. "You are dissatisfied with that. I myself was only a top-grade flesh body back then. Many strong people are only refined to top-grade, and the flesh body can be comparable to the innate treasure. Extreme. Raising one's physical body to a supergrade level, not to mention how many treasures are needed, the hurdle of the divine body alone has stopped countless Dian immortals. The god-defying immortal who can truly condense the physical body to the supergrade level requires 10,000 times the divine body. Without 10,000 times the divine body, no matter how much resources are smashed, it will be useless. This is the ultimate physical body. After becoming an emperor, you can have an external incarnation, and there is no way to improve it unless you reform it." Qiu Huang paused, not daring to say too much. He is still some distance away from the peak of the universe, knowing that although he is a little more than other emperors, it is limited to that point. 10,000 times. Jin Wushuang's interest just mentioned disappeared suddenly, but his expression condensed slightly when he heard the transformation. Can the emperor transform his body? This was the first time he had heard of it, but the distance was too far, and it flashed in his mind without thinking too much. "How about it? Do you still have the confidence to practice?" Qiu Huang deliberately stimulated. Jin Wushuang's expression regained his calmness and said faintly, "The younger generation's divine body is less than 2,000 times. The gap is too big. Haha, let me just say, this supergrade flesh body is not cultivated by humans. It is reserved for those god-defying evildoers. Unbelievable." Jin Wushuang wanted to say something. Am I not enough to guard against the sky? Rank 9 Dian Immortal is strong enough to be like this. The key is that his ascent space is very sufficient, especially the origin, which is now so strong, but there is too much room for improvement. You need to know that a lot of great immortals have already raised the origin Dao to the 9th level, and even the origin Dao is about to reach its peak combat power. Or the special origin of the 2nd stage. After the completion, it will have the power of the Taoist. Chapter 52-53. Now, because of the treasures of the Qishan Temple, the divine body and the physical body can be upgraded to a half-step emperor level. Just like the Wanqing Heavenly Emperor, although Jin Wushuang didn't know the origin of his cultivation, it was certain that it was definitely not the ultimate way. Without the ultimate way of cultivating, he now has the half-step emperor's combat power. This is because the emperor's unique learning allows him to have half a step of the emperor's combat power, and his original path has been cultivated to the extreme, is ranked at the top. The total ranking can be ranked 216. Ranking ahead of him are half-step emperors who practice the ultimate way. Just imagine how powerful he is. Now that she has been exposed to her absenteeism, her ranking will definitely rise again. Especially now that he has exchanged the imitation eternal treasure, his combat power may have touched the emperor level. Transcend those ultimate existences that have not practiced faculty. After all, Jeremy can give Dian Immortal a qualitative leap. He was originally the strongest among Dao sovereigns, and he has practiced jerk, coupled with imitation of the eternal treasure. This combat power is definitely a heaven-defying existence in the top 100. A heaven-defying Dian Immortal who didn't master the ultimate and didn't cultivate the origin of 10,000 Dao. His combat power was enough to disregard all the powerhouses of the second stage origin Dao. Wang Xingdou has reached the end, and one step is Ha Dao. He has also cultivated the genius, and in this respect, even the emperor of the outside world can't match it. There are very few things he can ascend, only a negligible physical body or some other sideways. But Jian Wushuang is different, he can improve too much. Not to mention that he has cultivated to consummation. He doesn't have that confidence, but he still has a lot of confidence before he breaks through to the 6th level. Although the ultimate way can be combined at the 7th level, but with Jian Wushuang's current breakthrough speed, when he is combined, he can at least step into the 8th level, and even work hard to cultivate to the level of consummation. Only these two origins can make his strength reach an incredible level Jian Wushuang himself can't imagine. The divine body was a bit short, but it was 10,000 times the height that ordinary people could not see. Once Jian Wushuang was also a special life, and he had only broadened his horizons when he entered Dasiyu. It was not until the opening of the Qishan temple this time that he understood what a special life was. The darling of the origin of the universe is simply the pro-son of the primitive universe. Weaknesses are all 3 to 5,000 times the divine body, and the top one is the 10,000 times divine body. Surpassed everyone at birth. This Jian Wushuang was incomparable. He had nothing to say, but as long as the treasures given by the Temple of Qishan were not worse than this time. Wanbei dare not say that. 5,000 times he was still confident. In addition to these, if you don't say anything else, it's just fascinating. If there is no suitable faculty in the future, Jian Wushuang's wholeheartedly dedicated to cultivating the source Dao will be able to walk out a road that is beyond the reach of the sky. When he reaches the limit, he can cut the nineth rank Dian Immortal. In the limit of the great Yinxian, raising everything to the limit, maybe you can achieve the feat of defeating the Emperor. This is something that has never happened in the original universe, but I don't know if there was such a day against the sky in ancient times. Senior, how strong is the great Yin Immortal in the ancient times? Jian Wushuang couldn't help asking. When Qiu Huang above heard these words, his face blushed. In ancient times, he was not from the disciple of the gods. At that time, the god-defying Dian Immortals were disciples of the gods. He was really embarrassed to mention it, but he could only talk about himself back then. Then talk about me, old man. When I was a Taoist monarch, graciousness was what you called Dian Immortal. At that time, I could almost be able to fight the First Order Emperor without losing the wind. Qiu Huang was very proud. Said, compared with the little guys like Jian Wushuang, he is indeed very talented. Since he was a child, he was a direct descendant of a big family. Although he was stubborn, he was a waste of time before he was 100 years old. He was surrounded by a lot of eagles and dogs, so he didn't know how to practice. It wasn't until after being assassinated that he began to practice wholeheartedly. The assassination changed Qiu Huang's life. Although luckily survived, it was the first time he walked on the edge of life and death. From then on, inspirational cultivating immortals. After all, he is a direct descendant and has sufficient resources. His matrilineal family is also very powerful. Several uncles are all powerful emperors, and his mother is also an extremely powerful emperor. I don't know how to get him a supreme skeleton from there, making him a forged natural supreme. Only 1,000 years have allowed him to become a strong Yinxian. In ancient times, Yinxian was also named Xiaodaijin. Only when you become an immortal can you touch the source, and you can be regarded as a practitioner. Relying on inexhaustible use and hard work, Qiu Huang became a great master within 100,000, and has since stepped into the ranks of the strong. At that time, Several Daozi of the same age in the family were just dying immortals, not much better than him. Subsequent matrilineal family offended a terrifying strong man and was destroyed overnight. Once again, he was inspired to become a super strong man, disregarding the past and the present. In this way, millions of years have elevated themselves to the limit and broke through to become the emperor, and also a very strong fourth-order emperor. After becoming the emperor, his family did not help him so much. Moreover, their universe has been swept clean by several big families or sections. That kind of cannibalization is not comparable to those forces in the primitive universe. The current primitive universe, to be precise, even the emperor has not reached the peak, and the control of the major forces is also average. At least several epochs of reincarnation need to be developed to be as strong as the universe of the ancient times. Qiu Huang, who went to the long river of time and space, was also full of luck. Just after entering the long river of time and space, he encountered a great opportunity and was later recruited into a certain big power and was cultivated as a genius. It was only a matter of time to break through the 5th rank, and later this Qiu Huang city was obtained, and the combat power reached its peak. In the family, it is comparable to the existence of the clan leader. It is a pity that the forces where he was at the time were not very lucky, and they even dared to sneak attack on the forces where the gods were. The difference in strength between the two is not too big. The grassroots is okay, but there is a big gap among the top powers. In the end, the face is swept. The master of that power patted his buttocks and left. Qiu Huang and others were miserable. Fortunately, at that time, Qishan was building the Temple of Qishan and needed manpower. So these people were thrown into the big world of Temple of Qishan to build some treasures and treasures. Strange secrets. This waiting is countless epochs of reincarnation. Qiu Huang only stayed in that sword against the outside world. The old man was also a character back then, but his luck was not good. Otherwise, he could also take the 6th step. Qiu Huang said with emotion. The 6th step, that is the top powerhouse. Like the primitive universe now, the 4th order emperor can walk sideways. If it were placed in the ancient era, the 4th order emperor could barely count as a medium combat power. Chapter 52-54. The real top powerhouses are still those 6th order emperors, or 5th order emperors with special methods. Just like the old man with horns, although he only has the strength of tier 5, he can cast a treasure that is only the eternal treasure. At that time, sitting down in the Qishan, he was also a big man, with a status comparable to a 6th order emperor, and even the Lord of the Universe had to treat him courteously. Okay, it's almost done. You kid, hurry up and pick the treasure. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. Senior's story is really wonderful. The younger generation has been taught, and they understand that they need those treasures. Really? You are fancy that? Qiu Huang asked in doubt, and weighed the treasure in his hand. Looking at Jian Wushuang curiously. Jin Jing origin. Qiu Huang's face was shocked, a little confused, but he was still calm. Did not ask, just nodded. Wood crystal origin. Now Qiu Huang can't sit still a little bit. There is no question about the origins of these heaven and earth. This kid doesn't buy the treasures he recommends. So why do you buy these? The origin of the fire crystal and the origin of the earth crystal. Jin Wushuang said all the 4 origins he needed in one breath.
Yay. Yay.
The origins of the 4 heavens and the earth, for 100,000 treasures. Are you sure you want to exchange it? Qiu Huang asked incredulously. Jin Wushuang nodded firmly and replied, yes. He originally came from these 4 sources, and the reason why he talked with Qiu Huang for so long was to get a little more useful information. Qiu Huang also reacted at this time, only to realize that this kid had been playing tricks. But when he saw Jian Wushuang's breath change, he discovered the hidden secrets. Do you know about the beast god soldier? Qiu Huang asked incredulously. Oh? Seniors are also interested in beast soldiers? Hee hee, it's more than just interest. Qiu Huang's face sank, his voice became serious, and he guessed. I'm asking you if the old horn man in the Supreme Treasure Hall asked you to come here to redeem these four origins. Senior knows this. Jin Wushuang seemed to smell a bad feeling from his words. That's right. Qiu Huang took a breath, put a smile on his face again, and then said, Boy, I can tell you clearly that you were fooled. You were deceived by the old Yang Sanmu. He asked you to exchange these four origins, just to let you find him to refine the treasure. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, a little puzzled by Qiu Huang's meaning. He knew that the old man with horns was a divine envoy who specializes in refining treasures. Without his affirmation, he would really not dare to spend so many precious points to exchange these heaven and earth origins. Now that he was cheated, what do you mean? Don't have an expression that you don't understand. The old man tells you clearly that the accessories of your two beasts cannot be integrated at all. If they can be combined, do you think it is important for you to be a Dian or the beasts? Jin Wushuang was stunned by Qiu Huang's words. Yes. What level of treasure is that beast god soldier? First of all, Jin Wushuang is a powerful secret treasure that is certain that it is likely to exceed the eternal treasure. If it were such a powerful treasure, how could it be exchanged for these Dian immortals? Is there any hidden secrets? Jin Wushuang was also a little confused, and he blurted out a very thoughtless sentence. Will the Temple of Qishan plot my candle dragon eye? Puff. Qiu Huang, who was sitting above, almost laughed. Ha ha ha. Are you going to laugh at the old man? The Temple of Qishan is plotting you a treasure from Dian Immortal. Ha ha ha. This is the best joke I have heard so far. Maybe I will never hear it again in my life. A joke that is more funny than this? Jin Wushuang was confused. Qiu Huang suppressed his smile and explained, Little guy, first of all, I can assure you that the Temple of Qishan will never deceive your treasure. Don't worry about that. At most, the 3 eyes of the sheep will cheat you. I know that Candle Dragon Wing is indeed a beast soldier, but the beast soldier has its own origin. Now the Candle Dragon has long been broken, and the origin has long since disappeared. How do the beasts and warriors of the Candle Dragon origin fuse? Qiu Huang continued. You don't think that by virtue of the 5 heavens and the earth, you can merge the beasts and gods. The former beasts and gods contain a complete spatial origin. Also, do you know who made this beast weapon? In addition to shock, Jin Wushuang's expression was shocked. First of all, he was surprised that the beasts were stronger than he had imagined, the source of the complete space. The Emperor can't grasp it. It is the origin of space comparable to the origin of the universe. Is there a space source comparable to the universe in a secret treasure? It made him dare not even think about it. If the beast god weapon were so powerful, the Qishan temple would really not be open to them Dian Immortal. But I heard Qiu Huang explain that the origin has already collapsed, and even if the 5 sources of heaven and earth are collected, they cannot be integrated at all. These 5 heaven and earth origins are all in one strand, and none of them are complete. Even if it is complete, it can't merge with each other into a real spatial origin. Jin Wushuang, who knows everything repeatedly, looks like ashes. The old man with horns looks pretty reliable. How could you cheat him? Jin Wushuang continued to ask. I hope seniors can answer. He wanted to hear how exactly this beast warrior was refined, so that the heart is dead. Anyway, the original source has not yet been obtained, and it is a big deal that he will not exchange it again. Qiu Huang saw Jin Wushuang's interest aroused and said again, Speaking it out will also change your understanding of Qishan and let you understand what the Star Overlord is. You should know that the beast weapon is refined by the body of the natural beast god. What you don't know is that the body is just the beast weapon you see. There are some things that you can't use. The beast weapon. Not only does it contain the complete origin of the space, but there is also the consciousness of the beast and the beast gods, and the weak ones can't control it at all. Jin Wushuang was shocked. Beast consciousness. When he fully displayed the Candle Dragon realm, could that Candle Dragon be transformed by the Candle Dragon's consciousness? At first he felt that he had completely inspired the Candle Dragon realm. It turns out that the ghost of the Candle Dragon is a manifestation of consciousness knowing the truth, The back is instantly startled with cold sweat. Qiu Huang continued, "What kind of kid? Now I know how difficult it is to merge. Even if you have collected all 5 sources, you may not be able to condense a strand of spatial origin, let alone the consciousness of the beast god. Back then, the gods of the gods killed the 8 beast gods in the long river of time and space, destroyed the kingdoms of the gods, and even skinned them into cramps and refined them into the gods of beasts. This is a masterpiece of the gods. You want to make a tier 5, it's just a wishful thinking that the god-forging messenger will merge with the beasts and gods to you." Indeed, as Qiu Huang said, Qishan was the overlord back then. How could a secret treasure created by an overlord be able to be reproduced by a small god-forging messenger? Dear, click in, give a good comment, the higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of the beautiful wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 52-55. Don't be too disappointed. That old guy was fooled by the identity of the messenger of the gods. He tried to refine the eternal treasure every day, and finally made some imitations. Now he is wishing to recreate the beast warrior. This joke is not funny. Qiu Huang looked at Jian Wushuang's face and tried to comfort him. But Jian Wushuang didn't think so. The old chauffeur man is not as unbearable as Qiu Huang said. He didn't know whether there was the consciousness of a beast on the candle dragon's wings. Maybe Qiu Huang knew it, or the big man named Zhu Yi knew it. Jian Wushuang guessed that these dying immortals could not be thrown to them, because they really had the consciousness of beast gods, so the emperor should not let them fully understand. If there is some enlightenment from the above, maybe the origin of space will break through. It is a waste of such treasure to give them these dying immortals. If it doesn't, it makes sense. One piece can only increase the speed. It is really useful for him, such as the dying immortal who has not yet been recognized by the origin of the space. The usefulness to the emperor is only to increase the speed. There is almost no big gap. If defined in this way, then it is correct, otherwise it is impossible to give them these dying immortals. However, in his candle dragon's eyes, there was the consciousness of the beast god. This was something he had clearly determined. Qiu Huang didn't know and couldn't see this, but the old man with the horns, who is the messenger of the gods, can see it. He saw the difference between the eye of the candle dragon and the wing of the candle dragon, and he dared to open his mouth to help him fuse, asking him to collect 5 heaven and earth origins in order to fuse a ray of space origin. Qiu Huang was right about this. How about it? Are you going to exchange it now? Qiu Huang asked without a hassle with his legs folded. After his painstaking explanation, he decided that Jian Wushuang would not exchange it. It's a pity that he was disappointed this time. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly, his complexion restored. "Senior Qiu Huang, thank you for your guidance." His words were very respectful, which came from the heart. No matter how he fooled him before, saying so much this time really made him receive a lot of goods and made him believe in the old man with horns even more. At least he knew how obsessed the old horned man was with secret treasures. Because of this, he would help him wholeheartedly to fuse beasts and magic weapons. Although this thing is crazy, but the others are crazy. He has any excuse not to follow the madness, but it is only 400,000 treasure points, and he is betting. The last crystal origin, the 11th wave of devouring demon, attacked him with confidence to hold, and he had the confidence to take all the 5 origins. Slowly straightening up, Jian Wushuang looked at Qiu Huang with respect. "Just want to understand." Qiu Huang smiled lightly. As a result, Jian Wushuang said astonishingly, "The younger generation is determined. Jian Wu's bilingualism is firm and unwavering. It's better to redeem the origins of the 4 heavens and earth. Since Senior Yang dared to fight, the juniors have no reason not to fight." Qiu Huang's expression changed. He was about to get angry, but he seemed to have thought of something, and finally he didn't say anything. "Great." Swish swish. The origin of the 4 worlds, and the token all flew towards Jian Wushuang. "Thanks, Senior." Jian Wushuang carefully collected these origins into the world of Sumi and thanked him respectfully again. Qiu Huang recalled the past and said with emotion, I really don't understand you people. Who was like you back then, but he gambled more than you. Determination. This is something he has never understood. When he was weak, the determination he always felt was to practice wholeheartedly. He obviously did it, but when he saw other practitioners, he couldn't understand their determination. Is determination really to give up oneself and stick to the Tao? Jian Wushuang watched Qiu Huang fall into deep thought, and he didn't know whether to leave directly or to interrupt him to say goodbye. Fortunately, Qiu Huang was just stunned for a while, and finally he sighed again and asked him a question that surprised him. Boy, you are taking the ultimate kendo. Why don't you see that you have a powerful saber? Saber? This time I changed to Jian Wushuang and lamented. He wants to have it too. But so far I haven't met a suitable one, and even if I exchanged it, I still have no intention of raising a sword. Returning to the seniors, the juniors have not yet encountered a suitable divine sword, and their strength is rising again, and they have no intention of raising the sword. Jian Wushuang replied truthfully. Qiu Huang's thoughts moved, and then he said, That's right. Then you have to work hard, but you are favored by a big man, and you will have something with a sword. There is no need to rush to exchange it. The Qishan temple is not as rigid as you thought. Oh? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Not so rigid? Is there another big man who fancy him? Could it be that he, like Hui Qing, was bestowed by Qishan temple? Jian Wushuang became excited when he thought of this. Qiu Huang also saw it, and immediately poured him a basin of cold water. Of course, don't think too well. Everything needs a corresponding price. Try to resist until the end. You will know it then. Jian Wushuang didn't say much after enlightenment and quickly bid farewell to retreat. The price, the last of resistance. It seems that the price is really not small, and the last 19th wave that needs to be resisted. He had confidence in the 11 waves, and of course he had to look at the level of the devouring demon lord of the undisclosed 10 waves before he dared to make up his mind. If the span is too large, forget it. A saber is not worth it. The ultimate kendo. Don't be afraid if you don't have a sword in your hand. Just have a sword in your heart. As soon as they left the palace, they saw Hui Qing and Ji Chaoyang in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, talking with Daojun Lengshuang. After seeing Jian Wushuang, he waved quickly. Brother Wushuang, you are too tough. You can actually suppress the tearing sky, making me the 6th. Ji Chaoyang, as always, has no demeanor, pulling Jian Wushuang bluntly and talking about them. The Battle of the City Wall. On the side, Hui Qing made up some of the things that were missed. What Jian Wushuang didn't expect was that these two people became living bodhisattvas on the north wall. Starting from the 5th wave, it was the two of them who resisted the devouring demon lord, first killed a large number, and then let those weaker dying immortals go into battle. This is naturally great for those who are weak, but for those who are strong, it is a great evil. This kind of story of sheep and wolves. Doesn't Hui Qing know that Ji Chaoyang is not afraid of riots? But seeing Ji Chaoyang's excited look, calm Jian Wushuang couldn't help dispelling his fighting spirit, so he said something perfunctory. When he saw Taoist Lengshuang, Jian Wushuang greeted him politely. Looking closely now, it really looks a bit like the old man. It's just that since he realized his mental strength, his heart seems to have died too, and he has looked down on everything he used to. Perhaps the seeds of the strong have blossomed and bear fruit, or perhaps they simply forgot. Daojun Lengshuang's voice was crisp, and he said, How about it? Get such a treasure. Exchange those treasures. Ji Chaoyang on the side also said, Yes, Brother Wushuang. What treasures have you exchanged for? This time I exchanged my full worth for a space treasure. I am afraid it will not take long to break through. Dear, click in, give a good comment, the higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of the beautiful wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 52-56. He winked his eyebrows for a while. The breakthrough he was talking about was probably the ninth revolution consummation, and Jin Wushuang knew it at a glance. It was that the strange treasure of space fell into his hands and made Jin Wushuang a little surprised. He originally thought it was Daojun Blood Moon who had exchanged it. After all, Daojun Blood Moon had a deep understanding of the origin of space, and he was not far from admitting it can't be too far. If you get this spatial treasure, you might be able to break through. This is the cube of the universe. If it weren't for the candle dragon wings, Jin Wushuang's first choice would be it. I didn't exchange any special treasures. I just exchanged an ancient secret treasure, Jin Wushuang said casually. Hui Qing's expression moved, and she couldn't help but say, Brother Wushuang, could it be that I exchanged the wings of that candle dragon? Yes, that's the treasure, Jin Wushuang admitted generously. There are only a few top treasures, and the top ones are also these people. You can't hide it, so it's better to say it generously. As soon as these words came out, all three people present showed a look of local tyrants. It was Hui Qing who was honest and told the truth directly. Brother Wushuang, the old croissant said that this treasure is not so valuable and is not suitable as the first choice. Lord Lungshuang also said, that old man, I did say so. I also feel that the treasure has improved us too little, and the speed does not represent anything. The Blood Moon is an example. I really want to fight head-on. The strength is average, not much better than tearing the sky. Could it be that Brother Wushuang discovered the special feature of that treasure? Ji Chaoyang still has a lot of thoughts, and he immediately sees the key to the problem. As he thought, there was indeed something special, but I couldn't say more about it, and ended the topic politely. Ji Chaoyang also saw Jin Wushuang's intentions and quickly broke the topic and talked about the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor. Then it's certain now, the Bafang Yunlong seal was exchanged by Wanqing. A few people talked about it with one word. After all, this is the strongest treasure in the treasury, and Wanqing faintly, as the first person of this primitive star, now has such a treasure. The strength has definitely undergone a qualitative change. It can be regarded as a complete demarcation with them. His strength can't be seen now. I hope I won't encounter him in the future. Daojun Lungshuang looked helpless. As a female Taoist, her ascension has reached the limit. If you want to have half a step of the Emperor's combat power, you can only hope that the inheritance of the first class is strong enough. Otherwise, there will be no chance at all. Ji Chaoyang doesn't matter. He has achieved half a step of the Emperor's combat power when he breaks through the 9th round of consummation, and coupled with his fascinating knowledge and treasures, he is really imaginary. As for Hui Qing, this is indisputable nature, and it doesn't matter to these things. Only Jin Wushuang knew about him. Although not missing the edge, Jin Wushuang can feel that Hui Qingqiang is better than the former Wanqing, and can also match the current Wanqing. This hasn't broken through the 9th revolution to consummation. All three of them broke through rank 9 to consummation. Except for Ji Chaoyang, both he and Hui Qing were able to surpass the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor. After chatting for a while, sharing some thoughts, a few people broke up. The horn of the 7th wave of attack will sound soon. Now in the City Lord's mansion, there are still thousands of people, the 9th rank Dian Immortal. They had completely bid farewell to the Temple of Difference, and could only wait for the 30-year deadline to come and return to the original universe. The only benefit that can be regained now is that the comfortable cultivation environment in the City Lord's mansion is stronger than the original universe, but it is not a level. Among these people, there are still a few unlucky rank 9 perfect powerhouses. Even if they get the treasure, they haven't been able to raise their combat power to the top level, so they can only retire with hatred. This is also the best destination. There are also tens of thousands of rank 9 Dian Immortals, but they have fallen into the hands of devouring Demon Lord. There are also millions of Dian Immortals who have fallen into the first stage of the trial, and they have not even survived the second stage. Now that they can retire alive, they are better than many. Step away from the City Lord's mansion and return to the city head. Jin Wushuang, who had just appeared, attracted the attention of Tier Heaven. He got the candle dragon wings first. Dao Xiaotian said unwillingly in his heart. That breath is stronger than before. He clenched his fists and was extremely uncomfortable with tearing the sky. Obviously it was his chance, and he blamed Mo Long for this waste. It should have been a little bit more brutal at the beginning, and all the strength exploded to kill him long, and there would not be so many things behind. Just one thought, this situation is now falling. Jian Wushuang stood on the head of the city, turned his head and looked at the tier sky. A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, and the greedy look in his eyes made no secret of it. He just wanted to tell Terre Heaven that I also saw the treasure on your body, and I will take it back sooner or later. Humph! He let out a cold snort and diverted his eyes. Jian Wushuang secretly said in his heart, you can't rely on the Temple of Qishan. If there is no internal fighting behind, that treasure will never be obtained. You have to find a way. In the War of Qiu Huangqing, all Dayan immortals are comrades in arms, and they are not allowed to fight without authorization. Anyone who violates the order is dead. Even if it was an ordinary conflict, there might be a big punishment. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to take this risk. Only in the last few waves, I took advantage of my strength. It would be better if Torn Sky were slaughtered by those devouring demon lords. Just thinking of this, the buzzing of the horn rang. Samsung's devouring demon has been waiting for a long time. The devouring demon lord, comparable to the top Dayan immortal, is still the same, starting with 100,000. There are now more than 80,000 people on the city's head, all with top combat power and thousands of peak combat power. After these few times, the overall strength has risen a lot. There should be no problem with this 7th wave. The key is the next 2 waves. At that time, these people will not know how much they will survive. Jian Wushuang calmed down, the horn fell, and his figure flashed into the battlefield. At the same time, the 7th wave of battles on all primitive stars also started. In the deepest part of the primitive world, the Vermilion Bird Palace was extremely lively. Hundreds of figures gathered in the Suzaku Hall where no individual shadows are usually seen. They sat next to the case, watching the battle in the sky below, with a sense of taste. Haha, it's really great. I don't know how many years I have been in a deep sleep. When I drank again, I thought I was not awake. An old man covered in scales drinking alcohol and watching the sky. The battle in China is so uncomfortable. The other people on the side laughed and said, Qiu Huang, you'll be cool just by drinking, and you won't have to wait on you soon. Everyone laughed. Zhu Yi, who was sitting on the main seat, frowned again and again. She still doesn't understand until now. Why revive these old guys who are about to fall into the ground? True Spirit thinks that there are too many sources in the sea of sources, or feel that she really needs the help of these old-fashioned people. These people are now left with a skin bag, and after the physical body has been transformed, they have become like this, and they have no combat power at all. Regardless of how strong they were before they were alive, they are at best the combat power of a second-order emperor. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of the beautiful wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station and fresh reading without ads. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.